Well, I guess this is a good time to start the stream. I think I finally fixed the internet problem that I was having. I think I finally fixed it. I just needed to click a checkbox in OBS, which was, I mean, actually, I didn't put that much time investment into it. I literally just searched up on Google, like, oh, click this box and see what happens. And then I clicked the box and I saw what happened. And everything seems stable now. So, internet should be golden. Golden. Good. Anyways, yeah, that's basically the reason why I haven't streamed in a really long time, because I was trying to figure it out and I was being lazy and I was like, I thought it was gonna be like a whole thing that I'm gonna have to try and figure out, and it turned out I just need to click a box, so we're good. We're good. Anyways, we're gonna watch some Erudite. Also, the poster behind me. If you get triggered by it, it did its job. If you love the poster, it also did its job. So good for you.
Bodrix. Bodrix has correctly joined the channel.
Uh-oh.
Bodrix. Bodrix has correctly joined the channel.
I also messed with the way that I do my chat. I was going with the new system and now I'm reverting back to the old system, and now I'm like, this is why I left the old system, because it's duplicating my chats. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. It's another thing that I'll worry about another time. About not dealing with that now. But yeah, hopefully the connection stays stable. Hopefully. And we're gonna watch this. I've been playing a new game called X4. It's really good. It's a fun game. Space simulation type game. Not sure if I'm gonna play it though, because it eats a lot of performance in my computer. But yeah, we're gonna watch this. Destiny. Wait, is this the one that I want to watch? Oh yeah, there's a Dr. K one, but okay, we'll watch this first. We'll watch this first. They had a conversation. It's fun. It's gonna be great.
I listened to the Hobbit.
You are almost 100% bought into the conservative framing on this.
I think most of what conservatives were mad when it came to cancel culture actually was about COVID stuff, because that's when like the huge crackdown on YouTube and Facebook started with like vaccine and COVID misinformation. That was like the mass banning that everybody got super ass banned about. You guys were looking for names earlier of like right wingers that were like super banned. Do you know people like, do you remember Stefan Molyneux?
Yeah, or like Arch Warhammer.
Stefan Molyneux guy. I think he was like the first he's the person that got me into political stuff, the Stefan Molyneux guy. Because I had to do a class project in high school to freaking something about Aristotle. I had to do something with Aristotle, and I looked it up online because I had no idea what this guy did. I found this Stefan Molyneux guy, and I was like, oh, he has a whole presentation on it. Let me use his stuff, because I didn't really care. But then I started recommending his videos and stuff like that, and I was like, and then that's kind of like how I got thrown into the whole political sphere. I saw his debates and stuff, saw his what did he do? Like he was like a philosopher or whatever, or he claimed he was a philosopher, and he did a bunch of not dating advice, but like just like almost like freaking, what is it called? I forgot what it was called. Shoot, what was it called?
Or somebody I'm thinking of. Like when I say super
like,
banned, that's the most extreme. But I do think
Psychological things, like psychology, almost like
Unreliko, founder of P4T0. Maurice Guy, would you like many viewers?
No, we don't care. Don't do a chat. Don't do a chat. But yeah, he would give like advice to people on how to like fix their relationships and stuff like that, which was pretty cool. I watched it. It was actually really interesting. But I guess they called him like he turned out to be a person that was basically politically incorrect, and he started talking about politically incorrect like stuff, and then he got banned.
Tap and gotcha for life.
Well, screw you.
think that there is a pressure of like stifling speech that happened for people, even if they weren't outright banned, like demonetizing them, going to their workplace to try to get them like fired or any sort of things. Like it's just the broadband cancellation. I think it goes all the way up to banning, and I think it begins at like areas of like pressuring platforms to shadow ban or demonetize or any of these sorts of things.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. Okay, so I pointed out the Disney thing earlier, the Bud Light thing earlier.
Oh yeah, the main reason why I'm watching this because I was listening to this before when I was like on the job, and he said something very telling that I want to clip in context, obviously. But we're going to watch the whole thing, but I'm going to make a nice little video on it because he said something that I would like to use against him. So, yeah.
And then like liberals, and then there are like liberals that like cancel people, right? But like earlier, I think we all agreed that like these weren't generally led or cheerled by, you know, Democrat leadership or like huge like parts of the Democratic establishment. Usually it was kind of like cultural stuff.
It's
like
not
on
politicians.
Twitter and
it's exclusively culture of the left, right? Like this is what I've said as well, is we have this issue where our Democratic politicians are actually not at all that much like the like culture, particularly the culture that we created between 2016 and 2020, because our culture was a lot more crazy. It was like getting into like the neo-gender stuff. Now that was particularly terminally online, but there was a massive push in like a certain direction that actually our politicians weren't there, which I agree with.
Mm-hmm. And something I used to make fun of the right wing for a lot on this was that, like, in a way, I feel like this is kind of like capitalism. It's like if people want to, you know, have a cultural movement and they want to not support something, they kind of have the right to do that. Now, I know you're not really talking about do we have the right to do it. You're saying like, should we do it? But I would say that like this is like a form of like free speech, you know, like I don't want to support this platform because they're doing this. And then, you know, we can argue over, well, what are those things that we should or shouldn't support? But the reason why I bring that up is because I think there's a huge distinction between that, because when you compare that to what happens on the right, like the Bud Light stuff or like the Go Woke.
So essentially, she's talking to Destiny because she had a different opinion on how Destiny is like making the left look. And she didn't want the left to look like the bad guys, but Destiny was making the left look like the bad guys. But now after that conversation that she had with that lawyer dude, she's starting to come around and being like, you know what, maybe Destiny was actually kind of correct, and that's where we're at. That's where we're at right now. So yeah, I think that's kind of like why this conversation is being a thing. But this one we should watch first, but I really want to watch the Destiny one first. So
Go broke Disney stuff. I don't think people on the left really cared that much about that. Like if people want to boycott companies, fine. It was the fact that like the president of the United States is like cheerleading or is behind a lot of these movements. And I think that's like a different type of thing. Like we use words like cancel and censor like kind of interchangeably.
Yes.
Like on the left, and then for the Bud Light stuff or whatever, that was like quote unquote cancel culture. But like when it's led by the president, that's like censorship. I think it's like a meaningfully different thing. Yeah.
I agree. I'm just going to pause you. I'm just
she agrees, but obviously it's just not true. Like it's led by like Trump. When he says it's led by, it means that Trump tweeted something in support of it. Yeah, okay. That's what he means by that. He's obviously, like, the way he's saying it makes it seem like it's way worse than it actually is, but all he's saying is that, well, Trump tweet about it, and no one really, like, he says all the time, well, like, why are we gonna, like, he just tweets. Like, why do we care about his tweets? Like, it's not that serious. But he's obviously making it seem like, oh, he's led by Trump. Trump is commanding. He's a commander. Like the wording is just trying to make it seem like it's way worse than it actually is, but it's not. Like that's the tricks that he likes to do to make people feel a certain way. And then when you call him out on it, he's like, well, I didn't say it like that. I just said that you just commanded. Like, why are you taking it out of context? And it's the gaslighting tactic that he does. And he's really good at it, but he's really smart when it comes to that type of stuff. So.
Letting my Twitch viewers know I have to stop right now. I just thought about it. I'll probably get mute.
Okay. I have to leave in like 1 minute. So
no, you're good. I'll just restart Twitch in like 3 seconds. So that it's not double my face. I definitely agree, right? And so like if the argument is, I did it again. That's how I saw this. If the argument is Republicans are so much worse. Yeah, I think the censorship, like pressuring the FCC, is more extreme than anything that we saw Biden, which is one of my frustrations with Maloney or whatever that Ryan guy's last name is, right? Which is that that just is objectively worse. The problem that I have is when on the left, it feels like when I listen to a lot of people, we just rewrite what happened after Gamergate, not just on the internet, although the internet has trickled into life very heavily, where COVID was.
So she agrees with what Destiny's been saying with the Maloney guy, the lawyer guy, that she purposely saying that it's not a lawyer. But yeah, when she says like she disagrees with the lawyer guy, yeah, that's what she's saying. But yeah, but now she's gonna go into the criticisms, which Destiny doesn't like talking about.
Was banned, and there was a lot of that, but COVID was banning, to be honest. Like, remember when Dylan Burns got nuked over COVID because he just like talked about it? Like, COVID was starting.
I mean, I had multiple strikes on COVID.
I'm sure you did. Yeah. So it seemed more bipartisan. So when like Republicans bring that up, I'm like, I know multiple left-leaning people that were pro-COVID vaccine that were getting like strikes.
Yeah, I understand that. Well, but so like it wasn't bipartisan. It was definitely like it was towards a certain direction. Like when I got hit, it was an accident because I was talking about the vaccines and I was able to appeal it. But if I was doing actual like anti-vaxxer stuff, I probably wouldn't have been able to appeal it.
Sure, which was more right-wing.
One of the challenges. Yeah, one of the challenges for some stuff is like, let's say that you have, like 2 kids in a classroom and one genuinely misbehaves more than the other. Well. What are you going to do? One is probably going to get in trouble with me. Does that mean you hate them? I don't know. I mean, for conservatives, do you send the...
Yeah, well, let's flip this argument on his head. Well, like, what happens if, someone's getting, like, looked at in a way that they don't want to get looked at, but, like, they keep wearing these very skimpy things? Like, we're not going to hate the person, but, like, come on now. You're kind of asking for it. Like, you're making that's the same argument, but flipped on its head. But no one would ever accept that, right? So...
police equally to all parts of this.
Like, let's go back.
Let's say that you have, like 2 kids in a classroom and one genuinely misbehaves more than the other. Well, what are you going to do? One is probably going to get in trouble with me. Does that mean you hate them? I don't know. I mean, for conservatives, do you send the police equally to all parts of the city, or do you send it more to the parts with more crime? Well, if you send it to the parts with more crime, don't conservatives always say now liberals are going to call us racist and prejudiced? Well, maybe black people are these poor parts just commit more crime. Sure. When it comes to censoring like misinformation or hateful speech, I mean, like conservatives kind of do it more, and it's hard to get around that. I think sometimes, especially when it like if you go online and now, especially like 2020 onwards, you're seeing like flat Earth stuff, misinformation about moon landing, COVID, vaccines. Like if you hit somebody on these things, like 95% of them are going to be conservatives. Like, what do you do about that?
Sure. So the issue is that my argument isn't about the justifiability of it, right? I think that there is a conversation to have there, and I actually don't know where I fall perfectly because I think it's really complicated. Like, who is justified to basically have their speech suppressed because they are harming the town square, essentially, and who isn't?
Now, this is like 5 minutes into why did they put this? Like, you can barely see that now. Like, why did YouTube decide to change it this way? It's so stupid. We're only like 5 minutes in, and you can hardly see that. It's weird. But, like, so we've already accomplished this. She already said that, well, yeah, we're not talking about the justifying thing. But Destiny likes to keep looping back as if and saying that she is talking about being just, like, this is justified. But she's not giving justification. Like, she's not giving justifications, or she kind of is in a sense, but that's only because he keeps asking for examples of like, wait, where is this coming from? Give me an example. And then she gives an example, and but I thought you said you weren't justifying that, but you asked me to give you an example of where this is like the case. Like, they're justifying it and this is their justification. I'm not the one doing it. But Destiny is like, oh, but you know how this conversation makes me feel like it sounds like you're doing this. But it's not. So it kind of like boils down to that. But they loop on the same thing over and over again. But
I don't know actually where I fall in the justifiability. The issue that I am pointing out is that there was a change where certain speech was fine, like pre-2016, and then it wasn't. And I would I need to like go look for more like conservative examples. But even before the COVID stuff, it seemed like there was a large amount of conservative channels getting nuked for conservative positions. Now, some of the conservative positions they got nuked for were really bad. And some of the conservative positions were like edgy jokes that, to be frank, a lot of left-leaning content creators weren't getting nuked for nearly as much. They weren't getting completely nuked off of platforms or having people going to their Patreon to try to like destroy them.
Yep,
yeah,
true.
I mean, that's true. But like, if we think about like the big nukes, you know, like what was happening. You know, you had the Sargon of Akkad joke, which you brought up, or Hobbit brought up, and then you kind of corrected him. It was a joke. I don't think he was sincerely going to rape that woman or whatever.
Yeah, of course not. It was a super edgy like joke that I don't like, but that got him demonetized.
But he was also like, yeah, but I think he said this while he was like, wasn't he trying to run for like a UKIP seat in 2020 when he was doing this? I think he was running for government when he made this comment, I think.
So look, see, this is actually incorrect. He believes misinformation, and he's going off of this information as if it's true. He's saying it, he doesn't know, but later in the video, he starts pressing this over and over again as if it is true, when he literally stated in the beginning that he has no idea.
No,
like
he got nuked.
wild...
He got demonetized in 2019 is like what me and Hobbit, I believe. I think it was Hobbit that said it, or somebody in chat said that.
Yeah, it might have been. Yeah.
I think it was 2019. So he did start running later. And I do think he's radicalized over time. But when I listen to like Sargon of Akkad in your debate with him in like what, 2016 to 18, right? I don't see this extreme radical right winger. But he was already... I don't really think
he was an extreme radical right winger in 2016, 2018. But he also wasn't demonetized then either, right?
He was getting a large amount of pressure though, because people like Arch Warhammer will talk about this, right? Because Arch Warhammer was somebody that went through no demonetization, but a complete abject cancelization of his channel, right? Like he just never really...
Wait, how could he get canceled? What do you mean by not...
I mean culturally canceled, right? So like everyone turned on him, said that he was a horrible person, and misconstrued him in ways that like genuinely were not fair.
So I understand. And I understand sometimes we're going to talk about the general principle of a thing, but I think it's really important, like before we talk about how we've ceded the moral high ground or how we have no right to talk about a thing, to get like the factual stuff straight too. Like if you walk in and you see like some 40-year-old dude just like punched this like 60-year-old guy like right in the face, and he's like on the ground, and you're like, whoa, that was wrong. And they're like, well, hold on, ask him first, you know, why did you do it? It's like, okay, why'd you punch that guy? And the guy's like, well, he hit me first. It's like, well, okay, sure, maybe that's fair then. But then you find out, when I said he hit me first, that's actually my dad, and he spanked me when I was a kid. It's like, well, hold on. That's not really the same thing, right? I feel like it's important to get into the minutia, not super minutia, but like, why are people getting canceled? Like, what does it mean when we say canceled? And like, is it really the same thing as, you know, like the FCC? I know you're not saying it's the same thing.
It's not the same thing.
I think there are
yeah, we should dig deep into why is Destiny getting sued by all these people for this terrible stuff. Like, we should really dig deep into that and have like a good faith conversation into that. Yeah, good one, Destiny. Good one.
Well, difference is here, and it's good to
like there's obviously a reason why he's getting like like people are accusing him of this stuff. It's not like nothing happened, right? Like obviously like he probably did something like weird stuff. We should really look into this to make sure that we like just cover all our bases. Yeah, true. Base Destiny.
Sometimes it's okay for a person to get banned against it. Yeah.
I think that if we had these meaningful conversations, because to be frank, of all the people that I've talked to, you're the only one that's agreed that it seems like, yeah, the right wing was in large part getting disproportionately nuked. Some of it maybe was justified and some of it maybe wasn't, because for sure, edgy culture got kind of consumed by the...
Yeah, Destiny agrees with that point, but he's going to be like, but it kind of sounds like you're justifying it now. But she literally said, we're not justifying it, so... But you agree that this is happening, regardless of whether you think it was bad or not. Like, this was happening.
Right? Because the left just made it the right-wing thing because you're not allowed to be edgy, which is why we got, like, PC culture that emerged on the left, which is what you got penalized over multiple times, right? People would even say that you're like transgender comment. They're like, you're just a right winger, right? And a lot of people genuinely believe that at the time, that saying like maybe trans people shouldn't be in sports is fundamentally transphobic, and it is only a right wing position, which is what you got nuked over, right? And
yeah, sure. And I mean, like there are like adjustments and moving in directions where there are like people that get caught, especially edgy people, like especially like me, is going to get caught in the crossfire or whatever the fuck. But like I'm like a 1%er, right? Like the majority of people aren't getting hit in the same way that I am, because the majority of people aren't like insanely fucking edgy in the ways that I am. I think that overwhelmingly, like the movement and cultural direction was overwhelmingly good, right?
I think the left definitely went too far with it. I think it became bad because I think it turned off.
Went too far. But like overwhelmingly, it was a good direction. Even if we have to correct a little bit, it's way better now.
Is it really way better now, bro? The pendulum has swung so far that Trump got voted in twice. This is why she's very like, in a way, I understand why Destiny's saying. He's like, oh, but the culture right now is so good. Yeah, it's so good. It's so good that Trump got voted in twice, and you're like ass mad about that, like heavily so mad. Like the Supreme Court voted it in a way that you didn't want to vote, or ruled in a way that you didn't want to rule. But freaking, oh, let me turn on. Oh shoot, yeah, Mercenary. I see that you've been chatting, but for some reason it's duplicating it. And do I want to fix the duplication issue chat thing, or do I want to stream? And I decided to stream because I fixed my network issue.
Mercenary 1449. No worries.
No worries.
Mercenary 1449.
So that's why I'm just gonna keep it off for now. But I'll try and, like, it's right there in my peripheral vision. And let me go back because I was cooking a little bit.
Good, right?
I think the left definitely went too far with it. I think
you don't talk too much. I love it. I love it when you talk.
Came bad because I think it turned off
we went too far. But like overwhelmingly, it was a good direction. Even if we have to correct a little bit.
Oh, that's what I said. Oh, correct a little bit. Oh, okay. So I guess Trump is not that big of a deal since we only got to do a minor correction, right? Right, Destiny? Like that. Trump is not that bad. It's not that bad. We just got to do a minor correction. Like the only reason we went a little bit too far is because we just got to do minor corrections, and then maybe Trump wouldn't have gotten elected again. Like, but like, come on now, Destiny. You would never make that argument. Like, Destiny thinks that Trump is like the worst thing since, like, is the next worst thing since, or the way that he talks about him, it's almost like he thinks that Trump is like on par with like a 9/11 type of event, or at least somewhat related to it, right?
It's way better now. As much as painful as it is to say as a white guy who's graduated it, it's way better now than it was 15 years ago. There's way more inclusion. Like, it's like not okay to be outwardly like insanely sexist, homophobic. Transphobia, I guess, is making it.
I mean, it's never been that way, but you live in a delusional world, I guess.
Big comeback right now, but like for the most part, like the internet's a lot more of an inclusive place. You see more people in different spaces.
Like Destiny's the type of, like, he's the lefties that literally sees dog whistles everywhere. Like it's wild.
I think it's like a good thing, right? Broadly speaking.
I think it has been more morally good by and large. The issue is that it also it affected so many moderate people that they now vehemently hate the left, that I think that there has been some major serious consequences, which is why I don't know if I could grant that it was like mostly good. It was morally good. I think it was pretty tactically stupid. It's like the Rachel Notley comparison of like thrusting so many like kind of NDP socialist things into the Albertan zeitgeist before we were ready, that it just basically like now socialists in Alberta are going to be just non-competitive for the next few while, because it left such a bad taste in the mouth of particularly the politically uninformed people who were getting in trouble for saying retard at work, because that was happening.
Sure. So,
and it was happening in a very daily way.
I agree that overall the perception maybe has been bad, but I think that perception is highly like fictitious. I don't think it's as bad. Like, I'm sure you've had conversations with guys.
Yeah, it's not that bad, guys. It's not like Trump won because of it. Yeah, it's not that bad. True, because Trump is not that bad. Actually, I agree with Destiny here. It really wasn't that bad. Trump won because of it, but yeah, it's not that bad because Trump is not that bad. True. True, Destiny.
And like, so I'm sure there are people that get in trouble for saying stuff that maybe they could have said 5 or 10 years ago at work. There are huge examples of this.
Yes.
One of the funniest, I say funniest, one of the worst was two guys made like this blew up so much in like 10 years ago. Two guys made like a dongle joke, I think, at some huge tech conference, and the woman behind them took a picture of them and tweeted it out, and all three of them got fired. It was a huge shit show. And there was a lot of stuff. This is when Jordan Peterson was coming up and all this. There's a lot of stuff about that like wasn't great. But like the average person, like to some extent, wasn't having these huge issues in their personal life. I think the average person was benefiting a lot in their personal life. Mm-hmm. But like, if you talk to some average guys, they'll say things like, oh, like I'm really worried about being accused of like being a rapist or being like accused of being a pedophile if they go to a park or something. Like, this isn't, I don't think this is really.
That is real. That is real. Like, did you not know of the whole Amber Heard Johnny Depp situation? Like, bro, is that like, does that not compute? 2 years of his entire life destroyed because of a terrible human being. Like, this is wild. Oh, it's not that bad, guys. Oh, the people aren't actually thinking about this. It's just a figment of their imagination, man. I don't think a lot of people are actually thinking about this at all.
Happening in real life. It's like in any like past 0.0001%. I think it's like an exceptionally rare thing. But when everybody starts to feel this way, then I feel like we're having to try to like course correct
I don't
against like
know.
a perception.
I feel like I know like I think I know like 8 or 9 different guys that got like brutally penalized in university, for example, for just like giving like normal conservative, not hateful, not great replacement, not racist, just like pretty normal conservative arguments and takes in university, and had like their grades dropped. They like went through multiple processes to try to like get it reevaluated. Like I knew multiple men that, like, for example, went through this experience, and there was probably some women.
Wait, they gave an ordinary conservative take, and they had their grades dropped.
Yeah, they went from like they wrote a paper.
That's so crazy. That never happens, man. That's wild. I didn't know that was happening. What? Yeah, Mr. Galaxy Brain here does not know that. Good one. Good one.
In a class where they were normally getting like A's and B's, that was more opinion based, and when they voiced a more conservative opinion, they resulted in like getting like D minuses.
That's interesting. I can't speak to it, obviously.
Yeah, which is
I guess
it just did happen, and there is some research on this that like right wing perspectives just like were.
Oh, that is bad. Oi. It is.
But this was happening, right? And to reframe this,
and I'm sure it was happening, but also like there were also like professors that fuck female students with impunity, or there were like beforehand, right? Like, there was a lot of bad stuff that were correcting.
Sure, but the issue is like this argument that you're like kind of jumping into hasn't been me saying that there weren't wins from all this. I'm saying it also was really bad. We just did do way more cancel culture, particularly towards the right. They did experience it more than us. Some of it is maybe justified. Some of it maybe is not. I don't care about that thing, but they did experience that. And to be honest, the debates that I've been having with people has been, I'm retarded. What are you saying? I'm a MAGA apologist for even suggesting that the right disproportionately experienced this. When it's like, this is obviously true.
Yes.
The issue that we have is, was it justified or not? It's not about whether or not like there was major moral gains socially as a result of like the PCification of things. Yeah. There was a large amount of moral gains. I think the Me Too movement was by and large a very good movement that got a little bit corrupted at the very end.
It got a little bit corrupted at the very end. Yeah, the Johnny Depp situation, believe all women. Yeah. Just a little bit corrupted. Yeah, we don't talk about that. Like destroying some guy's career, with losing tons of deals and contracts. Didn't want to, like, no one wanted to book him onto any type of freaking because he's an actor. No one wanted to keep him an actor. He didn't want to be like, they didn't want him to star in Pirates of the Caribbean anymore. And then obviously Pirates of the Caribbean was really good at the beginning, but now it sucks because they basically sold out. Because everyone just believed all women, and she lied, but that's just impossible. Women can't lie. That's impossible. How could that even happen? Yeah, it's just wild. It's just wild. It just got corrupted at the end. Like the softening of that is wild to me. Amber turd, he true, winky face.
But I think it was mostly good.
I think when sometimes people are on like what they view as a moral mission, they are quick to kind of like cast aside any like faults or bad things that they came as a result of that, which I think is fair to call them out for. But I do think it's important to understand like when people are on like a more moral mission. In the United States, when you get arrested, there's something called habeas corpus. You have to be read charges within a certain time period. They have to let you go. They can't just hold you indefinitely. I don't know the exact details, but like Lincoln, I think, suspended habeas corpus for a brief period of time before the Civil War. And I think somebody asked him, the question was like, do you think you're going to have regrets about the suspension of habeas corpus? And I think Lincoln said something along the lines of like, if I have any regrets by the end of this war, it's that I didn't do this more, it's that I didn't arrest more people or something. And I think that when we look at like where we came from and then the trajectory of where we were going, like we want obviously less people getting raped, we want less sexism, we want less bigotry. Like, are people overzealous? For sure. You don't have to tell me that, obviously. Like there definitely are people that are overzealous, and people need to be like corrected for it and called out for it. But I think it's not fair to say that like, oh, well, we've lost the moral high ground because some people corrected for sexism too much, and now for the people that are like genuinely bigoted and sexist, we have to concede some kind of like moral position to them. I just think that like framing is, in my mind, I feel like it's not the same.
I just think that this framing is like unfair, essentially, right? Like, were some people like nuked because they were like too sexist and these sort of things? Yeah. Were some people absolutely very drastically impacted because they were culminated into being the thing that wasn't happening? Yes. And I feel like you're somewhat undergirding how serious this issue was, because like you were impacted by it. Multiple left-leaning, Lindsay Ellis was impacted by this, right? Like people who just like didn't experience.
my strongest, I agree with you. My strongest like empirical example of this, okay, is for the people that were like too snowflakey and wanted to move to the left or whatever.
Yeah.
Like when they tried to make their own platform, what did they get? They got Blue Sky, right?
Yeah.
Blue Sky is like, it's there. It's like kind of cringe, but it's like, it's there and it does its thing. It's whatever. When the people on the right got super ass banged and they wanted to make their own platforms, what the fuck did they do? They got Parler. They got Truth Social. They got the worst, most degenerated, horrible cesspits of human filth.
Yeah, wow. Look what the left wing people look what the good guys got when they got like ousted. They made their good guy platform that I agree with like almost like mostly 100% of the time. But look what the bad guys did when they got ousted. They made bad thing, and bad thing is always bad, because they made bad thing. And I'm like, bro, okay, good one. Like that's basically what Destiny's saying, like just with different words. Like he's trying to make like this framing, like he's literally doing right now what she's telling him. Like it's unfair to frame it this way. Like, bro, okay, good one. You said the good guys made good platform, and then you're like, oh, it's not that bad. Like literally people on Blue Sky were like celebrating the fact that Charlie Kirk got deleted, but I guess that's not that bad, right? True. They made Parler and they started talking about flat Earth stuff. Whoa, that's crazy, man. Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, because like when people that are talking about flat Earth and saying, oh, like maybe we didn't go land on the moon. Yeah, that's way worse than people celebrating the death of a political figure. True. Like that's just obviously a higher priority. Good one, Destiny.
The internet has ever seen. There was a third one, I can't remember. There was Parler was one, and there was another social media platform they're trying to make. But these were the worst places of all like mankind that existed on the internet.
Bro, they didn't believe in dinosaurs? Oh, that's crazy, man. What? Yeah,
that says something for the types of people that are like.
And the reason I say the dinosaur thing is because Destiny made fun of Candace Owens for, I guess she's like, oh, I want to ask Candace Owens like if she even believes in dinosaurs. Like he said that a while back. Because his main argument is that they only believe in conspiracy theories. Wordstary said, Gab, I think he meant as a third one. Oh yeah. He probably meant that too.
On a mission to rail against where we are currently. Now, again, I'm not saying that this excuses all the mistakes of one side or the other, but like I feel like the general trajectory of both sides, you can look at it and like, well, what did their extremist platforms look like? Blue Sky is like a harmless, like little cucky, whatever, progressive place, and Parler was like the home of like the Proud Boys and the Oath Keepers and other like radical, like Truth Social and shit.
Yeah, the issue, this is true. The issue is that like
Gab, that's the other one.
Gab is the other one, yeah. The issue for me, so one thing I'd concede.
You called it Wordstary.
Probably calling it the moral high ground isn't fair. I think it's less compelling when you say.
Yeah, see, told you. Literally calling it I didn't even know she was going to say that next. Good one. Nice. I called it.
Especially like Tom Fuller just said in my chat.
I am the Destiny Whisperer.
Right? When you rewrite it to be like, actually the right wing wasn't getting disproportionately like canceled and like impacted by these things.
Wait. Oh my God. Wait. You said something about Tom Fuller and then it cut off. Go ahead.
So there's.
Me am wise. No pre-watch. Yep. Actually true. Yeah. You literally. Yeah. Because I mean, I kind of pre-watched it in the sense that I just what do you call it? Freaking I was just listening to passively, like when I'm doing my other job, I'm listening to it while I'm doing the other job, and I just hear things, and I'm like, all right, I need to save this video for stream.
Kind of two issues. Did you hear my rant about the moral high ground?
I heard you say something about maybe we shouldn't call it granted moral high ground, and then you said something about Tom Fuller.
Yeah, okay. So I would just grant you that maybe we shouldn't call it the moral high ground. That's probably not good verbiage on my part because I don't know how moral this thing specifically is. However, what I do have an issue with is there is a number of people on the left who were railing against the cancel culture of the left, like Tom Foolery, right? That are now rewriting the history to say conservatives weren't disproportionately affected by this. And it's like, yes, they were. They absolutely were, right? We can go into whether it was justified or not.
I think the careful thing is, what does it mean when we say disproportionately affected? That's like a challenging word, right?
Canceled.
That's not a challenging word. You literally agreed that they were getting disproportionately or not. You're just fighting about whether it's justified. She's not saying it's justified. But look at him backtracking like this. It's stupid. It's silly. It's so silly.
told that their opinions were bad, pressured out of workplaces. I mean, we had on TikTok.
When I'm thinking of like disproportionately affected, right? So like, would you say that like children in society wear a disproportionately high amount of diapers compared to like young adults and adults?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but
I
like
understand
maybe not because they deserve.
Yeah, so I gave the example.
What means when he says that, so
yeah, I gave the example of like she didn't even deserve a rape with Sargon of Akkad, right? Which led to him being demonetized and people trying to get his Patreon destroyed as well, so he couldn't have money, which is an obvious attempt to pressure his speech so that he stops talking so that he can't get paid for his speech anymore. This is obviously what it is, right? It's saying this cannot be in the town square. What else is it?
I want to agree with you, but like I'd have to go look at the context, but like I'm pretty sure he was running for office when he said this comment.
See, now he's going back to the misinformation. I know for a fact, because I did pre-watch this, kind of, that's just incorrect. Like, yeah, I'm pretty sure he was running when he made that comment. No. Sargon of Akkad, he ran. This was something he said a long time ago, and then when he decided to run for, like, some sort of political placement in the political sphere, that's when they brought up these old comments that he made, and then that's what they used against him for that. Which is, I mean, it's fair. I mean, it's fair to kind of do that, but at the same time, I disavow. Like, you bring up old comments, like, he probably changed his opinion on that, which Destiny has no evidence of the contrary of what he didn't or did not. So I think it's just normal. People change their opinions over time. So I'm going to sit on that assumption for the time being. But obviously, someone that is doesn't like the guy is going to take the bad faith response and be like, oh, well, he probably didn't change his opinion. So, you know.
I think it was against another elected person. I'm like, you're like begging for.
On another elected person. Good one. He did apologize for it last year, I think. Yeah. So, exactly. So, like, look at that. He did change his opinion. But I guess Destiny would be like, nah, he still believes the same thing. And that's why it's okay to use old information to delete you. Unless it's my past history that happened 2 years ago with like the Pixie stuff. Well, we don't need to talk about that. True. It's all mostly out of context. Good one, Destiny. Good one. I used to be more sympathetic towards Destiny when it comes to the lawyer stuff, but I'm just going to play into it as much. And so like, if he's going to keep playing into and being bad faith with the other side, I'm going to play into, like, I'm not going to be charitable with his stuff. Like, I'm just not. I'll still wait until innocent until proven guilty, but like, you know what? The information coming out right now, it kind of looks kind of bad, Desi. It looks kind of bad. Looks kind of bad.
Oh, it wasn't that she deserved rape. It was that I wouldn't even rape you.
Yes, true.
No, yeah, because she complained about something about like women have more. She was complaining about rape culture or something, and then he made a comment because she wasn't attractive or whatever. He's like, oh, well, I wouldn't even rape her or whatever, something like that. Mm-hmm. It was a dumb joke. It was a joke, but I'm like, you're running for office, right? Like, if I was running for president, I'm not going to be out here, dropping retard bombs and, calling people whatever. Like, sure. Obviously,
and for the people that don't know about the Pixie allegations, like, this girl basically accused him, and they're in a whole lawsuit right now. Like, they're deep in the court system right now with the allegations where he basically, allegedly, they're trying to prove that he leaked, sexual stuff about this Pixie person onto the internet, like videos and stuff, and they're trying to prove that he did that he deliberately did that, or something along those lines, that he was the reason and cause of why that happened, because it's like a defamation type of thing, and there's a whole legal specifics on that. So it's bad. It's quite bad. Let's just say it's quite bad. But yeah, just for context for anyone that doesn't know.
Conduct would be significantly different. The fact that he dropped that was a crazy comment to make. Now, I don't know if that's why he got demonetized 100%. It might have been. But I'm just saying that, like, if he wasn't running for office, I don't think that comment would...
Which the videos do exist. They're just trying to prove if he deliberately did that or not. That's the whole point. And he might actually lose that case. So, I don't know.
Picked up anywhere near that level of traction.
The issue... Maybe. I'm not sure if I agree with that, right? My issue is that the stick that the platform is using and the stick that we're using on him, maybe it should shift for us culturally because he's running for office. I don't know if he was at the time, but I'll just grant it for you right now. However, the platform also like caved to that and demonetized him when
being good faith to Destiny. I mean, fine, whatever. I don't think he deserves it at this point, but I respect that she does give good faith to him. I do respect that about her.
And there are definitely much worse jokes that you have made that I do not believe you were demonetized on YouTube from.
But I'm gonna let her cook.
Like the shovel rape joke or comment.
Well, that was like in 2015. I don't even know if that was a joke, but that was in 2015. But also, I've been banned from Twitter for like 10 times.
Not Twitter.
Sargon 2016 comment ran in 19. You were spot on, Buzz. Yeah, actually, well, the reason I'm spot on that is because they did actually eventually figure it out within this conversation. And then Destiny completely drops the point and moves on to a completely different thing. But I wanted to mention this at the beginning so people know that this was the claim. This is the claim. And I'm not going to let Destiny run away from that. So a little bit of pre-watch on that on my part. But yes, I am spot on. True.
I said YouTube. I think I didn't the comment that he made.
Just to be fair.
Was it on Twitter?
It might have been on camera. He made it in the context of being a person running for office against another person who's like an elected official. I don't even know if it matters where he makes the comment. Like that's going to be.
He keeps
like the context
it up.
of like when
the context. You don't even know the context. What are you talking about?
Context. I mean, like the position that he's trying to occupy. I think it's going to significantly change people's perceived reactions to that. You know.
Okay, let me just check it. Macad.
Yeah, we should check. I don't actually remember 100% where that came from. I thought that was the context of that comment, though. He was running for the UKIP position.
You thought?
Because the UK had that fucking Leave party or whatever.
Hold on, it's not coming up quickly for me. So do you think that platforms should be more punitary to a person on their platform if they're running for office than if they're not running for office? Like YouTube.
Do I think they should be? Probably not. I don't necessarily think so. Okay. But I mean, like, it's going to increase the likelihood of anything getting caught. Like, I think if I had made my conservative comment or something about like tankies or I don't know or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd be really, really irked about getting demonetized on YouTube. But like, I understand like the huge like national spotlight and attention on everything now and the context and everything, right? When I'm getting so much attention and everything, it makes more sense why it would happen there.
Sure, yeah. So as long as there's like,
stupid to get demonetized, but like, I understand the context.
Yeah, I understand the context too. So like, my issue would be that like there was a lot of fervor from like especially 2016 to 2020. There was a lot of energy to going loud and screaming at platforms, screaming at movies, right? Remember that like girl who got like banned from like Mandalorian or whatever because she was like maybe a little bit like anti-Semitic or something like that, right? Getting people's jobs removed, getting their workplaces doxxed, all these sorts of things. There was like a massive amount of fervor on the left for this type of behavior for people that we like viewed as like problematic in some way. And I think that this was bad and disproportionately targeted the right because I think at the time the platforms were willing to like cater more to the left, maybe because it was louder. There's probably complex reasons as to why that was the case, which they are now catering to the right and is the same system is getting used. And I don't think people just being loud enough about it.
So this is the only part of the framing that I don't like. You say the same system is being used.
Oh, he made that wouldn't even rape you comment in 2016, just as a heads up. So it was like years later.
Years later.
If it was for that.
Look at that. Oh, if that's the case, maybe we shouldn't talk about it anymore, right?
And he didn't get demonetized for that then, right?
Yeah, now I don't know what he got demonetized for.
No, he did get demonetized for that. He did. They brought up old stuff and said, hey, actually, you said this comment that's being resurfaced. We're going to demonetize you for that. That's exactly what happened. Why are you playing like, well, maybe this didn't happen. Well, I don't know. Like this thing that's really bad to say. I don't know if it had a part of him getting demonetized at all. We don't know. Come on, bro. What do you say? First, you were like completely advocate, like the context. Oh, he's running for off and he's saying these things. Oh, that's like really bad, right? Like, come on now. And now it's like, well, now we don't even know if he got demonetized for that, bro. Like the changing of that, good one. Good one.
It could have just been enough people mad at him.
Too,
I
right?
have no idea. Yeah.
Because the only other like huge Patreon attack that I remember was the Lauren Southern stuff, and she was like firing flares at immigrants in the fucking ocean, right? So I mean, like,
yeah,
I feel like these things are. I can understand like where all of the.
It's not about the justification,
outrage comes
right?
From?
I understand. I never said, right?
Well, but it's also the mechanism is also different too. Like again, like I said, for the Bud Light stuff and for the other like the woke go broke Disney stuff. Like I think people on the left don't really care when conservatives do this. That's fine.
I'm laughing because there's a situation that I'm not going to bring up. That's going on, and I'm just gonna keep it at that.
Oh, hey, what's up? Yeah, I'm just letting this.
Oh, this bot. No. Hold up. What's going on? Oh, we got no missiles, man. We got no missiles. We're getting deleted.
Sorry, hold on one second. Oh, cool. Thank you very much.
Okay, it sounds like.
Yeah, I think that.
Also, I never said that it happened, right? I said this stuff about Sargon of Akkad because Hobbit brought up that joke. He looked into this. We're just getting it. It sounds like he said it in 2016. It got brought up again when he was running, which is why he got demonetized. So he didn't even get demonetized because of the statement originally. It's because enough fervor of the crowd, which was left angled against right, which I think there just was way more fervor for left to right cancelization. There's entire TikTok channels just dedicated to that, particularly when I started up in this space.
I understand, but like when you say there's more fervor, like does that make sense? Like what would have been, like what could have been?
What do you mean that makes sense? Yes, obviously there was more fervor to delete people on the left than there was on to delete people on the right than on the left. Like that's just true.
Equivalent in the other direction. Like what do you think? Like if the right was exercising the same amount as the left, what do you think the right would have gone up?
I'd have to look at like what was said by left people in that time. When did Hassan say like deserve 9/11 stuff?
Hassan wasn't even a streamer until like 2019, right?
Yeah. So I'm not sure. I'd have to look into it to like give up a comparable example. The issue is I can't think of a comparable example where a left-wing person says something really bad years ago, it gets brought up, and then they get like completely nuked and like demonetized. The closest I can think to would be somebody again doing something more right-wing, like making an edgy joke, because unfortunately edginess has been consumed by the right.
Hold on, but that kind of makes sense, right? It would be harder. I mean, we can think of some examples of this. So James Gunn, for instance, got nuked off of.
Yeah, but I'm not saying whether it's justified or unjustified or good or bad. I'm saying that I'm saying like that's like sure, I'm saying that like if somebody had like a crazy right-wing belief when they were younger, and then when they're older, they're on the left wing, and you're like, well, nobody got canceled for that. Well, that makes sense because they've changed positions. But if you had a right-wing belief growing up and then you got canceled for the same right-wing belief when you get older. But we know that this happened, right? Like we know that people. So in the case of what's her fucking name, Jenna Marbles, an old video from years ago of her saying,
"Bro, I'm looking at my upload speed right now, and I'm looking at my freaking." I'm looking at my stream, and I'm like, this one button fixed my upload issue, like to the max. 0 dropped frames on my part. This is amazing. And I think I'm gonna go AFK because I want to figure out what's going on with this. I really do.
Saying some racist joke. I don't
in real life stuff. The thing that I'm talking about is in real life stuff.
Know what it was, some sort of racist joke. It came out later in life. She made an apology and said like it was wrong and I'm a different person now, but she still got canceled. And people were doing this all the time. They were going back like 10-20 years to find like bad edgy things that they had said.
I don't know for Jenna Marbles. I don't think that really happened. It could be wrong on that, but like there was stuff that because she was kind of like edgy or said some stuff when she was younger, but I don't think once she kind of like came back and made her career, I don't know if she got like re-canceled for anything. There might have been stuff that gets brought up every now and then, but I don't think she got like
she stopped her career.
Canceled the second
she stopped making YouTube content.
Well, right? Yeah, she did it the first time, but that was because of I don't think once she came back to her career, I don't think she's ever been canceled. Like I think she quit after, I don't know if it was right after the IDub stuff or a little bit after. I did made that video on her, and she went on a little bit longer, but I think she quit, and then she came back a few years later, several years later, but I don't think she's like stopped after that.
Sure.
People are saying she left over fish. I don't know what the fuck fish is, but
and again, we can get into some of the justifications. I think a lot of the left's justifications for like the cancel behavior that they did was bad, and I think some of the justifications were good. The issue is that
they keep looping on the justifications when we're not talking about that. Like we agreed, or just like that's not the issue right now, but. Destiny keeps flipping back to the justifications when she literally is saying we're not talking about that.
People are even disagreeing with me that it happened disproportionately to the right, which it just obviously did. The issue is that because the right wears diapers more?
I understand it did. Yeah, it did. But what I'm trying to understand is like, do we think that it shouldn't have?
Well,
I just want to like the left.
I know that you want to move it in that direction. The issue is with your community right now that I've been fighting with, we're getting stuck at, did it even happen? And it's like, it obviously did. It obviously did, and it was just more directed at the right. This is obviously true. And if you're the issue is people calling me fucking retarded for this. And it's
oh my god, I'm thinking of Hannah Mongu. Sorry, I had the wrong person.
Yeah, Jenna canceled herself. So she made an apology video and then she stopped making content. But she stopped making content for a number of reasons, but in large part because of like the level of like fervor and anger that she had at her. I don't think she could track it anymore.
I would be surprised if, I guess I haven't listened to all of these conversations going on, but I was surprised if my community is saying that nobody on the right got canceled or banned or whatever a long time ago. I feel like
they're not saying nobody. That's not
yeah, look at him changing she never said nobody. She said it's obviously happening more to the right. Look at him changing the twisting the words that she's saying when she didn't say that. Look, that's why I like her. She's smart. Not gonna let him manipulate her like that.
I said that the right
was a little bit of a gaslighty tactic right there. Good one, Destiny.
Disproportionately affected by this. And they're saying,
like, listen to that.
She can't track it anymore.
I would be surprised if, I guess I haven't listened to all of these conversations going on, but I was surprised if my community is saying that nobody on the right got canceled or banned or whatever a long time ago.
Nobody said that. Good one.
Like, they're not saying nobody. That's not what I said, though. I said that the right was disproportionately affected by this. And they're saying that's not true.
Disproportionate word is, well, I would say that probably wasn't true, but it depends on where were we applying disproportionate at.
As in numbers, total numbers.
Yeah, but
no one ever does it that way, though. But it's true, but no one ever calculates it that way. Like, that's the cope he's going to make right now.
Would never apply proportionality like that in any other circumstance, I think, right? Like the proportionality shouldn't be like, it's the same percentage of people being held accountable for a thing. It should be,
they can make that argument.
Offenders.
They can make that argument, but right now the total numbers is also being argued, which it shouldn't be. Because I can't litigate every single justification of every single cancellation because I don't know all the cancellations and all of them. I'm sure some are justified and some are not. My issue that I'm pointing out to start off with is the right wing was disproportionately affected by this, which means that they were probably disproportionately affected by both justified and unjustified cancellations, and they feel big feelings as a result of that. Because it would be very annoying if your side was constantly getting
but the big problem is that but the big problem is they don't feel big feelings about being unjustifiably nuked. They feel big feelings about what we would call on our side justifiable nukes. I think that's the big issue, right?
No one cares about that. No, that's not the big issue. We're not talking about the justifications. You keep saying, but we thought it was justified, so that's why this is okay. And I'm like, we don't care about the justification on either side. That's not the point. But you want to keep going back to it. Stop it.
Their issue isn't like, I can't believe there are people that got banned because they incorrectly said something about, like the YouTube algorithm identified it incorrectly. They would say, I can't believe we got banned for speaking the truth about ivermectin and COVID.
I'm just not trying to justify their feelings. I'm saying that they are wrong and that way more right-wingers got canceled. And some of it was justified and some of it was not.
If we're talking about reacting to their feelings, then we are in a way justifying their feelings.
See, the Destiny can't disconnect it within his head. Well, like, he can't disconnect those two concepts from within his head. Like, since we are talking about that, it must be true that this is what you're saying, right? And she's literally saying, no, there's a difference here. But it seems like Destiny can't disconnect those two things because he has a feeling on the situation and he wants his feelings hurt, I guess, or whatever.
Thanks, right?
Of your community?
No. Or wait, I thought you were talking about right-wingers. You said they have big feelings about it. Or did you mean my community has big feelings about it?
Yeah, I'm not justifying their feelings necessarily, right? I am saying that they definitely did receive a large amount of cancellation, more than the left did, and we can probably find a number of examples where they got canceled when a left-winger didn't, and we can't find super good examples of multiple left-wingers getting the same level of cancel energy directed at them, despite like much worse things.
Well, that you added that ending part, and that's what I don't agree with. I don't think there were a whole bunch of left-wingers that I'm just...
Okay, then find an example. If you disagree, find an example. She gave the examples of where right-wingers are getting deleted. Now find an example where left-wingers are getting deleted for the same amount of stuff in the past. Like, do it. Oh, I disagree because I don't feel that way. Well, find an example. Come on, Destiny, give an example.
I'm trying to think, who are all these left-wingers that should have been canceled that weren't? Or what is the behavior that we think was sliding under the radar? No,
that's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about we're not talking about the opposite of what you just said. We're talking about the opposite of what you said. Like, listen to this again. We're not talking about
that ending part, and that's what I don't agree with. I don't think there were a whole bunch of left-wingers that like I'm just trying to think of like who are all these left-wingers that should have been canceled that weren't, like, or what is the behavior?
No, that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about trying to find information of where left-wingers we're trying to find where are the left-wingers that getting canceled just as much as the right-wingers. That's what we're looking for. We're not looking for whether they deserved it or not. We're looking for where is the evidence of where they're actually getting just as proportionally deleted as the right. That's what we're looking for. But he keeps switching it to that, which is so annoying.
That we think like was sliding under the radar or something.
Edgy jokes probably is some of these things, right? Saying like really politically like insane things like that we should take away people's like public property, for example, or that like maybe like terrorism is like
okay. Wait, come on. We should take away people's public property is going to be on
Private
the same
property.
level as saying that like, I don't know if that's like you think people should have been like kicked off platforms for that?
Nope, I don't. But there isn't even a conversation about what the left should be kicked off for. But there are obviously things that the left does.
But that's what I'm trying to, like, I think there's some stuff now that, like, for Hassan saying, like, there's stuff now that's...
Yeah, now. Yeah, you.
I think you and your cancellations are a great example of
Yeah, but I've been banned from so many platforms so many times, so I feel like I got hit the appropriate amount of times. I've been banned more than most right-wingers have, so...
Do you think that your
I just don't think...
bans were justified and were the right stick at the right time?
I mean, for some of them, yeah. I mean, I think my Twitch ban was kind of bullshit, at least for permanent. But like,
we have people saying like, kill landlords, kill landlords,
True.
kill all white men.
No. But that wasn't like.
Oh, now what do you mean? They've been saying this for a long time.
Like 2019, 2020.
No, that wasn't.
Bro, Temple was talking about this back in 2020. Are you serious? He just has a major blind spot. He's completely in his own bubble. Like anything that's bad on the left, like obviously he has never heard of it. Like he's just ignorant on that, and that's why he has this weird belief that he thinks the Democrats are just the best party. I guess true. Like blue, no matter who, man. And this is why he's literally ignorant to this stuff. He's ignorant to this stuff. That's why he has this ideology and doesn't want to be sympathetic to the right at all. Like he's just ignorant to what's actually been going on the other side. Like true. And then he says, "Oh, but the other side just doesn't know all the facts, and that's why they don't believe what Destiny believes." And I'm like, "Bro, you're just projecting at that point."
I don't think that was as common a talking point.
True.
Well, it just
I don't think most
should have been maybe bannable.
Sure, I think that.
So you see how hard it is for them to even like say like, "I don't even want to agree with this." Like, look at that.
There are definitely.
It was so hard for him to answer that.
I think that it would be hard to go back and, okay, here's a basic question, I guess. Do you think that if we were to grade everything on the same level of like, this is good, this is bad, whatever, if we were to grade everything fairly, do you think that, and then we had an ultimate content moderator God to catch every single thing that somebody had said or done, do you think that the same number of right-wing and left-wing people proportionally, do you think the same number would have been banned?
No, I think the right would probably catch more bans.
Okay, so I think they would disagree, and I think that's like the issue.
That your audience would disagree that the right would catch more bans if the like a perfect
the right would
moderation
disagree,
God?
and it sounds
of course, the right would disagree.
It sounds like you're saying that it should have been like equal, or it would have been equal.
She's never said that it would be equal. She keeps saying she's not justifying it. She keeps saying that, and you keep going back to, but I feel like you're saying that both sides are equal. And like, when did she ever say that? Like, what are you talking about?
Nope, that's not what I'm saying.
See?
I'm saying
okay, that's what it sounded like you were implying earlier because of the proportionality.
What it started as is me saying right-wing people have just been canceled more. They just have been.
Yeah.
Unquestionably.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
And people
That's
are disagreeing with me on that.
That's it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right? That's like the starting
it.
point. If we can't even agree with that, I don't know what to do. Like there's no starting point to talk about this. Then we could go into when it's justified and when it's not. I suspect that the right wing caught way more unjustified bans as well, which would explain some of their anger and frustrations.
What percentage of their anger or frustration? Or what are we calling unjustified? That's that party.
Look at it. See, like when it doesn't revolve around him and being on his side. He's like, well, we need to dig into the deep philosophical and like answer this properly without actually we have to go into the semantics for something he disagrees with, but when it comes to something he agrees with, he's like, well, actually, yeah, that's just true. Like we don't need to dig into like is this actually legitimately like something we should like worry about? But like he digs into things that he disagrees with 100%. Like it's I mean it makes sense. I understand it's like human nature, but I just wanted to show the contradiction.
Would be
because Destiny loves the contradiction. Oh, he loves to point out contradictions.
What we decide upon later, right? Once we can agree that the right caught more, then we can go to the conversation of when it is justified or not. But if we can't even agree that the right caught more...
No, I understand you said that. I'm just saying you keep adding that part of like some of their feelings are coming from the unjustified bans. But that's not my perception. I don't think their feelings are coming from the unjustified bans. I think their feelings are coming from bans that people would say were justified.
I mean, it's probably
like
coming
the right wing,
from...
It's coming from both. Like, you know, two things can happen at the same time, Destiny, right? It's coming from both.
Policy changes that the right wing are celebrating are the fact that there are no more bans anywhere for like COVID misinformation. They think that's a good thing.
Yeah, I agree. I imagine I'm not waiting on the right to necessarily say what would be justified or not. The issue is that we would have to agree on what's justified, and something like kill all landlords, we can all probably agree is not justified on the left, right? Which wasn't getting capped in the way that like Great Replacement was, which I think both of these things are really bad.
Yeah, I would agree that both of those things are...
Yeah, so if the justification stick isn't being applied equally to each groups, that's a big issue as well. And what I'm saying is the right wing caught more, and I am saying I suspect, it's quite likely, since they caught more, that they also caught more unjustified bans, which they have big feelings about all of the bans, but the feelings about the unjustified bans are fair, because we would agree that they were unjustified. And if they caught more of them, they're going to be very angry about this, right? Especially when the left
That's not why they're angry. Like, if you got rid of all of the unjustified bans, their anger would go from like 100% to like 99%.
Yeah, but then the moderates would have a way less things to sink their teeth into when they point to left-wing cancel culture, right?
Yeah, but real-life moderates don't, like, people that are looking at things with an honest lens are not sinking their teeth.
With an honest, bro, listen to this. People that are listening with an honest lens, basically he's saying, people that agree with me already, that don't really support either candidate, but they already agree with me. Like obviously they they would believe, like they would agree. They would just agree with me like 100%. Like it's such a wild way to say it.
Teeth into those things. They're going like, oh yeah, that sucks. 100% to like 99%.
Yeah, but then the moderates would have a way less things to sink their teeth into when they point to left-wing cancel culture, right?
Yeah, but real-life moderates don't, like, people that are looking at things with an honest lens are not sinking their teeth into those things.
Yeah, because if they think that if they're like sympathetic to Trump, they're not honest. True.
Going like, oh yeah, that sucks, but it really doesn't change the argument much at all.
Yeah, but it's really unfortunate when they have multiple examples of unjustified bans.
No, yes. Not really at all. It doesn't impact that whatsoever. Like, if we were to find out that Jenna Simpson actually...
What do you mean? There's so many different... Like, didn't you just... Like, he literally banned a lawyer dude because he was a moderate and he didn't agree with Destiny's worldview. like, what are you saying? Oh, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like Trump won again because of, like, a bunch of moderates and stuff like that. No, that's not a big deal. Like, how are you having these two different, like, contradictory things in your head at the same time?
Her husband, like a big piece of shit doo-doo, and she was going to break his big TV. I don't think anybody fair would never, that wouldn't move the needle. Like, oh, fuck, okay, I understand why I killed her. Maybe it wasn't, the worst thing in the world. Like, that's not moving the needle at all.
What are you even talking about?
For the moderates?
Like, if there might have been, no, I don't think so. The moderates aren't seeing reality. The moderates are seeing what conservatives are showing them. And what conservatives are showing them are that every single one of the conservatives are being banned unfairly because it's not because
exactly, yeah. Yes, so she's correct. Yeah, they're showing all of the unjustified things. True. Yes.
Banned for misinformation. They're being banned for the truth. Conservatives aren't upset because they got banned for COVID misinformation or because there were unjust bans. They feel like they got banned because the Jews or the deep state or whoever's controlling all of social media was trying to suppress the truth that COVID was either fake or the deadliest disease ever, and that the vaccines were fake or the deadliest things ever. That's what they got actually mad about.
Yeah, but the issue is that if they were also feeling like they were getting their speech staunched at school or at work because they were like making too edgy of a joke, all of this gets lumped together in a Gordian knot, which is fucking stupid. But this was also all happening too. And so again, there are certain justified bans that I will just stand by, and most moderates will stand by. Most moderates will be like, yeah, the JQ shit's kind of crazy. But when the moderate person, especially who says retard, is getting pressured at work, is worried that they like might become the main character of the week, I think that that's really bad. And I think it's a really bad thing that was often the energy of canceling these types of people was coming from the left. It certainly wasn't the right trying to cancel people for saying retard. So I agree that the right was like probably received a lot more justified bans as well and staunching of their speech. The issue is that for the moderate experience, this cancel culture bled so extensively that it was impacting their day-to-day life where they didn't feel like they could say some things. And now they can capitalize, the conservatives can capitalize on that genuine sentiment that was driven from the left and use that to peddle like insane shit, which is, again, if they didn't have that, we would be in a much better position. If moderates hadn't felt afraid to say retard or to like make edgy like sexism jokes or racism jokes, that we would be in a better position.
That's just
Why
true.
not just like gaslight them and call them crazy and say that stuff never happens?
Oh wow, yeah. I mean, yeah, that tactic does work, but probably should use it on you instead. True, 100%. And this is the thing that I want to. This is the thing I want. Like, this is the thing I want to use. True. Like, that's what we should use for Destiny from now on. Like, why don't we just gaslight them instead and just say that they're wrong? True. Like, just lie to them. True. True, Destiny. True. How's that court case going?
I don't really believe these complaints for moderates. Yes, the reason I don't believe these complaints is that, like, anytime a black...
No, we already know what you don't believe. You don't believe this complaint is because the moderates are getting fed misinformation from the right, and the only reason they believe these things... The only reason they say these things is because the right is saying bad things. True.
Person complains about racism. Anytime a woman complains about sexism, the go-to argument is always, oh, well, this person's crazy. That never happened. They call everything this or that or blah, 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 blah. And then people move on from it. And I think that there are people in those categories that have like a lot more legitimate complaints. The conservatives who are saying that like, oh my God, I'm worried that I'm going to be randomly charged with a rape because I looked at a woman at work wrong.
No, they're
so I don't know why
worried that they're like
the complaints from the right so much, but like from the left, they're like, oh, well, these things are all fictitious, and I believe everything the right says about their complaints.
I think the moderate is definitely, if the right starts in quotes, so when did the moderate start hating the right? When they started pushing church into all of their spaces and telling them that they couldn't say the word like God's name in vain and starting to like shove their personal predilections down the throats of the moderates that are stupid, just trying to work and take care of their kids. And I think the left did that dominantly from 2016 to 20. Like, I'm sure the right tried to, maybe at times, but the main pressure that moderates would have experienced, absolutely. And the reason that they would care about it is because they're selfish, because it personally affected them.
Yep.
Yeah, but then I mean, then I think that the only thing that needs to change is like the messaging to show that the right is lying about a lot of this stuff. I think I don't think like when you take the position of like I need to purify like everything on my side so much so that every single thing is beyond criticism or beyond reproach. One, that's just never going to happen. It's always going to be possible.
Is that my position though?
Well, when your position is saying like, well, the moderates have something to sink their teeth into. No. The moderates, you're looking for something, you're being shown something if that's what you're sinking your teeth into.
Not if their daily life, they've experienced it, right? And they understand that feeling of being canceled.
Their daily life, that's not true. I don't believe that the daily life of most people is getting canceled.
Erudite literally gave you examples of people in their daily life getting that, but I guess Erudite's just lying. That's just true. Good one, Destiny.
For calling somebody retarded. I don't believe that.
Okay, by canceled, if we're including things like socially ostracized, being pulled into HR and told that they're not allowed to do it, yes, moderates are being affected. And to everyone who's saying that's a vibe, yeah, moderates who are uninformed on politics are fucking stupid. It's all fucking vibes all the way through. Sorry.
But it's not, regardless of vibes, I just don't like even in the places that I work, like if I would have called a coworker like a retard in front of like a customer, I would have gotten shouted at by my supervisor. And this is in fucking Nebraska, Council Bluffs, Iowa. Like where are all these work environment? I don't believe this. I think these are things conservatives are saying and they're telling people to feel this way. And so people are vibing with it. But like what work environment are we in where we're like casually like shouting retard at people and we're like, oh my God, I can't believe HR nailed me on this one. Like even 20 years ago.
Like 90% of like blue collar work. What are you talking about? Yeah, he's just ignorant. He's just ignorant in like the working class. He's just ignorant in the working class. Like that's where they're just shouting retard all the time. Have you been to game lobbies? Like you're a gamer. You've been to game lobbies. They say way worse than that. on a daily basis. But yeah, where are they doing this? Oh, I don't know where this is going on. Oh, we're just gonna pretend we have no idea. Good one, Destiny.
So I feel like you would got in trouble for that. No,
it's going to be like anywhere that's, I still to this day, when I enter like more left social spaces, you're held hostage by like the most politically correct person, right?
True.
Where you like say like retard and they'll be like, ooh, I don't know about that. It's shifting back, which is good right now. It's shifting back for all of the worst fucking reasons though. But yes, you would.
Well, yeah,
like,
but I mean, like,
everyone has experienced being socially held hostage to the most PC person, and the issue is that that threat had teeth because people can go to your HR. Was it the daily experience that if somebody said retard, they just immediately re-reported to HR? No, but they were seeing it on social media. They were hearing about their friends happening it. I already told you, I know 8 different people at university alone who experienced this. Right? I just do, and so this was impacting people's personal lives.
I mean, like, I feel like it's a matter of what you put focus on. Because I mean, like, you're always being held hostage by people in your social group in terms of what you can or can't say. Like, there's never ever been like, this is the ultimate anarcho free speech socialist group where everything goes. Like, everybody always has some shit that they get irritated about.
Yeah, we're not talking about like everyone does this all the time, and this is how it is. We're saying that this is disproportionately on one side of the political sphere. Like, that's the problem here. But I guess we're just going to pretend that didn't happen.
Or stuff that you can't bring up for whatever reason.
About.
See?
But that's not what I'm talking about.
Yep. Told you. We're not
right,
talking
I'm not making it sound like when the left won the culture war that like now that people can't say retarded, like people were getting either HR'd or they were getting kicked out of their social groups.
No,
like, I think like just language.
No, that's not a genuine reframe. Well, that's not a framing of what I said.
Yeah, you're not. Yeah, exactly. Good one. Thank you. Thank you.
Did I say?
Okay, I completely didn't understand. Or what reframe? What my reframe was? What do you think I just said? You thought that you didn't say?
It seems like you're saying that people are running around screaming retard at their boss, right? I'm not saying that they're screaming retard at their boss of work. I'm not saying these
I didn't say boss. I said coworkers.
Sure. Okay. Coworkers. Okay. I'm not saying that they're running around doing all this stuff, right? What I'm saying is that there was unquestionably, driven from the left, a zeitgeist around how you can talk and think and speak, and things like edgy humor, anything that was perceived as racist or transphobic or all these things absolutely impacted people. And this type of zeitgeist that encouraged the behavior where we would maybe like socially get weird, all the way to getting poor grades suddenly for conservative opinion, all the way to getting called into HR, which didn't happen often. I don't think it happened all of the time, right? But I think it did happen, right? That this whole capture of culture was driven from the left and went all the way up to bans on YouTube, whether they were justified or not. And this entire sentiment settled in a large part because of the left being unfettered in its cancel culture.
I mean, I guess I understand. Yeah, okay. I mean, I guess I kind of understand what you're talking about. I feel like but
I'm using this.
It's always changing, and people are always like being captured, and people are always like moving in directions.
I agree.
And things like
I agree.
Wow.
Which is
yeah. People are always dying. People are always getting killed by things. It's just a natural sort of things that just happens. Like, bro, what are you talking about? What argument is this? Things always happen, so therefore it's fine? Like, what are you saying, Destiny?
When conservatives bring this up, well, because when conservatives bring this up, I will immediately point to when, like, at Christian space and like churches, when Republicans had more power, they just like wouldn't let you say like fuck and shit like that, right? They like did the same thing.
Yeah, that is the opposite. That is the opposite of what's going on. It used to be like that, and now it's not like that. So yes, that is a perfect analogy for what's going on. Every other analogy that Destiny made to try and justify the situation, because like that's what Destiny was doing. He keeps going back to justification. So anytime he brings an argument against her, it's a justification for his side, which she obviously wasn't talking about. But I guess he just couldn't understand that for like the last 41 minutes. But yeah, but what she's saying is true. Falling to the other side where we can't even like curse words are just are bannable offenses, like that's like woke right, basically the woke right. So you got the woke left and then the woke right, where they're banning speech for words that they don't like. So we don't want to go back to that. We just want to move it away from the woke left and go back to the center where everything's fine to say.
The reason that I ever brought this up is as one extra explanation for a long litany of reasons as to why right-wingers are mad. It's not to say that they're fully justified in their anger. It's just to say that this is one of the reasons driving the anger, and something that moderates blame the left for. They don't blame the right for. It's mostly a matter of internet history that I'm referring to, but people keep en masse disagreeing with me that conservatives even got banned or moderated more, right? In fact,
Sure.
I've had people try to tell me that left-wingers actually got targeted more. There's been people in my chat being like, actually it was the left that was targeted from 2016 to 2021, which is absurd. That's obviously not true.
Actual code.
If you're just doing a description of things, then I think I would agree, but you're missing
That's
a lot.
literally what she's been saying the entire time. A description of things. How did you not understand that?
Of language, it makes it seem like it's more prescriptive or that you're justifying the other end. So it's hard to.
Well, the issue is
No, you're not listening to her. She literally says we're not justifying it multiple times, but you're like, but it sounds like you are though. And I'm like, bro, you're not listening.
I love that sometimes.
people are baking in a lot of prescriptions as well. Like, you can just ask me and clarify if that's the prescription that I'm making. Am I prescribing that we should just be like en masse banning the left to make up for it? Or that am I even prescribing language or rhetoric to people? I'm literally not. I'm starting with the description that this is true, that it did happen, and people won't even concede that.
But you're not just saying that it's true and it did happen. You're also adding in secondary things where you're saying that, like,
Well, yeah, because you asked for examples. And when you ask for examples, she's going to give you an example. And you're like, aha, look, see, you're doing it. And I'm like, you asked for an example, so I gave you an example. And now you're just trying to do a gotcha. Good one, Destiny.
there were probably a larger amount of unjustified bans. So you're saying that there were bans that happened that shouldn't have happened for the right wing, and that might be a big reason why they're mad. So and that sounds like a valid justification, I think, to anybody, right? Like, well, if we're going to ban for unjustified reasons, then they should be mad, right?
If it would be better that when I'm debating people like Hobbit Follower, I just keep holding him to the position of, but you can agree that the right experienced it more, you can agree that the right experienced it more, and finally get him to concede that, sure, then I should move into the justification. Maybe that would be a stronger like debate system. But however, if we're going into the justification system, we could talk about that, but we're not even there yet. If the conversation can't move past, of course the right experiences more. And of course, this cancel culture was driven from the left in recent internet history.
Yeah, I mean, okay, hold on. I'm going up an elevator. I might lose your phone. Give me 25 seconds.
Okay.
Can you hear me in here, or is it totally cut off?
I can hear you. I don't think you can hear me though. Hello, hello?
Here, okay, I changed my mind. You can have
Hello, hello?
oh, okay, can you hear me? Hello, hello?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Can I ask you a quick question?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and then I'll make my point. Or I can make a point, you ask a question.
Okay, make your point.
Okay, the only thing I was going to say is that, like, there's going to be some language, there's going to be some descriptions, there's going to be some analyses that are going to just feel so normatively loaded. It's going to be very, very hard to separate out, like, any normativity, like any like loading from the descriptions that you're making. And I think people are always going to feel a certain type of way. I think it's okay to do that if you're trying to provoke a certain response, but it's otherwise it's going to be really hard, right? Like,
sure.
So if somebody were to tell me like,
to rebut you
like
on
if I were
this.
to make this,
Sorry, just
real quick. If I were to say like,
but I'm getting roped into making arguments that I'm not, and you're doing it right now.
It doesn't matter. I don't care. No, I'm not doing it right now. I'm telling you what's happening. If I say the statement, black people are dumber than white people in the United States, that is a descriptively true statement. I will never get past that statement to talk about like education or social systems or whatever else if I make that statement, because that's so normally loaded. People are like, what do you mean they're dumb? You think they're genetically inferior? You think that they're whatever? That's all I'm saying. I'm saying everybody's going to get hung up on that description, no matter how true it might be.
Okay.
But Destiny, you're smarter than that. You should know that that's not what we're talking about. Like, you agree with that, and you're going to move on. Like, yes, what you're saying is true. Other people are going to do that. But in this conversation, it's just moot. Like, it doesn't matter. Like, you know she's not talking about this. She told you multiple times that we're not talking about that. But you still keep going back and being like, well, it's just kind of hard to do this. And I don't know if I can really, like, get off this topic. And, like, Destiny, come on now. Are you really making that argument? Are you really making you're too stupid to actually understand to move to the next part of the conversation and like stop getting hung up on that same thing? Like, are you just that stupid? Like, seriously, Destiny?
So justified versus unjustified bans is only something I brought up within the process of this conversation when you said, I can agree that the right wing got more bans. And then we moved on to justification because nobody could even...
No, you brought that up. It came up in the Hobbit conversation,
But that's because he was also moving towards justification.
Sure, but then you say, well, we don't need to talk about that. But then the Sargon of Akkad example came up, and it's like, oh, well, now it feels like Kyla thinks that a lot of these bans were unjustified.
Yeah, so
like that's where the feelings are going to be.
Sure,
which is true. There was a lot of unjustifiable bans, but like that's just true, Destiny. I know you disagree with that, but like it's just true. That just happened. There was a lot of them. We're not talking. She's not specifically talking about the ratio, but there was a lot of them.
Okay, quick question. Do you disagree that there were probably unjustified bans?
I mean, I would cautiously agree with that, depending on where you're going with it. But yeah, I'm sure there were.
Cautiously agree with that.
Just like bans that if we could wave the magic moderator walk.
Like, see, look, he doesn't even want to grant. He's cautiously granting that maybe there was some, there was maybe one or two unjustified bans on the right. Like, he's like, I'm cautious about that. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Just like that's like the good faith when this conversation from him is just disgusting. It's just doesn't exist, man.
Watch me go. Yeah, this was not fair. The thing was not happening. It was just driven by like a hate mob. Not good. Okay.
Probably, yeah.
Okay, so
it's like pulling teeth for him to
we
get
can
that
have
answer.
that justification.
Holy
okay?
crap!
But that's not even my point. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
My point with Hobbit, where we were stuck at right at that moment, was that he didn't even agree that the right was getting banned more. Right? He asked me for an example, which is why it gets into like this muddy area. But the issue is that I don't know how to have like the perfect rhetoric where people like won't jump down my throat over if like we can't even grant the first fact. In fact, I'm getting called a retard en masse for that. And then when I move on to the examples, because I'm trying to like be good and engage with my opponent, I move on to examples. People are getting mad because now I'm like making prescriptive language and stuff like that. And it's like, you wanted to move it into this conversation of justification, which we can talk about. I'm willing to talk about these things. And yes, there are some prescriptions that will emerge from whether it's justified or not. But
yeah, I understand what you're saying. My guess is going to be, and I can't know because I can't read Hobbit's mind, and I could just disagree with Hobbit here. Maybe we would just fundamentally disagree. But my guess is going to be whether Hobbit realizes it or not. He's probably hitting on that, like, whether you think the bans were justified or not, when he says more people were banned. Because when the example that gets brought up is Sargon of Akkad, and that was an example of like a bad ban or an unjustified ban, and he's going to feel like you think that most of the bans against right-wingers were unjustified, and that's where all of their anger comes from. That's my guess. He's not saying this, but I think that's what's happening mentally when he wants to fight against it in your...
So you're psychoanalyzing. Like, we're at the point where he can't really make a good argument, so we just got to psychoanalyze that guy and just assume that he's actually trying to make the point that benefits Destiny's point. True. Yeah. Let's just assume that. True. Why? Because it makes Destiny, like, be the winner in this. 100%. Like, okay. Good one, Destiny.
Or a conversation. Does that make sense?
Sure. I don't know how much of that is like my responsibility or whether like it's up to my opponent to like clarify what I mean necessarily. If I give Sargon of Akkad and then I describe him as a moderate right-winger back in 2016, right? You should probably assume from that, unless you think I'm fucking retarded, that I probably don't think Alex Jones is somebody who's a moderate right-winger, right?
Yeah, exactly. See, like, good one, Destiny. You're so stupid that you couldn't even like distinguish that. Nice one.
Probably unreasonable to presume that I would be assuming this. Otherwise, like, now the burden of my language in this conversation is so insanely high that it's like good charity is not happening at this point anymore.
Must suck, huh? No, I'm just kidding. Okay. That's what I'm just saying. That's what I think is happening. Is the feeling of the conversation can feel kind of victim blaming or prescriptive, even if you're not trying to be, but that's my guess. But also, I have set all this stuff up. Thanks for the conversation. I'm glad to hop on the fuck Kylo train. So, also, there's some guy in the room below or whatever who's a mega fucking simp or whatever. He's got like a purple avatar. You should tell the guy to chill out. Okay? Have fun. Bye.
Gotcha. He's a big hater. Gotcha. Have fun. Bye.
You are almost one.
I might actually freaking join her Patreon because I would like to talk to her about the whole issue with her and the other information. So this is the video that was actually going on. I'm gonna just do that just so I can get that information. We're gonna watch this. Should we watch this next? Or do I want to do more Destiny content? Okay, we'll do a little sidetrack because it's only 22 minutes long. We'll do a minor Destiny content. Minor Destiny content.
This reaction is disproportionate, and maybe I'm wrong there, maybe I don't understand people's values and we're really pro-animals or whatever, but I would say that this reaction is like disproportionate to the size of the thing.
I think the issue that Dr. K is seeing...
But yeah, Kyla cooked him. True. Kyla just cooked him. Nice. Good one, Kyla. This is why I like Kyla. Or notsoErudite.
He's analyzing this like an ordinary kind of like internet drama situation.
This girl. Yes, true.
And I think from his perspective, like it makes sense. Like the reaction is like really unhinged and super disproportionate. It's like, well, why do people care about this so much? But I think there's a lot of, one, because he's a political person, there's a lot of like baggage associated with this. And then two, I think it's almost like I actually think you can map a lot of it onto the pirate software stuff, where you're having somebody where it's so obvious that something wrong has happened. Like it's like George Floyd, basically. We have video footage of it and you can see so much of it. And it's just very clear and plain and obvious what's happening. So for that to be the case, and then for people to be openly telling you that you're not seeing it and it's not actually happening, and they're all like mapped on these clean lines politically of all the people that have made excuses before, like this is just kind of it's like a moment of, oh my God, we got him. It's almost like the Martha Stewart stuff, although she wasn't quite as reality shattering as, like MAGA or the Hassan crowd is now. So I think that he's missing this whole aspect of the conversation, which I don't necessarily blame him. I don't know how much he covers like political streamer drama. Well, actually, when I got in person, I kind of brought this up a little bit. It feels like sometimes since he doesn't cover political streamer drama, he's not aware of environments where people are, like the way that he's analyzing this is everybody's kind of sort of trying to navigate this as best they can. And, like some people make mistakes and maybe some people exaggerate a little bit, but he's not used to analyzing environments, or at least he's not analyzing this environment as though there's one side that is like deliberately telling lies and deliberately trying to tell everybody that what they saw is not what they actually saw and deliberately misleading people. Like it doesn't sound like he's analyzing
Hassan's dog. Yeah, they're so Dr. K actually I'm gonna look for so this is just the Destiny and Last Night in Destiny and Destiny video. I want to find, there's a DDG clip where it's the full thing. DDG clips, let's see. Like it's on this channel, but where you find the unedited version of that, which I really want to actually like look on. The songs are good, well in an unfortunate way. Oh, well, actually, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, okay, so here it is. Nice. We got a whole hour. Is it? Actually, let me see. Let me go through this. No, this is not it. Not it. All right, go back. I thought it was it. Let's see. The AI song of Hassan shocking. Oh, really? Oh, no. Next to Hassan dog shock color. Oh, wait, actually, hold up. So, when did this come out? Does he ever? Oh, okay, good. All right, 10, 20, 10, 18, 25. All right, so we're going to look for this manually. At Destiny clips. No. Destiny VODs. I'll Discord you it. Yes, actually do that because we'll watch that maybe. Playlist. There we go. What did I say it was? 1016, whatever. 1018. So that was, how many days ago was that? That's Let's see. How many days was that? Let's see. Oh, that was 1, 2, 7. That was like 8 days ago. Okay. Oh man.
Shot my dog, I can't stand.
Ninja Marks generated this shit.
Yeah, shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah, shot my dog into
Why does he have dreads? Why does he have dreads?
2,000 volts straight in her top. Cause my dog can't stay in her spot. Yeah. Got this remote on me like in my Glock. If Kaya try to move, she out of love. She better know I don't give a fuck. She's getting off her place, she's getting strong. Gotta stay in that little place for 8 hours. She getting up, I can't allow her. She my Palestine, I got the power. I'm in my electric ivory tower. Why she act like such a baby? When I shock her, she go crazy, making me look bad on the stream. Gonna hit her with my power beam. I don't know why that stupid dog G up. She should know better not to call for help. Cause you already know when my stream is. I do some shit that would get me banned. Don't you know how much money I spent?
This is terrible.
That dog costs more
But
than
it's hilarious. I love it.
your mama ran. I got the most expensive breed.
This is well done,
You know that's
actually.
the one I need. That stupid dog is so spoiled. Yeah, one more time she getting boiled. Moving with my dog to China. I'll lead her up, goodbye to Kaya.
That is wild. Son shocks his dad, gets everyone to lie for him. We're not gonna watch that, but that is something. Wait, is this 1018? Let's figure that. Oh, this is 1017. Okay, so we were about to waste our time on looking through this VOD when we didn't need to. Unfortunate but funny. Yes, yes. All right, so maybe this is probably... Is this 1018? Yes, it is. All right, we found it. Where's the original Dr. K? Oh, there it is. There it is. There it is. How long does he actually talk about it? That's 40 minutes. Oh, and then he goes back to... Wait, no. Does he go back to it? Doesn't seem like he goes back to it. Let's see. Let's see. What's going on here?
Coverage first, all right?
Okay, I got to get
YSK.
see you later.
Oh,
Lightning dog. Oh man, feels bad.
I was gonna
man.
watch.
So important to see that this guy is brought to justice. Actually, and this is what's happening right now because we're talking across each other. We're not actually listening to each other. We're just like getting pissed at each other, blaming each other, and then like inviting the rest of the world to be less stupid, right? We're smart, you're dumb.
Yeah, poor doggo.
And that is
Poor
not
doggo.
working, y'all. It's just not working.
But
this is why dialogue, as we've
hilarious.
seen a decline in dialogue, we see more things like this, where it's shots fired, followed by defenses, followed by tribal thinking, followed by defense versus attack.
Not the shocking part, it's the fact that he's trying to lie about it. That's the hilarious part. It's insane. All right, see ya. Thanks for stopping by,
us versus them. There's no
Hopefully
like,
I'll
hey,
get
can
the
we sit down
chat fixed next time.
And try to figure out what's like going on. How is this for you? Like what, what's going on with you? Like, everyone feels this way. Like, what do you think about that? Like, there's no dialogue. And then we get to, I think, the weird stuff. Okay? Now, this is where there's something weird in the air that is hard for me to describe. But I think there's a lot of projection. There's a lot of displacement.
Whoops.
And the reason, like, when I look at this, when I look at this, like, this 78K, like, this blows my mind. And Hassan is like, hey, there's a genocide going on, right? There's all kinds of problems in the world. And it's not just a genocide. There's, like, American, like, rural hospitals in America are closing down. Like, there's still conflict in Israel and Palestine. There's a lot of, like, weird stuff happening in the U.S. There's war between Ukraine and Russia. There are problems in the EU. Was it not Indonesia? Which country was it? Nepal, maybe? Had, like, a revolution where they elected somebody on Discord. I'm forgetting which country it was. I think it was Nepal. And they fucking dragged their finance minister through the streets and, like, whipped him and stuff like that. Like, there's all kinds of stuff going on. And this is what we get really focused on. Right? So for the people who are, like, hammering Hassan, why is it that it is so important to see that this guy is brought to justice about this issue? Do y'all get what I'm saying? Like, why is there such a intense desire to see this outcome resolved in a particular
I never actually watched. See, this is what happens when I watch the actual thing. Now I get to see why now I see why Destiny had that type of reaction. Because, like, he's basically saying, like, why is this such a big deal, guys? Like, why is this such a big deal? Like, people do animal abuse all the time, but why are we so focused on this guy? True. Actually true.
Way. Do y'all get, like, that's a little bit weird? Like, what is our investment?
It is weird.
As a community in this? Are we suddenly, like, super pro animal rights? Or, like, what's going on here? Are we going to try to, like, protect it? Like, why are we so invested in this?
True.
And this is where I think there's a lot of projection, there's a lot of displacement. I'm not quite sure what this is. I'd really have to sit down and talk to a lot of people to really understand what's going on. But this is what I feel. So this is the part that I think is, like, the sketchiest part of what I'm going to say. So what I detect is a lot of pent up resentment. And now that resentment is coming out. I would say that this reaction is disproportionate, and maybe I'm wrong there, maybe I don't understand people's values and we're really pro animals or whatever, but I would say that this reaction is, like, disproportionate to the size of the thing. Right? Now,
yeah.
I want to say, like, I'm going to just check in the chat for a second.
I can agree with that.
I think the issue that Dr. K is seeing here is he's analyzing this like an ordinary kind of like internet drama situation. And I think from his perspective, it makes sense. Like, the reaction is, like, really unhinged and super disproportionate. It's like, well, why do people care about this so much? But I think there's a lot of...
The reason why people care about this so much is because Hassan's a bad person, man. He's a bad person. He's a bad guy. I mean, actually, no. The real reason why this is such a big deal is because Hassan is seen as a good guy, and now he's doing bad thing. So he must be a bad guy now, right? And it's kind of breaking the brains of a lot of people's facade that he had with how other people view him. So it's not necessarily that. That's kind of like, I think that's the more real reason. Hassan's seen as the good guy, and now not even his, like, loyal, like, now, like, old big fans that's been subscribed to Hassan for, like, years, actual years, are now calling him out for this, and that's why this is, like, exploding, because, like, he's literally having loyal fans like disagree with Hassan the way that he made, like, how this happened.
One, because he's a political person, there's a lot of, like, baggage associated with this, and then two, I think it's almost like I actually think you can map a lot of it onto the pirate software stuff, where you're having somebody where it's so obvious that something wrong has happened. Like, it's like George Floyd, basically. We have video footage of it, and you can see so much of it, and it's just very clear and plain and obvious what's happening. So for that to be the case, and then for people to be openly telling you that you're not seeing it and it's not actually happening, and they're all, like, mapped on these clean lines politically of all the people that have made excuses before, like, this is just kind of it's like a moment of, oh my God, we got him. It's like almost like the Martha Stewart stuff, although she wasn't quite as reality shattering as, like, MAGA or the Hassan crowd is now. So I think that he's missing this whole aspect of the conversation, which I don't necessarily blame him. I don't know how much he covers, like, political streamer drama. Well, actually, when we hung out in person, I kind of brought this up a little, that it feels like sometimes, since he doesn't cover political streamer drama, he's not aware of environments where people are, like, the way that he's analyzing this is everybody's kind of sort of trying to navigate this as best they can. And, you know, like, some people make mistakes and maybe some people exaggerate a little bit, but he's not used to analyzing environments, or at least he's not analyzing this environment as though there's one.
He's not used to analyzing in a bad faith way. Good one, Destiny. Yes. I know you're trying so hard to avoid saying that, but he's not analyzing in a bad faith way or with a political bent on the other side or something, analyzing in a way that's kind of against Hassan. Like, if you were analyzing it in a way where you're negatively against Hassan, then obviously he would just agree with Destiny, like, true. Like, but I like that he's essentially saying that. That's what Destiny's...
One side that is, like, deliberately telling lies and deliberately...
See, in a bad faith way. Yeah, the other side is always just making lies. No other reason whatsoever. True.
Trying to tell everybody that what they saw is not what they actually saw and deliberately misleading people. Like, it doesn't sound like he's analyzing the environment as such, and he doesn't think he has a reason to yet.
Can we agree on that? Would y'all say that this is like, okay, because we hate hypocrites? Great. So for the people who are saying no, what are y'all saying? Why do y'all think this is not disproportionate? No, let's listen to the people. So people who say, let me understand. Because he always escapes, okay, this is beautiful, okay. Always escapes responsibility. What else? Oh, Jesus, I gotta slow down. Maybe we're pro-animals, like, okay, right? So animal abuse. But there's, like, all kinds of animal abuse going on all the time, right? There's, like, all kinds of animal abuse going on all the time.
Seeing it, though, people do get up in arms, like Cecil the Lion or the Harambe. Like, if you see it on video and there's a story attached to it, people will get more emotional about it as well, though.
What bothers us so much about this instance of animal abuse?
Irrelevant to the conversation.
More so than everything else. And I'm not saying I'm right. I'm not saying y'all are wrong. I'm genuinely trying to understand why, for the people who do not...
what he said is true, but it's just irrelevant. He's not playing in a bad faith way. That's essentially Destiny's argument.
I think this is disproportionate. Like, tell me why. Explain it to me. He can't keep getting away with it. Exposes his true colors. Okay. So then this is, like, related to hypocrisy. This is beautiful. Okay.
People would have latched onto anything for Hassan, though. I mean, there are certain communities that would, for sure, but, like, it wouldn't blow up like this unless there was actually, like, a video of something, you know, bad.
So he's, like, deflecting, talking about rapes. Okay. Gaslighting. Okay, this is great. Okay, so I didn't feel super confident in what I was about to say. Double standards. Okay, I didn't feel super confident in what I was going to say, but...
I don't understand how he's flabbergasted at this response when it's essentially the same response that happened to Pirate Software. I think this one is a lot bigger. And I think that Pirate Software's narcissism is a lot more obvious than Hassan's is.
Man, y'all just really helped me out, so I'm so grateful, okay? This is so good, okay? All right, so remember when I said up here, there's pent-up resentment. Okay, so I'm going to ask y'all a question. Do we live in a world where there are some people...
The amount of unintentional sweeping Dr. K is doing is similar to Asman giving cover to Trump while calling his actions bad? No, I don't necessarily disagree. I feel like Dr. K should pay a bit more attention to the political environments, but it's way outside of the norm for environments he's probably used to analyzing. But Asman absolutely knows what he's doing. Asman absolutely knows what he's doing.
Who escape... Jesus, my handwriting is terrible. And I apologize for taking the Lord's name in vain. Are there people in today's world that escape responsibility? What do y'all think, chat? No accountability.
True.
Are we upset? Right? Can y'all think of anyone who is escaping responsibility for their actions? Right? Are we upset with them? Yeah? Okay. Are there people? Can we do anything about it? So I want y'all to think about... someone who is escaping responsibility, and what can you do? Can y'all do anything about it? Okay, right, so like some people are saying yes, some people are saying no, right? So there are people, and can we do anything about it? Not really. And maybe you can do something, I don't know, right? Are there people out there abusing animals? Can we do anything about it? Do we do anything about it? Not really. Are there people out there who keep getting away with it? Can we do anything about it? Not really. Do we know someone who we're waiting for them to expose their true colors? Are there like people in your life that you know, like that you see on TV or you see on the internet? Are we like kind of, as a society, are we frustrated with people being fake? And can we expose them?
Yeah,
No.
actually, yeah. Yes, that's why Trump exists. Yes, we're very fed up with people being fake. Yes. Trump is actually a real human being that says things that a lot of people wish he would have said things in a better way. But guess what? He's a normal human being that isn't perfect. Wow, look at that. There's no such thing as a perfect human being. So all those people that act like super fake and stuff when they go into becoming into political office just to look like a certain way, yeah, but people, that is a big reason. That is a massive reason why things are the way that they are now.
Are there people around us that are very hypocritical? Say one, it's like, anyway. But do y'all get what I'm saying about this right here? That this is what's happening. We've got one guy. And when the mob gets angry, and it's angry at 15 people, and one person fitting the description of the other 14 show up, they tear him apart. Now, there are a couple of other complicating factors here, which I think really, there's a lot of pent-up stuff, I think, that's specifically towards Hassan. So I know, for example, that, and I'm not saying this is true or not true, I'm just saying that with the creators that I've worked with, one of the things that there are a handful of communities that they're really scared of, and Hassan's is one of them. I'm not saying that that's justified or not justified, I'm not saying it's true or not true, but just for whatever reason, right, and when people say, I'll ask them, like, why? Right, what concerns you about? And I think it has something to do with his size, his rigidity, and the tribalism of his community. Right, there's an us versus them. And so another example of this, and I think this is why the Ethan Klein Hassan thing got so bad, because there's a lot of tribalism in both of those communities. There's not a...
He's missing a fourth thing here. So size and that the number of people there are. Rigidity, I think he means in terms of their conformity to a certain belief system. And then tribalism, their in-group, out-group thing. But the big number 4 thing, because people will say the same thing about my community, or they'll say the same thing about Asmongols or XQCs, but there's a 4th thing at play here. This is the thing that Trump has that makes him such an...
The 4th thing is a bad faith thing, by the way. Just giving a heads up.
Effective wrangler of retards. And the same thing that Hassan has that makes him such an effective wrangler of retards is Hassan has the ability to enforce punishments that are meaningful to you. That's...
What does that even mean? Enforce punishments that are meaningful to you. What does that mean? Meaningful. What is meaningful? Meaningful is doing a lot of heavy lifting in this argument. Like, what do you mean by meaningful? Yes, a subjective thing that you think is meaningful is that Hassan has disproportionate things that can make something that's meaningfully hurting, I guess. Like, that doesn't make any, like, these words are just so weird, the way that he uses them. Like, what does that mean? It's meaningful. To you, maybe, but to other people, I don't know. Like, sure, he's not. So, yeah, he's essentially just, like, you're forgetting about my bias and how I feel that something is meaningfully different here. That's the part that he just doesn't have. He doesn't have a hatred towards to Hassan, and that's why he just doesn't understand. True. Or he doesn't have a hatred towards Trump, and that's why he just doesn't understand Destiny, and why he wants to hold him to such a higher standard than anything else, than anyone else that he wants to keep, sort of, like, just for the sake of the argument. It's not 100% true, but, like, kind of like that type of argument, basically.
That's the big difference. And Ethan doesn't really have that. I definitely don't have that. Asmongold and XQC don't really have that. But Hassan can blackball you from a whole bunch of Twitch stuff, or at least he used to be able to. And he tries to. That's like a deliberate thing. Some people will do this kind of... there's like 4 levels of this. Sometimes it'll happen unintentionally, and the streamer truly doesn't know. So... maybe somebody shows up.
Yeah, but that's good faith. And why would you be good faith to people you don't like? Like, come on, Destiny.
My stream like gives a bad take on something, and my community is overly critical of them, and then that person doesn't want to come on, or somebody else doesn't have that person on their stream because they're worried about getting a like that. Maybe can fly under the radar if people aren't looking close enough. That's one level. The next level is the streamer kind of wink, wink, nudge, nudge. He doesn't say it openly, but he's harshly critical of a person, knowing his community is going to lash out at them, knowing that it's going to cause them to engage less. Then there's but then there's like this next level, which very few people can enforce, and it's I'm going to excise you from every arena that I'm a part of, like intentionally. Like, I'm going to make sure that people won't work with you, that my mutuals won't be mutuals anymore because they're going to cut you out. And that's the type of influence that Hasan exerts. It's very rare, in my opinion, outside of some select circles, to see number one happening. Most streamers that are trying to do shitty behavior will live in number two. Like, even Asmongold and I don't like to put Asmongold and XQC together, but like, I think Asmongold is okay to kind of like greenlight bad opinions in his community about other people or whatever, and maybe even XQC or whatever. I don't like to put XQC in this box as much, but I don't think, and I could be wrong, but I don't think that Asmongold would ever be saying to somebody behind the scenes, I'm not going to work with you if you work with this guy. I don't ever want you to talk to this guy. Definitely not about me. I don't ever want you to. I don't think Asmongold would ever do that. Hasan will, and he's on the record now. We've seen multiple people have said that Hasan will do this, right? That's the big thing that is super scary about Tango with Hasan. Like, Valkyrie had absolutely no problem making a public statement about Asmongold, saying, oh, I didn't know how bad his beliefs are, guys. I would never fuck with that guy. I'm sorry, I didn't know. No one would ever say the statement, correct a statement about Hasan, because you know that Hasan's going to come. That's why you see all of these other people bending the knee, right? Valkyrie, Pokemon, Ludwig, Nick, like every other Twitch streamer, is because Phil DeFranco, everybody gets to the call. Hasan is literally Kelly Jeaning in the background, messaging people and telling people, you need to fix this statement. You need to say this. You can't say this about me, bro. You're fucking me over or whatever, and they know that if they don't follow through, they're going to be blackballed next. And that's the big thing that sets his, and because Hasan has like sway at Twitch, like he's never getting banned, right? We've seen that. He can greenlight, he can basically dox, harass, whatever, call for whatever on people, and is never getting in trouble with the platform. And then he also has sway with a lot of creators for some reason still, although the sponsorship bans have hurt him a lot on that because he can't go to events now. Well, he does still go to some. Yeah.
There's an us versus them. And so another example of this, and I think this is why the Ethan Klein Hasan thing got so bad, because there's a lot of tribalism in both of those communities. There's not a whole lot of like dialogue or trying to understand or things like that, at least that I can perceive. And if that's incorrect, remember, I'm making these judgments based on very limited stuff. It's not like I watch these guys a whole lot. It's just when I...
It's not a defense of Hasan Destiny, but in general, streamers and other famous people absorb a lot of clash criticism because they're hyper-visible. Other people, generational wealth, move in silence. The general public can't rage at a trust whenever you see money. Yeah, sure. No, like, I understand that. Obviously, I understand that. I get a lot of that criticism. But there's another aspect at play with Hasan, and I don't think it's fair to just analyze him like that's the only thing happening. It's not. There's other stuff at play here that I think is very important, that if you're not deep in these kind of like twitchy political communities, it's easy to miss. And I don't think that Dr. K spends a lot of time swimming through these kinds of toxic communities.
Yeah, and gaining like the hatred that he has for like certain political figures. Yeah, true, based 100%.
Them that I do see, which there could be a selection bias for.
So he can have like the bias that Destiny has against Hasan and why this is like such a big deal. True. Or why Trump is like this bad person and why, like, I'm just making the same point over and over again, but that's essentially what he's saying. Like he's just using words to make it seem like he's not actually saying that, but that is kind of like what he's saying.
There's there's not a whole lot of like, let's understand why the right is the way that it is. That's not usually what they say. Let's try to understand the perspectives of the Palestinians. Let's try to understand the perspectives of the Israelis. I haven't seen them talk about that. There's rigidity, there's tribalism, and there's righteousness. And so I think that when you add tribalism, rigidity, and righteousness, when you add that with clout, power, and size, this is what you see. And this is not just him. So I encourage y'all to think about communities, how open they are, how understanding they are, how convinced they are that they are right and somebody else is wrong, and how do those communities behave. Don't even think about LSF or the Twitch sphere or the...
See, he's missing that fourth, because he is right in all the things he's saying, but he's missing that really key fourth element to Hasan's...
Yeah, the hatred, the bias against him. That's the fourth element. Like, Dr. K has never been hurt by Hasan personally, so he doesn't understand why this is such a big deal.
Presence at Twitch
or whatever. Think about other groups that you know.
Basically, he's saying he's not biased, and that's why he's missing this fourth thing, and why he's not analyzing in like a bad faith way. Which, it's good not to analyze things in a bad faith way, Destiny. But Destiny loves analyzing things in a bad faith way when it benefits him. And that's why he's so like, he doesn't understand why this is going the way that it's going, because it's not meeting his reality. Destiny's reality, I mean.
So why am I talking about this? Because I think like we need to understand that this is happening. We need to understand that this poor guy, he is getting just an explosion of resentment because we've got nowhere else to send it. And I'm not saying he's innocent. I'm not saying he's a good dude. I'm not saying he's a bad dude. Not my place to be judge, jury, or executioner. The reason I'm sharing this with y'all is because like we as a society need to understand these dynamics, because as long as this stuff keeps going, the world will literally keep moving in the direction that it's moving. It's about winning, not understanding. right? And this is where, like, I said something earlier that I think is, like, sometimes has gotten me in trouble, but I want y'all to really think about this.
Yeah, actually true. I agree. It is about winning, not understanding. Yeah. But we should try and strive for understanding versus winning. Destiny wants to win. That's why he's like, oh, he's not getting the fourth element. But he literally pointed this out. They just want to win. And that's why Destiny's like, this fourth element, just so we can win the why we should win this Hassan thing, is literally what he doesn't want to do. We want to understand, not to win. And he thinks the world is going towards where we don't want to understand people. We just want to win. Like, they just want to win. Destiny just wants to win. That's why he's talking about that fourth element. That fourth element makes it so that Destiny can, like, win. And I think that's when he clicks off of this, because he's literally pointing out why Destiny's doing this thing. And this is crazy. He's psychoanalyzing the guy that's watching him without even talking to Destiny at all, or even knowing that Destiny's watching this at all. Like, he's literally calling him out in the past because he knew Destiny was going to react this way. Or no, he didn't know Destiny was going to react this way. He just know how people work and how they're going to react to what he's saying. And this is just perfect. And that's why Destiny has that weird face on his, like, looking at him like that, because he's like, he's kind of calling me out a little bit. Like, let me see his chat. Does his chat even see this? Oh, poor guy. Chat thought he wasn't biased, by the way. Oh, okay. Okay. So some people are seeing the contradiction here, or the humiliation that Destiny's getting right now. Like, he pre-watched the future of Destiny reacting to him. That's wild. Dr. K is amazing.
There are groups historically. Like, why do people try to do genocide? It's because if I can wipe everybody out, then I win for sure.
Okay.
Now he leaves it because he knows that he completely... Wow. Good one. There we go. That's... okay. Interesting. Let me throw this over here. We got this guy, got that one. We're going to go back because that was it. We're not doing anything more with that. We're going to throw you over here. Actually, you'll be first. Right? And we watched this, which was kind of funny, not gonna lie. And we kind of watched this too. All right, so we can go to this actual debate that they had, that Erudite and this Gandalf-looking guy had, which is pretty interesting. It was pretty interesting, but maybe I should do something different. Let me see. Oh, actually, let's do this one first, the Wick TV one, because this is the guy that Erudite, Oh, did I ever watch that on stream? Did I ever watch the... Hold up, let me see. So, this dude, right? This guy. We're gonna do that. Boom, boom. Live. I want to find the old video, because, like, he actually played the full... 1 month ago, not a month ago. It was like not that long ago, actually. Future right counterpoints. He was literally. Oh, this is it. There we go. We're gonna watch this. Not the full 5 hours, but. I think this is the debate that he had with Erudite. This is the debate that all started that entire conversation with her and Destiny. Why is it 720p?
Okay, in theory, that should be working. I'm sure they'll let me know if it's not.
Cool. Are we getting cameras today, or... Nice. Okay.
There we go. Good for you.
Yep. Let me just fix it up on my side. And decide which one we want. I think this one is best. Maybe this one. Yeah, we'll do this one. Okay. Hi. Hello.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good to chat with you. I was giving some background to our. I don't think we've ever spoken before, but we kind of crossed paths when Stephen had his Pixie issues back in the day, because I had just started speaking publicly and on the internet, and I had a debate with him. And the next day after the debate, those allegations came out, and I had been on the internet for about 5 minutes, and I had no idea what to do. So you were very helpful. I reached out to you. I reached out to Wick, and you gave some very good advice. So deeply appreciative of it. So that's, to the extent we have a backstory, that's it.
Yes, I didn't actually remember that. So.
Wow, look at that. Look at him being good faith right off the bat. Let's see how this devolves into the struggle session between her and him. Like, look at him. He starts off nice. He does it great. And then it basically this whole debate can be boiled down to where she is like, oh, we can't continue having a conversation because you can't say that Trump was worse than Biden or whatever. Basically, that's basically how it boils down to. Like, look how nice it starts out. And and then she's the one that's doing this to him. I'm like, seriously? Like, why can't you just like move past this?
But I'm sure if I scrolled up our messages, I would.
Well, you were very generous, so I appreciate it.
Trying times. What are we talking about today?
Yeah, so I just to give the backdrop here, I think that we were going to talk about Stephen's approach to public discourse in following the events of Charlie Kirk's assassination, and why I took issue with that to a certain extent. I think you've taken issue with it too, but you've more or less defended it. And then also maybe talk a little bit about law, culture war, American politics, where we are. And
sure.
Probably there's a segue between those.
Gotcha. Just for my audience to know, like, who are you? What do you believe in? Why should they care? And where do they find you?
Great. Thank you for that. So I'm Ryan Mullally. I'm a former Teach for America member, former New York City public school teacher, current attorney, and I've litigated at, I think at this point, every level of the U.S. court system, including the U.S. Supreme Court. So I've been around and done some cases, some of which you've probably heard of. I decided to start doing internet law, politics, philosophy, because I felt like maybe I had something to contribute. And if you know me, it's probably because I've debated Destiny and Peace Coast several times, which is probably the highest click thing I've done. I have a channel called Natural Law with Ryan Mullally on YouTube, and you can follow me at X at Ryan C. Mullally with my little tiny icons on screen if you can read them. But in terms of politics, I was a vibes-based Democrat my entire life. So I voted for Democrats. I don't think I skipped any elections. I think I voted straight Democrats my entire life up till 2024. During Biden's administration, I registered as an independent. And then in 2024, I opted not to vote for either candidate, as I didn't think either warranted my support. I would have voted right in 2024 if it had been anyone other but Trump. But with Trump, I couldn't quite do it. So I opted not to. In having discussions with people online, it's become very clear to me that I don't think my values or ideas have a place on the left. Maybe they used to. Maybe I moved. I certainly got more conservative in law school. So there's a question, chicken or egg question there. But I don't really see a place for me in the left anymore, which maybe is something that's worth talking about, how we got to that place one way or the other. So anyway, that's a long monologue, but hopefully interesting.
What do you politically believe in? Like, what are your political values?
So I'm an originalist. I'm a limited government enthusiast. So, if we're going to talk about like political prescriptions, the most common thing that people will hear me say is our system works just fine. The problem is we're using it wrong. We're not supposed to have so many things be national issues. We can't have a government for 350 million people where you cram down 51% to 49% across the country. The reason our system was set up as a federal system is to allow states to be very different and to make very different decisions and to have people live very different lives there and to not make everything a national issue. And our federal system is not equipped to do what we're asking it to do. And because of that, everything is crazy all the time. And then you add social media to that, and you add the culture wars to that, and you have a perfect storm that's brewing, and that's where we are right now. That's our moment. So one or more of those three things have to change if we're going to find any equilibrium.
Gotcha. Okay. So like when you're looking at the midterms, are you going to vote? Are you going to opt to abstain? Like how are you thinking about the midterms right now?
I haven't made a decision yet. I'll see where things are. There are certainly things that could happen that would sway me one way or the other by now. The problem I'm having currently, and this is broadly kind of where I was in 2024, and I don't think it's that different now, is that I don't trust the left to have power again. And what would change that is some kind of articulation of where the left is. But I have a suspicion that there's been a divergence in moral foundations, like what the values are, what people care about, what they think about, what their fundamental axioms are. I think there's been a divergence, and I don't know how to bridge that gap, though I'm trying.
So, as an originalist, I'm curious how you haven't decided to clearly vote against Trump in the midterm.
Well, we already started. Yeah, I'm trying to I've had a hard time. And why didn't you vote against Trump? Why didn't you vote against Trump? A hard time thinking about that.
Like, that seems surprising to me.
I don't even know how those would connect. What's the relationship between those two things in your mind?
I would say Trump has kind of, I think he's even openly basically stated that like the Constitution is like less important to him than like his visions and plans. Like, essentially, if the Constitution gets in the way of something he thinks that the country should do or wants to do, then essentially he would like overstep it, right?
Yeah, but originalism is a judicial philosophy that is enacted by members of courts. It's not a philosophy for presidents. It's a philosophy. It's a judicial interpretation. And he appointed Kavanaugh's not like a true blue originalist, but he appointed 2 very strong originalists and 1 originalist adjacent justice who have been tremendous. And in the last administration, they appointed Justice Jackson, who's been awful. And just like to be clear about like what it means to be an originalist, my concern with non-originalist justices is that they rewrite the Constitution from their own perspective. So when you say like, do you want to honor the Constitution? My concern is that if you keep appointing justices who will do whatever they want, and they'll say, well, this is what I think is good, so the Constitution ought to say that. That's very dangerous for someone who's serious about the Constitution. So anyway, I'm not sure how originalism could possibly be if anything, it would pull the other direction. But Trump's not on the ballot, and the midterms barely affect judicial nominees. I guess it would if you got enough representation in the Senate, but it seems fairly unrelated to me.
Okay. Oh, all right. So he gave the reason and why this is like unrelated, and there's no contradiction here. Should we just move on, or are we just gonna go back into this? Are we just gonna give more examples on why she thinks this is weird?
Yeah, I guess to me, I would say like it feels like Trump is like pretty actively trying to destroy the American project and the Constitution, especially with like his senior admin, so JD Vance, somebody who could be running in the future, accusing the Republicans of basically saying that we've stacked the Supreme Court, but then also saying that they're politically and legislatively motivated against them, despite the fact that the court is actually stacked right-leaning than otherwise, right? So we have JD Vance looking at a court stacked in his favor and then saying that they're legislating from the bench when they just happen to disagree with Trump, right? We have this like massive violation of
which case are you referring to?
I'm not sure which case it was in that JD Vance said this. I'd have to look it up.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with the comment. I mean, there's a lot of stuff that Trump and Vance say that I don't like, and I have no doubt that you'll be able to show me any number of things that that they said I don't like. And for the record, like Trump's insufficient.
I like how he says, "Yeah, that's great." Like, there's certain things that they say that I don't like. That's good. Yeah, that doesn't mean that I'm gonna completely change a core belief because they say 1 or 2 things that I don't like. Like, bro, there's no contradiction here. Oh, they said 1 thing. They said 2 things that I just don't like. Therefore, I need to change my entire way of thinking of being a constitutionalist. Like, come on now, Erudite.
I don't want to say care or reverence for the rule of law is why I didn't vote for him. So, like the false slave electors thing is just not something I could square. So,
sure.
To the extent that there's a problem there, I would agree with you that there's a problem there. But the solution to that is not to get Democrats in power who are going to appoint justices who are then going to further undermine the Constitution. So that's why I didn't see the connection.
Yeah, I guess I could be wrong. Most originalists I know kind of view the founding fathers as like pretty based states craftsmen. They drafted like the most powerful, good political document in history, which is why they're originalists. They essentially want the original writings, intentions, and meanings of the founding fathers within the Constitution to be like enacted. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but I don't think. I think that's like directionally correct. I don't think that's actually the moral issue that drives originalism, but I think it's a fair description of it. I think that the heart of originalism is concern for democracy. Like, when you think about constitutional rights, people often look at them as a positive only, and they are positive, but people think of them like, oh my goodness, I have this right, isn't that so wonderful? But what a right actually means is it's something that's removed from the scope of democracy. You cannot pass a law that abridges freedom of speech. You cannot pass a law that abridges the right to bear arms. Like, it is removed from the democratic process. And that could be a good thing. There's good reasons to remove things from the democratic process. But what originalism says is you ought not do that unless the people said you should. If the people said we're removing this from the democratic process through their elected representatives, that's fine. What you shouldn't have is judges adding to that list on their own. Because if they do that, they're stealing from democracy. They're stealing the right to decide from the people. So originalism is, in that sense, reverence for the founding fathers is part of it, but I would say a bigger part of the motivation is a concern about judges becoming the supreme branch that controls the entire process, which is a concern I've heard people level about Canada, for example, that there's issues where the human rights tribunals are kind of like doing what they do and there doesn't seem to be a check on it. I'm not versed in Canadian politics, but that's one of the things people bring up with me from time to time.
Yeah. So I guess when you were talking about the originalists, I understand what you're saying. It feels like the reason why we care, why an originalist cares about this thing is because they think like the Constitution is something good and worth preserving, right? That it was built really well. And therefore things and individuals, including Supreme Court justices that get appointed, as you would say, but I would also suggest politicians, particularly the president and the executive branch, doing things to infringe that are anti that Constitution feels like something an originalist would also be very opposed to.
Absolutely. And I think that I am very, very willing to call out abuses of the Constitution. And when I think Trump has made a misstep, like I'm delighted to do that. But you have to be honest when you do it. Like I love FIRE. They're a wonderful free speech organization. And they've made the very powerful case that the Trump administration is awful on free speech, truly awful. And I agree with them. The second worst administration on free speech in my lifetime was the Biden administration. So,
is it close? Like, yes, not only are they awful,
yes.
hold on. Not only are they bad on free speech, but they also are trying to violate things like due process. And when the Supreme Court weighs in favor of due process, I just was looking it up while we were talking. J.D. Vance was fighting with the Supreme Court over the violation of due process with Abrego Garcia, right? Mm-hmm. He was trying to get around the spirit of what the Supreme Court was doing, and he was railing against them, basically saying the Supreme Court was basically excessively checking the executive branch. But it feels like any originalist would say, sorry, due process, free speech, these things kind of matter.
Yeah, of course they matter. But I think that one thing that I get this from Pisco a lot. One thing that I guess, I don't want to say judicial supremacist, that just seems too loaded, but one thing the left doesn't seem comfortable with, generally speaking, is the idea that the checks in our democracy involve separation of powers. There are things that can be done by the president, by the legislature, that the court doesn't have a say in. They don't have a role in it. Now, with Garcia, they did have a role in it. They ordered the facilitation of his return, but they struck down. The original district court said the order was you have to expedite and facilitate his return. Why did the Supreme Court strike down the word expedite? Because the Supreme Court does not have the authority to order the executive branch to enter into negotiations with a foreign power. They just don't. They can't do it. So they can say there was a violation. They can say you should remedy this by facilitating it. But they're also aware that there are limits to their power, and they're not going to overstep that just because they found a violation, which is the sort of thing that Justice Jackson takes issue with. And yes, do I love Vance's comments? No. Is that worth putting another 2 or 3 Justice Jacksons on the bench? Also no.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. It just Josiah sent me something. It feels like you're being
my buddy Josiah.
Yeah. It feels like what you're outlining right now is being like, well, Biden was really bad on free speech. Okay. But also Trump is really bad on free speech. 1 second. Just a donation.
Seems like we're going to go into struggle session mode, so I'm going to have to push a little.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, so maybe something.
Wow. Like how many minutes? Because it started around 07, and now it's around 23 minutes. So that was like a good solid 20 minutes, 15 minutes. And then we're kind of just going into struggle session mode. I mean, honestly, the first question she even said, like, I don't even know how you square that thing up. Like that's probably where it started to break down.
Like why don't we just actually watch this timestamp together? I think that would be better because I'll be seeing it for the first time and you'll be seeing it for the first time. But essentially what Josiah is arguing, that's probably important to mention here, is that the FIRE organization isn't just saying that he's violating free speech, but he's violating free speech in an unprecedented way. And this was only 3 months into the current establishment, right? This is long ago. And I would say you and I would probably agree. The first three months of Trump's presidency, was bad, and he did lots of bad shit. And since then, he has gone on to do really bad stuff excessively over and over. In fact, even more.
The problem with this, and I'm, forgive me, but because I've done, I think, 2 hours of struggle sessions with Josiah, 2 hours with Wick, probably 10 with Pisco at this point. So I'm familiar with the territory, if you don't mind. The problem isn't that Trump has done bad things. I will candidly admit he's done bad things. I didn't vote for him because I thought he might do bad things. The problem is that there is a directional disconnect where the choice to me looked like you can have Trump, who is pointing in the right direction on many things, but will fuck it up and will do corrupt things and will do things you disagree with along the way. And I decided I couldn't support that for the reasons I gave earlier. On the other hand, you will have people who will scrupulously or comparatively scrupulously follow the letter of the law while doing things that you think are un-American and contrary to the American proposition. And that's what I meant when I said I feel like there's a moral drift. Like, if you're talking about what is a common American foundation? Like, what do you think the American founding principles are? Like, what is America to you? I know you're Canadian, so that's not fair, but.
Yeah, some level of like there's a lot of freedom. There's a lot of like freedom from like governmental overreach. I think that's why you guys value like the state model that you guys have, right? And I think that that's a pretty essential piece. I mean, I think we could like kind of point at like all of the fundamental building blocks of a nation built by the people for the people, very protective, particularly against tyrannical forces from like the upper elites. I think that this is like essential to the heart of the American project in many ways, right? And giving everyone that freedom of ability to achieve what they can achieve, regardless of station status or race or gender. I think that these are all deeply fundamentally American things. My issue, so there's this fallacy as somebody who's much more moderate, right? I'm much more center left. I'm sure Josiah and all my buddies, I roll at me all the time for my moderate positions. But as somebody who's also notorious for criticizing my own group, one of the frustrations that I think is very valid of moderates, and I think is a thinking fallacy of moderates, and I think you're doing it now, essentially is why I'm bringing it up, is we'll look at two things and we'll go, okay, Trump is violating free speech. He's definitely stepping on it. And Biden was violating free speech, such as like pressuring Google to take out conservative things. I'm sure that's kind of what you're pointing to, for example, with Biden and free speech, correct?
I am, but you also, there's a lot of color on those things. Like during, just like to start, like during 2020, 2021, I thought about speaking publicly on the internet. It was something I was interested in doing, and I didn't. Because at that time, culturally, I felt like it was too big a risk. Like, I'm a practicing attorney, I have a good job, I have a family. Like, there's the risk.
And Biden's policies personally affected you.
They personally affected me, and that risk doesn't feel the same now. Like, it feels better. So, like there actually is a tangible
like
difference.
A moderate right, like white guy. But for example, me being a left-leaning E2 visa holder, as much as so many people get so mad at me for not criticizing Trump enough, I can't. It is not wise with the state of free speech in America, with the way that Trump handled, for example, the pro-Palestinian people, who, by the way, I don't even side with. I don't like most pre-Palestinian protests and rallies and whatnot, and they should have the right to free speech. The way that he infringed on their free speech is something that I have to be, as an immigrant, extremely concerned about, right? And so I guess to get back to the fallacy, because I don't want to run away from it, I think what often
okay. All right. I can understand this. So he gave the reason why he thinks this is like not that big of a deal, and then she gave a reason why that it actually is kind of a big a deal. So what he should respond with that, what I would respond with that is that, okay, all right, I understand how you feel, but that doesn't change the way that I feel. Like it sucks. Maybe it's swinging in a direction that you don't like, which, okay, that's fine. That's okay. That's great. But I don't feel that way. I'm not a visa holder. Maybe I'll just be. Maybe you should just become like an actual like permanent resident, so you don't have to worry about that type of stuff anymore. Like that's that's basically what I would say to her with that type of with this thing. And I think he should say it, but I don't know if he's going to say that.
Happens.
Just
right?
a flag. It's an open question. I tend to agree with you that non-citizens have free speech rights. I think that's the correct position. If I were on the court, the answer I would give is that your free speech rights are on a spectrum that increases with your nexus to America. Like clearly, if you're applying for your visa and you're still in Canada, your rights are less than once you're here. And if you have never set foot in America or thought about America and you're just living in Canada, your free speech rights are kind of not our problem. So that's how I would do it. But just to be flagged, that has not been decided by the courts yet, to my knowledge. There's some 1950s case law, but it is unclear what level of speech rights illegals have versus legal residents versus long-term permanent residents like green card holders who in theory should have more, but we don't know the answer yet.
Sure. So to back up to what I'm trying to talk about, there's this fallacy where we go, okay, I saw it all the time. Russia is valid in being concerned about NATO expansionism. But Ukraine also has a value right claim to sovereignty. And a lot of moderates, the thinking fallacy will go, well, both sides have an argument here. So both sides are kind of right. The issue is Ukraine's right to sovereignty is like 95% value in a hierarchy.
No, the difference is, well, she's going to explain her bias, but the difference is that you support Ukraine and you don't support Russia. That's what the difference is. That's the real difference. You have a bias towards Ukraine being the good guys, and you don't have you have an anti-bias against Russia being the bad guys. That's the difference here. One side is just obviously the good guys here. True. Which, I mean, if you're a Russian, like you wouldn't think that Russia's the bad guy. Like, that's just true. Like, if a Russian isn't going to think that way, like, and a Russian thinks a different way. That's just the way it is. But that's why the other perspective, like, yeah, they both are technically right here, and that is true. But that's it. You just have a different opinion on it. Is basically what you're saying.
Hierarchy of values. Their sovereignty matters. So both sides are kind of right. The issue is Ukraine's right to sovereignty is like 95% value in a hierarchy of values. Their sovereignty matters way fucking more than Russia's concern to NATO sovereignty, NATO expansionism. You don't get to invade a country.
Well, that's just your opinion. Russia would obviously say the opposite.
Because you're worried about potential like allyships that they're going to broker, right? So you might be like, well, Russia probably is a little bit worried about NATO, whatnot. Moderate goes, see, both sides are arguing something, so both sides have a point. And so what I'm pointing out with the fire stuff and the Garcia and the violation of the ruling, yeah, there's this technical thing where the court couldn't force them to bring them back because that would be forcing the executive branch to do something. But essentially, your originalist stacked Supreme Court said, hey, you violated this man's due process. You did. And you should facilitate the process by which he comes back. But we can't force you. And Trump said, great, fuck you. Don't give a fuck. Right? There was no...
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. Trump was like, let me think about it. And then he thought about it. And then he facilitated his return back to the U.S. And this information was out when she made this stream. But she just pretends that doesn't exist.
Even ounce of honoring the spirit of the Supreme Court, speaking of checks and balances, whatsoever, from a stacked court that is in...
He did. He just didn't do it in a timely base that you wanted to happen, but okay.
Your favor, right? Trump has no regard for the Constitution in any way, shape, or form. And if we look at the fire stuff, they themselves say that Trump is unprecedented in his oversteps of free speech in a way that just Biden's administration, which I agree that there were missteps in the Biden administration, that it's not even comparable. All we're doing is being like, well, I have one example, Biden, so it's the same as Trump. And it's like, they're not the same thing.
Well, it's not. Okay, a few things. The technical thing, like the technical thing that you're like, oh, because of this technical issue, the technical issue is the Constitution. That's why they can't do it. So like the technical issue is their respect.
You're not understanding what I'm saying.
No, I am. I'm just pointing out that.
No, you're not.
No, when a right matters to you.
Can I retry?
I'm sorry. But when it's a technical thing, when it's not something that matters to you, and in this case, separation of powers. But yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, if we're going to engage, you need to understand what I'm saying. And your response there suggests to me that you didn't actually understand, which is possible that it's my fault. I communicated poorly to you. But you didn't understand what I was saying, right? I understand that the technical thing you're talking about is the Constitution, which is why the courts couldn't force Trump to honor the spirit of their ruling and to honor the originalist interpretation of the ruling. What I'm saying is that you have an executive leader who is willing to violate the originalist interpretation because they can't force him to do it. He's willing to violate a check against him because it's only in spirit. They can't technically force him to do it. So he's not honoring the institutions.
I'm sorry. Didn't he? His return was facilitated. They brought him back.
With much kicking and if he came back, I don't actually know if he came back. And if he
Garcia?
came back,
Yeah.
He did come back. You don't even know. He did come back, bro. He did come back. Good one, Erudite.
I haven't looked at the case
with much kicking and screaming, right?
Okay.
JD Vance. This is what led JD Vance to saying that the Supreme Court was legislating from the bench.
Okay, but I'm saying if your complaint is the court ordered them to facilitate something and you would have preferred they did it faster with less public commentary.
No, I'm pretty sure you're misrepresenting how he came back.
I mean,
was it
misrepresenting? He came back. That's the whole point. He came back. How can you misrepresent that he came back? What?
Trump ordering that he get brought back and being like, oh, you're right, we should bring him back. It's super important that we do this thing.
Order him to come back.
But Trump didn't do it in a nice way. Trump made it seem like that he didn't want to, but then he ended up doing it anyways. Like, he didn't actually really want to do it, and that matters so much because the way that he feels about it. Okay, good one.
He has to negotiate with a foreign government to bring him back. Now, there's probably, does Trump have a lot of leverage? Yes. Could Trump have done it faster? Probably. I'm not well versed in State Department stuff. I would imagine so. It seems likely to me he could have, but like, he did bring him back. He just didn't do it as fast as people would have liked.
Not just as fast, after immense pressure from the lower courts and from his voting bloc. He didn't want to do it. The president's knee-jerk reaction to a stacked court's originalist interpretation of due process was to flip off the court.
Oh, he did it. He didn't do it the way you would have liked him to do it.
Yes.
Now, if we're going to flip that on the other side, Biden, through nothing other than executive fiat, took actual steps to make health decisions for 100 million Americans by executive order, forcing them. And I'm just to be clear, I got vaccinated. I'm not anti-vax in any sense, but I am very anti that level of government intrusion. So if you're going to ask about like who's violating whose rights, am I more concerned about the fact that the Trump administration was slow to facilitate the return of an illegal who was deported, and then they can now attempt to deport him again, more than I'm concerned than say like about the fact that the Biden administration thought that they could decide for people's healthcare decisions across the country?
Yeah, Biden literally did an executive order to force the FCC to fire people from their jobs if they don't get the vaccines. Yeah. Yep, that literally happened. And if you didn't fire them, that company would have been fined hundreds of thousands of dollars per day because you didn't follow the executive order. That's way more government overreach than, Trump didn't do it fast enough. Which is essentially what happened. Like, Garcia's back. And she's like, but he didn't do it. He didn't want to do it. And that's why it's bad. He didn't want to do it, even though he did do it, but he didn't want to do it. And I'm like, okay, yeah. Okay, he should have pretended that he wanted to do it more. True. Maybe that would make her feel better.
Not with no Democratic imprimatur. Yeah, that's not particularly close for me. And for every one of these things that you're going to talk about Trump, there's a huge ocean of problems I had with Biden. It's not like I regret the decision I made not to vote for Trump. I didn't vote for him because I thought I couldn't. But the left deserved to lose that election. They deserve to lose that election. I wish they had lost to somebody else, but they deserve to lose.
Sorry, there's a super chat going on in the air. Okay,
all good.
I'm going to ask you a
Get the bag.
Okay. Would Bukele release Abrego Garcia from a single phone call from Trump? If Trump had just picked up, called Bukele, would he have released Garcia?
I don't know. I could say there's a likelihood.
Be good faith. What do you think is the likelihood? Do you think it's over 50% chance?
I just said it's a likelihood. You don't need to chide me about good faith.
Gotcha.
I just said there's a likelihood.
Then why the fuck did you feel the need to fight me about about any of this shit around Garcia?
Because
I don't know why you didn't fight me about the right way that I would like it. What I'm saying is that what I want is if you care about originalism, which I'm granting you, what I would assume originalists would want is a president who honors that. Why are you laughing?
Well, I thank you for granting me the concession of holding my own beliefs. It's generous of you.
You're misunderstanding what I'm saying here. I'll say two things. Number one, I do have a brain injury, so I swap words a lot. So if you're confused about what I'm trying to say, let me know. Number two.
She had a brain injury. She had a brain injury. Like, this is what, like, you say a specific word and then he's interpreted it like, oh, you're just being like, kind of being a dick a little bit. He's like, well, sorry, I had a brain injury, man. Like, okay, yeah, dude, sure. I guess people could sympathize with that, but that's not an excuse to act like a dick, I guess.
I'm being excessively good faith to you. I'm not being bad faith. I'm not doing like word games with you. What I'm saying is I'm granting you that. I'm saying I'm working, my arguments are working from within your belief system. I'm not imposing my own on you.
Yeah, and if you go back...
No, actually, that's actually incorrect. She's operating in a belief system that she thinks that he owns, when he literally clarified what he actually meant by the constitutionalists in the beginning. But she's like, well, but you also believe this, right? and that's kind of like what she's operating on, and not kind of ignoring what he literally said in the beginning.
In the beginning of this conversation, I'm absolutely.
Oh, he literally just said that. What? Hold up.
I'm working. Yeah. My arguments are working from within your belief system,
which is
I'm
not true.
Imposing my own on you.
Yeah, and if you go back even to the beginning of this conversation, I'm absolutely willing to grant that Trump does a lot of things in a way that I would prefer he didn't, that Trump oversteps often, and that is, in fact, the reason I didn't vote for him. But what you're asking is the step further, which is, isn't that enough of a reason to join my political project? And it's not. And it's not because I asked myself this same question in 2024.
Not to join my political project.
Well, you said,
I've never, nope, I've literally never said that.
You said, isn't that a reason to vote against Trump in the midterms, which is against joining Trump. Your political project? That's your political project.
No, I think abstaining from voting is sufficient. The only thing I would take issue with is you voting for Trump or anything that would bolster Trump's numbers. Well, obviously, come on, track with me.
No,
when I'm saying voting for Trump.
The thing, it matters because if you go back to the last midterms, the DNC was propping up Trump's candidates. They were putting money into his campaigns because then, as in now, they find that running against Trump is the thing that unifies the left. It's the only thing the left agrees on, is Trump is bad. My problem with the left is I don't think that I can trust them to hold power because I voted for Biden. I voted for Biden and I held my nose when I did it. I did it because I wanted not Trump. I did it for that reason. But when he got elected, he didn't govern as a moderate. He didn't govern to the center. He governed, and people delight in telling me this when I talk to like our mutual friend Josiah, he governed as the most progressive president in history.
Let's talk about, we had 4 years of Biden. Is Erudite's next question in good faith going to be like, all right, sorry, let's investigate. Let's see like what you were a moderate. You did vote for Biden, and then you didn't want to vote for Kamala in the future. So like, what happened there? Let's talk about that. Like, what happened with that? Like, or is she just going to go back and be like, or is she just going to completely ignore the fact that she even said any of that and just go back to her pet project and how like, but you said you were a constitutionalist, and I think you're a constitutionalist, and actually I'm using my interpretation of a constitutionalist, so let's talk about that instead. Like, is she going to be good faith and actually talk about like literally the facts of him literally? Let's see. Maybe she does.
Govern as a moderate. He didn't govern to the center. He governed, and people delight in telling me this when I talk to like our mutual friend Josiah, he governed as the most progressive president in history, or in modern history, let's say. So like, why would I think that anything different would happen this time if I was going to vote against my preferred political values this time? It seems like I'd be voting for the exact same thing.
Do you think that Trump has any respect for the Constitution?
So we're just going to go back to the what do you call it? The freaking. We're going back to the struggle session, essentially.
Yes. Not as much as I would like, no.
How much?
The way I describe Trump is, so I'm a lawyer. I do, I don't want to be like an asshole and like kind of like blow myself up, but I do law at a pretty high level. So it's not unusual for me to have a conversation with somebody with a lot of money and a lot of power who wants to do something. And in those conversations, it's not atypical to have a conversation where someone says like, well, can we do this? And I say, well, there are legal obstacles. And they say, well, what can you do? Right? That's how I view Trump. I don't think that he's evil. I don't think he's opposed to the Constitution. I don't think that he is,
True. That's how I see it too.
Attempting to tear down society. I do think that he's somebody who views the law as a system, and the system can be used. And he's looking for ways to use it, and he's willing to take aggressive positions within the system. That's how I view him. Now, as a president, that is not an endorsement. That I would prefer a president who had a more morally driven approach to the rule of law than that. But that's very different than saying he's like evil or a fascist. So that is a different understanding.
Sure. Opposing Trump. So to me, if you're an originalist who values the Constitution so highly, limiting Trump's power with the midterms is the only thing that makes sense if you believe that Trump is not trying to adhere to the Constitution, and that the Constitution, as he said in 2022, is just like an obstacle to his own whims, as shown with his treat of Bukele and the Garcia situation, when an original Supreme Court ruled that he should be brought back, but they couldn't force Trump to do it. J.D. Vance went on an attack on the Supreme Court, saying that they were legislating from the bench. And only after immense pressure was Garcia even brought back. Immense pressure.
Yeah. So one way of
that is not a president that cares about the Constitution, that wants to honor an originalist stacked Supreme Court.
No, I think that what you're analysis there leaves out is that the president is a constitutional actor. Like, he is entitled to a view. It's not, the court is not the only body in our system that can have a view on this. The court ordered him to facilitate something, and he did. He knows the court doesn't have the power to order him to do it. They know they don't have the power to order him to do it. So you're in a gray area, and he took, I think, exactly what I described earlier, a aggressive position on that gray area, but he complied. So, I mean, his actions there are not, I don't think they're ideal. I would have preferred something different, but they're not like that. This is not an example that's so far beyond the pale that it would concern me, especially when the alternative, you know, if we talk about the midterms and then 2028, is appointing justices to the Supreme Court who, if they have enough numbers, will rewrite it by judicial fiat. So,
I mean, essentially, he's saying that the Democrats are just worse, which I agree. The Democrats are just worse when it comes to that type of stuff, but Erudite just doesn't agree with that and doesn't want to engage with that. He just wants to go back. But Trump did this thing, though.
I'm going to make my decision based off fidelity of the Constitution. That doesn't seem tough. It seems like my much bigger concern is the Democrats resume their project of amending the Constitution without following the amendment provision.
Gotcha. So I am struggling to understand how a principled originalist isn't appalled by the current administration to such a degree, not that you would be Democrat necessarily, but to me, opposing Trump in the midterms isn't even empowering the Democrats. It's mostly showing that you are discontent.
No, you are like, if you're not voting for Trump, and one less, like, if he was going to vote for Trump, and then he doesn't, then you would be, and Trump would have lost a vote, which makes it so that Democrats need one less vote to actually win. So yes, you are helping the Democrats by doing that indirectly, but that is not a correct statement.
With the current administration, that you want to limit their power, that you do not trust the majority that they have right now going on, and you want to see that that is diminished as a result of the president walking all over the Constitution, which I imagine we were very angry with Biden as well, even though he did honor the decision by the court after the executive order was made and struck down, right? I'm having a hard time understanding because I can't empathize with this.
Okay, well, there's other examples, and I'd like to get into some other topics as well, because it's not like this is a decision that's made off these two examples. But if your point is, are you more concerned about Trump taking an aggressive position regarding a Supreme Court order to return an illegal alien to the country versus Biden's decision to attempt to circumvent the autonomy of all 50 states and everyone who works at a company with more than 100 people at it? That is not a tough call for me. Those are.
But the order was struck down, and he honored it. Whereas in the case of Trump, he just did violate due process. He just did violate the Constitution.
He brought the guy back. That's your complaint.
Only after immense pressure.
Biden
again,
he brought him back. Literally, he brought him back. She's trying to make it seem like that this is not the same thing, but they are the same thing. Yeah, he brought him back. You just didn't like the way that he brought it back. And she's like, well, yeah, Biden did force that, but then the court struck it down. Right? The court struck it down. But then Biden pushed it in anyways. Actually, Biden literally did push it anyways. Like, he just changed a different word and then pushed it in again. And then the Supreme Court was like, fine, whatever. And that's why not everyone, that's why a lot of people hate that did the whole student loan thing. It feels kind of screwed because they were promised it and then they couldn't get it. Even though Biden was basically saying, oh, no, yeah, we're all going to get it. But then a bunch of people didn't get it. So it was a back and forth thing, and really playing with a lot of people's emotions with that stuff, which kind of sucked. But I guess we don't need to talk about that.
Until it was struck down. I could have told you, and I'm sure Biden got, like, anybody, like, he could, if Biden had sat down and been like, hey, Ryan, is it constitutional for me to do this OSHA thing? I would have been like, fuck no, absolutely not. It was obviously unconstitutional. It was a layup on unconstitutionality. Biden took an aggressive position, and then it got struck down by the court. Trump took an aggressive position. I don't actually find them that different.
Said fuck you to the court until finally enough people were like, hey, you have to listen to this. You have to honor the spirit of the Constitution here. And then finally he did.
But
it's not my gloss.
It is your gloss. It's your opinion. Literally, it's your opinion. Oh, he didn't do it fast enough. That's your opinion. Bro, what are you saying? It's your, what are you saying? It's not your gloss. It's your interpretation of what happened. And you just dislike the fact that this is like your opinion on this. I don't know why she keeps.
Because you and I can agree that if he wanted to honor the Constitution, if he wanted to honor the Supreme Court in their decision in the way that Biden did, the moment that it was struck down, he stopped, he would have picked up and made a call. And it just would have been solved.
Okay,
correct.
Let's assume he could have done that, right?
Of course he could have done that. You don't need to assume.
The order is to facilitate. He ultimately did facilitate. He took an aggressive position. He took his time, but he ultimately did, right?
But the issue is he didn't because he wanted to honor the Supreme Court's decision in a way that Biden did with an immediate cease of action. He did it because basically his base was shaking over it, and he was like,
his base is not shaking over that, by the way. Like, if you move in Republican circles at all, they were upset that he did it at all, to be totally honest with you. But,
actually, yeah,
so
that
I
is
don't
true.
think that's why he did it.
That is true.
That's your
did what violated
no, that's
the
why, I don't
due
guess why he brought
process?
it back. I think
No,
he brought
well, yeah. A lot of people a lot of people that are sympathetic to Trump were kind of pissed off that Trump actually decided to actually bring him back when obviously they shouldn't. They feel like that he shouldn't have. So like she's saying, oh, there's a mass pressure from his base saying that he should have brought him back when obviously that wasn't true.
Brought him back because he knew that he should. Like, he didn't want to. He eventually did. Like, no one could have forced him to do it. There's no one on God's green earth that could have forced him to do it. And he did. On the flip side, you're talking about whether or not you're going to violate the bodily autonomy of 100 million citizens. And if you think that there's a moral equivalency between these two, that's going to make me feel like, holy God, I'm really a lot more worried about this due process situation than the bodily autonomy of 100 million American situation, you're out of your mind. They're not.
It's about the original position. It's about honoring the Supreme Court. It's about honoring the checks and balances, right? What I'm doing is I'm giving an example that I have.
Oh my God! See, look, this is the issue that we're running into. She keeps going back. She's trying to act as if what she's saying now is what he believes. But he's literally not he's literally saying, no, this is not the case. I don't believe this. This is not the case. And instead of asking like, oh, well, why? Why do you see this as like so equivalent when she doesn't see that as so equivalent? Why do you see it equivalent? Instead of asking that good faith question, she's like, no, actually, you just don't actually believe what you told me that you believe. So you're wrong. You're wrong in the belief that you said that you told me that you had. Like, this is essentially what's going on here.
Have on hand of Trump.
Like, she's being bad faith without actually saying that she's bad faith.
And painting him a picture as not giving a damn about the Constitution, being fine with tearing it down, and only yielding to the Supreme Court, the stacked Supreme Court, when he has to because of pressure from lower courts. You're painting a picture of Biden as not giving a damn about. I don't hear you doing the same with Biden. I show you him making an executive order that you don't like, that you think was a violation of the Constitution, the Supreme Court intervening, blocking it, and Biden immediately honoring that.
Because the Supreme Court had the power to block him. They did not have the power to order Trump to return Garcia on any timeline. They could not order it.
So do you think that if all things were equal and they couldn't have like ordered Biden not to do this, he just would have said fuck you to the Supreme Court and gone on? Or do you think he would have honored
I think he absolutely would have said fuck you to the Supreme Court if he could have. I mean, that's what happened with the student loan forgiveness. Like, he got struck down and his immediate response was, I'm gonna keep trying. I'm gonna find other ways to do this. Right? Now, did he defy an order in that situation? No. But if you're talking about the spirit of what the Supreme Court said, he could have said, oh, it looks like this is not a thing I should do.
Like, you're talking about the spirit of how, like, well, Trump eventually did do it, but he broke the spirit of it. He didn't do it fast enough, and that's him breaking the spirit of it. But now, and this is the equivalent, perfect equivalence. Thank you, lawyer dude. This is why I like this lawyer.
Executive fiat, he didn't. I think that presidents take aggressive positions on legal issues from time to time. This is not unusual in our history. Like, and this is this might be a weird backstory point, but everyone complains about American healthcare and the American healthcare system. Do you know why it exists? Because
the American healthcare system?
Our insurance system? Because FDR bullied the shit out of the U.S. Supreme Court by threatening to pack the court until they submitted to him and passed a series of decisions that, amongst other things, allowed him to cap wages in the United States. And with capped wages, employers could not attract new talent. So what they ended up doing was they offered health insurance. The IRS ruled that it was tax deductible, and that's why we have a primarily employer-focused health insurance system in our country. The reason why? Because FDR took an unbelievably aggressive approach to the Supreme Court, where he said, literally, if you don't just start passing my cases, I'm going to pack the court to 15 and destroy the current setup in the court. So, the idea that what Trump did in this situation is somehow beyond the pale in terms of presidential responses to a court order is, I find it ahistoric, and I just don't think the concern.
That's not what I've said. I've said, okay, I don't know why you were not understanding my position. I'll say it again. it is surprising to me as an originalist that in the upcoming midterms, you can say all you want about Biden. Sure. What we're dealing with right now is Trump, who on due process alone definitely didn't want to honor, just violated the guys' rights, and then wouldn't honor the Supreme Court without pressure. And on top of that, FIRE, the organization, says that there is this year alone, like a 67 times rate of the past 25 years of pressure on free speech. So if we're talking about free speech, you said it's about the same. Doesn't seem like FIRE thinks so. Seems like FIRE thinks it's way fucking worse than it ever was. And so what I'm saying to you isn't that Trump is uniquely horrible than all the 350 years, because there's been actually a lot of really fucked up presidents that have done way worse shit, which is why we'll have like things like term limits and stuff now, right? There's been bad shit in the past. What I'm talking about is you're an originalist. My conclusion from that would be that you would value people who honor and respect the institution of the Constitution. Sorry, I'm word swapping there. Of people who honor and respect the Constitution. I'm moderate. The biggest criticism I get from all the liberals in my social space is that I am the moderate, that I am the biggest bullshit fence sitter, always tries to see the other side. I can't even begin to understand how, if you think the current administration is violating free speech, which I hope you would grant the FIRE, it seems like you like FIRE, at a massive rate compared to any presidency in the last 20 years combined. So 67 times, I can send you the data, 67 times more infringements in this year alone than in the past 24 years, right?
Yeah, the graph, man. The graph says its graph go up, so it must be true, right? True. The numbers go up, so it must be true.
So a pretty big escalation of free speech violation. I'm surprised that an originalist wouldn't want to vote in such a way to diminish the power of a president that obviously wants to overstep the Constitution and the American project. That's what I'm surprised by.
Well, a few responses. One, it is, I think, totally rational to criticize Trump for his position on free speech. I haven't seen the data you're looking at, and by the way, and I do consistently and often, but I have not seen the data you're looking at. I'd be delighted to look at it. I can't really respond to it because I haven't seen it. I would suggest, I don't know this, but I would suggest that one of the problems with data collection like that is there's a statistical methodology problem. Like, for example, Biden, in the complaint that got struck down in the Supreme Court, eventually, Biden v. Missouri, where the allegations of censorship in social media that came from his administration, the recitation of the...
Pause you. I'm so sorry. There's a noise, super chat. Okay, go ahead, sir.
The recitation of the violations there was 77 pages long, right? Does that count as one? I don't know how the data was collected. So if we want to look at the data, we can. I can't really comment it until I know what that actually means. But let's say this. Let's say I grant you that Trump is very bad on free speech and worse than Biden on free speech, which is not hard for me to grant because I've said it before publicly. That was before the YouTube stuff came out, which has made it closer. But still, I would still grant that Trump's been awful on free speech. The single greatest threat to the integrity of the Constitution in my lifetime has been the appointment of living constitutionalist judges to the Supreme Court. And it's not close. Like, that was by far the thing that absolutely caused the most chaos in our Constitution. And oftentimes it's done, how did Obama put it? He said, I'm paraphrasing, I don't have the exact quote, but he said, I want to appoint judges who aren't just bound by history and tradition, but also rule by empathy. Something along those lines. And it sounded like beautiful and wonderful and great. But what he meant was, I would like judges who think that their empathetic sense of what's right or wrong is a good enough reason to amend the Constitution by fiat.
True.
Nothing Trump has done is even close to the damage that's done to our Constitution by having justices on the court who believe they have the right to unilaterally amend the Constitution. It's not even close. So, we're not even in the ballpark of me thinking that this is the right move because of that reason. Now, if your ask was different, and this is my problem with these struggle sessions, if the ask was, shouldn't reasonable conservatives criticize President Trump and call him out when he does these things? I would agree with you, and I do those things. But your ask is for me to join your political project, and for me to join your political project, I would need to trust your side again, and I have never been given a reason to do so.
It's not my ask.
Your ask was I should vote as a Democrat or not as a conservative in the midterms.
You could do that, or you could vote to weaken Trump's power in the midterms.
That is asking me to join your political project. That is your political project.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
What is your political project?
My political project would be seeing Democrats elected broadly right now.
Okay. And if I did what you just suggested, would that assist your political project?
Sure, but you shouldn't wait.
Are you just... Sure. Literal. Wow. Okay, there we go. We just fixed it. It's the conversation. Oh, nice.
going to ontologically reject something that would align with me, even if it would align with your own value system as well. Yes, diminishing Trump's power will also benefit my political project, but it doesn't mean it's actually the same thing.
No, because if your concern was purely about this, you could say we need to find reasonable conservatives. We need to find conservatives who will do what Ted Cruz did and criticize President Trump vocally when the FCC made those threats, right? We need conservatives who are going to stand up for natural law principles and stand up for the Constitution. That could be your ask. Like, let's find those people and let's support them on the right instead of supporting like a MAGA cultist. That could be your ask, but it isn't, right? Because what you're asking for is actually different than that. And it's a meaningful distinction. What the problem in these kind of like struggle session type conversations is that the ask is always the political project ultimately. It's never how can we make the right more reasonable? How can we support the type of candidates on the right who might actually moderate the Republican Party? And I know that that's not the purpose of the project, because in the last midterm cycle, the DNC threw its weight behind Trumpy candidates on purpose because they wanted them to run.
Do you think that I support this? Wait, do you think that I support this?
I don't know what you support. We've just met. But I'm saying, you're asking me.
Wait, no, stop, because I'm letting you talk. Don't equate what my project or my vision is with just what broadly the DNC is, because all that would belie is that you have no idea what I ever talk about ever publicly, because you would know how openly critical I have been of the DNC. I don't support that idea. I say all the time to the left that for democracy to work, you need a strong left and a strong right. So, like, just don't put words in my mouth. Well, there's no point. If you want to talk to me, talk to me.
Okay. So then on that regard, your point has been that if I voted for any conservative, it would be inappropriate in these circumstances, which is...
Would you vote for a Republican that's anti-Trump? Because if you vote for an anti-Trump... Okay, just said, if you vote for an anti-Trump Republican who just consistently votes against, was not for like the triple B and stuff like that, I have no problem with that, right? Growing the Republican Party to have a larger anti-Trump base would be fucking awesome. I'd be super down for that. I have no qualms with that.
Okay,
whatsoever.
now this is actually, I think, a more useful conversation, because the thing that happens, and I don't...
There we go. We looped out of it. There we go.
But that is a different ask than you had previously, which was to vote Democrat or not vote specifically. But this is, I think, a much better conversation to have, because post-Trump, and I'm talking 28, there's going to be a seismic shift. Everyone has a prediction. My prediction is the same thing will happen that happened in the midterms last time, which is that elements of the right don't vote when he's not on the ticket. And as a result, there'll be a rush to the center, because the center will actually matter more than it did in the last elections. I'm being optimistic. I hope so. I think there's a very useful conversation to be had amongst moderate Dems and moderate conservatives about what running candidates that will make the future better looks like. But that's very different than the aspect previously. And I think that type of conversation matters quite a lot, because there's an acknowledgement there that we're not purity testing each other. And we're not saying, for example, like, you voted for Trump, so you're evil, though I didn't. But that's often the thing that comes up in these conversations, mainly because I talk to Destiny too much. And I think that's actually quite productive. So if that's the conversation you want to have, I'd be delighted to have it. But that wasn't what we were talking about earlier.
Sorry, just a noise. I'm going to log into Stream Elements. I just want to focus on that for a second. Okay.
I think we're moving in that direction.
So I guess one thing to say. I find it fair enough. This is kind of your personal preference. Mm-hmm. It's a little crazy to me that like basically like textualism and like treating the Constitution as a living document is like...
Wait. There we go. Finally. Now she finally figured it out. It's his personal preference, just like it's her personal preference. Thank you. But why'd she loop back into it if she understands that this is just his personal preference? Like, come on now.
Greater threat to the Constitution than somebody who like has shown in J6 in multiple ways that he does not respect the American project or the institutions that we have erected over time that matter. He will.
And this is where the struggle session basically really begins. It's like, see, because Trump does all these things. I have a very hard time how you prefer the other person, especially when you got Jan 6, you got all those Jan 6. Let's see, what else does he say?
Bully and overstep anything to get his possible way. It's crazy. It's crazy to me, but I'm not going to argue out of originalism, because obviously you're more informed on these things. So there's no point. That's crazy to me, frankly. Maybe this is like some sort of like expertise, like brain rot thing that happens, which does happen for a lot of experts. They get very involved in one area of their expertise, and then they get really brain rotted ideas about it.
Well, no, I mean, I think it's not.
That's how she needs to cope about it. It's like, it's not that she is wrong about her worldviews. It's just that it's actually the other person's fault. True.
Very clear in the way that the various presidents comported themselves. Like, if you're an originalist, as I am, And if you're like against racism in general and you don't engage in the mental gymnastics of you can't be racist without power and some of the stuff that was talked about commonly circa like 2020, 2022, affirmative action needed to go. Like that was an obvious one for me, right? If you look at what happened when affirmative action fell, Biden sent lawyers to the Supreme Court to argue in favor of affirmative action, in favor of schools that were accused of having de facto race quotas. Trump, if you go back and you look at the appellate court record, under the Trump administration, he was opposed to affirmative action and had lawyers actually calling this a de facto race quota that was violative and needed to be struck down. So, and when it got back to the Supreme Court, the Biden administration, the lawyers, as lawyers do, because their client changed, had to kind of sheepishly say, well, we looked at the data again and we've decided it was not a de facto race quota. Now we've changed our mind. So, this isn't like a small issue. This is a thing that manifested across Democratic policy during 2020 to 2024 at both the federal and like the very local level.
I don't know.
Like do you spend time in New York?
Very, very limited, like a few hours.
One of the things that like radicalized people in New York more than anything I've seen was that in the summer of 2020, with the mask mandates, there was a group of people who wanted to protest the mask mandates, and they were denied a permit to protest because of the public health crisis. But when BLM wanted to protest, they were granted a permit because race issues was a public health emergency in the eyes of the experts. This sort of mentality, which was very, very common during the Biden years, is hugely problematic for me. And I would need, before I could join your political project, I would need to know this had been excised. This is not what I'm voting for. But it doesn't look that way. It looks like it's still there. So, for now, I'm quite comfortable being on the right. And I think conversations with Josiah, for example, made me realize that I had no home on the left to return to, as much as I yearned for it for a while. But if what we want to do is talk about how to build a better politic with a strong right and a strong left, that's super useful. And I think a conversation more people should have. So
I basically am only arguing from the perspective of midterms as a proxy for the federal government, which you do like for local votes and stuff. I don't care about any of that shit. Like there's lots, especially as a Canadian, like Canadians typically vote multi-party for every single election because we have multiple parties and we're just like not diehards to any of these things. What I basically would say is many people, including the people that you have cited, seem to consider Trump as an existential threat to the American liberal democracy, see him as absolutely willing to overstep it. Conversely, I don't think anyone super reasonable saw Biden as a legitimate existential threat to American liberal democracy. I don't think that is a sane and reasonable. I think there are things you could point to as problems, but not in the same way that Trump's entire orientation is building up oligarchic yes men around him to do as he pleases outside of even the Constitution, right? We can look at multiple things that he's done, of the firing of different staff for not giving him the number that he wants. Fuck, I didn't pause the fucking noises. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, Chevron.
Just popped up and fucking broke my brain. Voting Republican locally is valid for local issues, but for the midterms that are shaping federal power, at that level, many see Trump and not Biden as an existential threat to American democracy, which is why I don't want people to join my political project of getting Democrats in office. I want to see a lessening of power, and I think that matters. So if that's what you want to call my political project, sure. My political project is that. I want to see good democracy, good politicians brought back and normalized on both sides, frankly. And right now, I think the largest threat to the institution is Trump. So, I mean, a few things, because just to touch on a few things you said there. If you have a view, as I do, and our founders did, and used to be a common American moral value, that you want to have a smaller federal government, you actually do need to start breaking down executive agencies. You need to start deregulating. You need to start removing power from the executive branch. I would be delighted to do that. I would be delighted to lessen the power of the executive branch. But that requires shutting down the DOE, redoing the FCC, taking these tools away from the federal government, because those are powers wielded by the executive branch. And as long as we've delegated those powers to the executive branch, someone will wield them. The difference is not that they're being wielded by Trump. The difference is that under Biden and under Democrats in general, they are wielded by a bureaucratic class that is, at least was, insulated from democratic control. It was do your own thing, run your expertise. But that's not how a democracy functions. The president should have control over the executive agencies. And the absolute heartbreak for me of the Biden presidency, like the thing, and we can talk about individual policy issues and so many things that I was disappointed by, but if I was going to give my meta concern, it's that I thought I was voting for him to do what you just said. I thought I was voting for him to be a one-term president who was going to go in and realize we need to ratchet back executive power. We need to do something to lessen it. And that was something centralizing them.
And that was something I was willing to vote for Biden for.
What did he say?
Lessen it. To go in and realize we need to ratchet back executive power. We need to do something to lessen it. And that was
but he's
something.
centralizing them.
And
But he's centralizing them. What did she say? Captions. We go back to captions.
Back executive power. We need to do something to lessen it. And that was
But he's
something.
centralizing them.
But he's what did he say? What did she say?
That was something I was willing to vote for Biden for, and he did the exact opposite. Biden expanded executive power massively. So the idea that I would give the power to the left to do things I don't want them to do,
So it seems like she believes that Biden was actually making the government less big when that wasn't the case at all. So she believes in a delusion.
I think they're going to return the power. There's never been an indication they would.
Do you think Trump or Biden has done more to increase executive authority and centralize power?
Biden.
Obscene. Okay.
I mean, I think.
Wow. Oh, just called him obscene. Debate one, I guess. True. She wins. She just called him obscene. Wow. Good one.
I think the difference that you're more concerned about whether there's a centralized figure you can point at and less concerned about a creeping bureaucracy that does things that are hard to put your finger on. But if you are...
Yes. Actually, yes. Trump is a big bad guy, easy to point at. But Biden, I mean, he's old. He's senile. But there was some really sketchy things that were going on behind the scenes that came out later that we started seeing. Like we already mentioned the whole I forget the person, the government that does the thing, but it's a very, like, he already explained it. Like, it was obviously creeping. Like, no one really saw it that way until, like, you actually see the executive order literally firing people from their jobs because they didn't take a vaccine. Like, that's wild. That's wild. Especially, like, and it was uniformly. It wasn't just, like, it was all types of businesses, even ones that were virtual. Oh, if you didn't get the jab, you can't even do that virtual conference. Like, that's how crazy it was. That's how crazy it was. But I guess that's not overreaching at all. Like, I guess Biden was just less on that. Like, yeah, true.
This is the most frustrating argument I've ever heard. Everyone keeps saying this. Well, he'll just do it in front of your face. It's so much better than the sneaky, subversive people who try to do it behind closed doors. Trump is doing it with doors open. What is he doing with closed doors? He is prosecuting Comey and fired the previous person who wouldn't prosecute him, right? He had Doge just go through and hack apart with a chainsaw.
We saw that. Yeah. We saw that.
Multiple things that were essential in large part for solidifying hegemonic American power overseas and also just doing good things. He is spending crazy amounts of money. He flew in multiple military guys from active war sites to come and just have a talk and learn about the ethos of the warrior, which is insane when you're worried about the budget to be doing any of that behavior. He has received a plane from Qatar that he's just going to get to keep after his presidency. He has made negotiations with Vietnam to reduce tariffs by 50% because they agreed to open a multi-billion-dollar golf course size. It is crazy to me that you would suggest that Biden is worse because Trump does it in front of your face. If people will do that shit in front of your face, as somebody who's worked forensically a lot, the shit that they will do in front of your face, they do worse behind the scenes, almost always.
I very much disagree. And also, the things that Trump tends to use unilateral power on are the types of things I think a president should have a lot of power to do. The president should. I disagree with the Comey indictment.
Crypto coins.
Yeah, that's a personal thing. It's not a presidential thing. But I think it's gross.
Reducing tariffs for Vietnam.
Yes, that is a president. Like, negotiating with foreign governments is a presidential authority.
No. Not negotiating tariffs with Vietnam. Reducing tariffs for Vietnam when they agreed to open a private business for him.
If you'll let me make the point.
Sure.
Things like trade, things like immigration, things like directing your subordinates to investigate and prosecute crimes. These are things that are within the core constitutional wheelhouse of the president. These are things that we expect the president to do. Making healthcare decisions for people living in states across the country is not. Censoring free speech for people across the country on social media is not. So you're pointing at things where we're probably going to have agreement that there's problems and there's things I disagree with. And again, if we want to have that conversation, that's a useful one to have, and I'd be delighted to. But if your ask is concede that it's worse now, it's definitely not worse now. It's just that we are concerned about different things.
True.
You're not even a year into Trump's presidency, and there are so many things that I can point to that aren't just centralizing of power, but are also flagrant abuses of power.
If he gets rid of the DOE,
Vietnam
does that
Gulf
centralize
War is
power
insane.
in the executive branch?
It depends on what he does with the DOE afterwards and all of like the assets and aspects managed underneath.
The thing about like eliminating a department is that it reduces the scope of executive power. Like it centralizes but reduces, and that's what conservatives want. We want a powerful, vigorous president who runs policy and is the person in charge, but we want the sphere of things he's in charge of to be smaller. I'm talking about reasonable conservatives here. I'm not talking about like he's a nice guy, but Rob Noor who just wants like a vendetta cycle of prosecutions, right? Like I'm talking about like a more reasonable take. What we want is a smaller federal government that does less things but has a vigorous president in charge of it, and that is the sort of thing that he is directionally headed towards. He's doing it badly. And I'm very willing to criticize the fact that he's doing it badly. But if that's this direction, the Biden administration, maybe they were executing better, but they were going that way. So they're executing well in the wrong direction. That doesn't make me feel better.
True.
Yeah, I don't know how to rectify not just things you're being like, well, these things are technically within his power. So I'm not
basically this is what's happening with her. She thinks her worldview is like the best worldview, and no other worldview is acceptable for why he should be thinking this way. Like obviously you should see Trump and Trump should be bad, and she's having a hard time convincing him on why Trump is bad. Hard time. Because he's actually giving a legit grievance of like the other side and how he thinks that the other side is way worse. But she's like, actually, well, I don't really think what Biden did was actually way worse, but look at what Trump did. And that's why she's having a hard time understanding this, because ultimately at the bottom of like how she believes in the things that she believes, it goes back to Trump is just worse. So him saying that him not being able to just agree with her is the reason why she's acting this way now.
We're concerned about him abusing his power, right? Like the Vietnam tariff dismissal. That's absurd to me, right? It's not just a centralizing of power, it's also an abuse of power, right? He's exchanging personal favors for tariff exchanges. Is that within the president's right to do?
Can you send me an article or something? Because I'm unfamiliar with the story. I'm unfamiliar with the story.
I'll have to look one up.
I don't know the story you're talking about, I can't really meaningfully comment on it.
Okay, do you know about the crypto coins?
If you're looking for a concession that like him having like an active crypto coin business during his administration is like a gross ethics violation, I would agree.
Okay. Mm-hmm. How do you feel about him appointing Doge to go through all of the departments and just hack all of their funding?
I'm disappointed they weren't more successful.
Gotcha. That's insane to me.
No, I mean...
it's just... that's insane to me. That's insane to me. Damn, you must be wrong if I think that's insane. Yeah, not an argument. Good one.
If you actually want... If you're serious about wanting to reduce government spending, and you're serious about wanting to deregulate, and you're serious about wanting to reduce the deficit, Doge is the classic example of what I liked and hated about Trump. I loved the initiative. I thought it was a once-in-a-generation opportunity. It was catastrophically badly handled and done with like an infant-like level of precision. It was a joke, and they got rid of Ramaswamy, the only guy who seemed to understand how to do anything that was going to be useful.
Yeah.
So it was a cataclysmic failure, but I'm not disappointed that they tried. I'm disappointed they didn't succeed.
Gotcha. Super curious about, like, for example, him shutting down investigations into himself, right? When Biden was in power, he had multiple investigations opened up against him. He just allowed them to continue. Do you feel like that is centralizing of power? Because I guess, to be clear, just to be like autistic about like how we're phrasing things, when I say centralizing power, I don't just mean in structural senses of like DOE and blah, 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 blah. I'm also talking about a zeitgeist within the party, the Republican Party, but also within all of the staff underneath that hold up the federal apparatus, increasingly experiencing pressure to yes man him, to get in line, and to not voice disagreements, right? The Comey and Letitia James, I'm imagining you don't like the Letitia James stuff, is a really good example of pressuring when you don't like the answers and creating a zeitgeist within the party and within the federal like institutions of feeling like they have to glaze and be sycophantic towards the president and never check his power or never deter against him, or they will be penalized, right? This is horrifying to me.
Well, we have different views, and I think this is like why I think it's actually more useful to have these conversations in terms of what a reasonable disagreement would look like rather than the kind of like charged political debate. But having had this debate with Pisco like 100 times now, there's a very different view of what centralizing power inappropriately in the executive branch means. Generally speaking, on the right, people want an executive branch that is smaller and has less areas that it controls. And they want those areas to be fully controlled by the president. That's unitary executive theory. It is smaller. That's a core piece of it. It's too big right now. I would like it to be smaller. But of the things the president does, it is his prerogative. Like, he has the constitutional right to fire these people if they don't do what he wants them to do. So it is like, that's his prerogative. The Democratic or left-leaning view of how to lessen executive power historically has been to make the circle of executive power bigger, but to lessen the president's control of it. More agencies that are more independent, and the president doesn't have oversight over the agencies. That's the Democratic view. So what we're talking about is and this is why I said I think that there might need to be a discussion about like fundamental value shifts. Like there's a value split about what an appropriately shaped federal government is between the left and the right. And I think a lot of those things are kind of proxy issues, and the culture war is a proxy for issues like that, where there's a legitimate value split, and a lot of people don't talk about it because they don't have the expertise or the language, but that's actually the concern, is that people view fundamentally what should an American government look like differently.
So the Doge thing, maybe I'll try to understand. The Doge thing disgusts me for two factors.
There we go. Wait, hold up. You said you want to try and understand, but now you're gonna you're not gonna try and understand. You're telling him why you feel this way. You're trying to make him understand you. That's not a good faith. Like, that's kind of manipulative. I'm gonna try and understand you, but here's how this is what I think first.
Number one, it was done so poorly that any level of government auditing on spending is going to be so hard to get any political will behind ever again, because everyone is just like traumatized at like how poorly that was rolled out. It was insanely stupid how it was handled, because it was just a hacking of things, a very untransparent reporting of the hacking of things, multiple things being cited as being cut that were already spent, et cetera, right? So this idea of auditing the government, right? I actually think that the government is oftentimes very unwieldy with the money that they have. I think that they are often very inefficient. As somebody who's worked in government positions, I have watched them be very foolish with their money and inefficient, right? The issue is, auditing the government is totally fine with me. Auditing to make sure that money's being spent in good places and stuff like that, totally fine with me. You're taking our money. We should be accountable to where you're spending it, right? And don't spend it on the things that we wouldn't believe in, right? It seems like basically saying, I'm fine with replacing a left-wing president with a Republican king, because at least when he changes things, it's in a direction that could theoretically be good if it wasn't done so poorly. And so it's like, to me, I'm like, even if that's true, that it's like in the direction that you want, he's just doing it really, really badly because he's abusing power and creating a culture underneath him of yes-manning and pressuring the Federal Reserve despite it being his own appointee, and that's not his position to do, right? Doing all these...
Probably would have created a whole culture of yes-manning if he didn't feel like he was being prosecuted, like, when he wasn't even in office. Like, probably wouldn't have done that if people didn't lie to him in his first administration. Just saying.
Things, making investigations into Comey and his political enemies, right? All these things that I think you would agree are bad. Mm-hmm. It seems very odd to me to say, well, yeah, that's in the direction that I want. And it's like, I'm trying to think of like an apt metaphor. But it's like, not only...
No, you can't. Yeah. She's trying to think of a metaphor that could change his mind on it to make him think the way that she thinks, but she can't. Because the way that he thinks is just valid. It's just valid. It's a difference in opinion, but she doesn't want to, like, because if she were to say that it's just a difference in opinion, it's basically saying, well, her opinion doesn't really that matter. It's just an opinion on her part as well. It's just her opinion. That's why people probably shouldn't switch to her. It's like reducing it down to just an opinion, and she doesn't want to reduce that to his thing to just an opinion, because it would reduce her thing into opinion easily. So she's like, I have to convince him. I have to change his mind. And she's having a hard time doing it, because giving up and just saying, oh, you know, it's just an opinion. It's not that. It's not a... She's devaluing herself at the same time, and she doesn't want to do that.
I could give you one if you want.
Well, can I give you Notley?
Sure.
I'll give you Notley. Do you know Rachel Notley from Alberta? It's Canadian politics.
No, Canadian politics is a blind spot for me.
No worries. So we had a 40-year run of Conservatives being in power in Alberta. They were always in power forever, never, never. 1 year, the Conservative Party split the vote. So NDP ended up winning a majority power in the province. And as a result, Rachel Notley, with a very conservative area, Alberta's very cowboy and oil country, rolled out crazy hikes on minimum wage, crazy changes, like just rolled out a very aggressively left platform that the Alberta community was not ready for. They were open to change. They were sick of the conservatives. But as a result of it, even though it was in the direction that I wanted to see, like better treatment for like farm workers, for example, because they often can't unionize and they don't get workers' comp, right? There was a lot of directions that I liked. She did so many things so poorly that we will never get political will for the NDP or anyone left leaning to be in Alberta for like years, because we're like scarred and traumatized by how awful. So it's like, even if I'm putting myself in your shoes, which wants like as limited government as possible, which to be clear, isn't my value system, right? I don't share that value system as much. Even in those shoes, I feel like you should be at minimum railing against him, because he's ruining the thing that you want to be done well by doing it so abusively and so poorly.
So again, if what we're trying to do is have a conversation about like what a reasonable right and a reasonable left could talk about, then I'm delighted to get into, the many posts that I have criticizing Trump's First Amendment abuses. But, and I know because I reached out to her about Destiny at one point, here's how that conversation typically goes and how struggle sessions often go. Destiny and I had like a blowout on X, and he's now banned me or blocked me or whatever for whatever reason, which is a shame. I thought we could have had a good debate, but whatever. And after that, he had a post about how much he hated the FCC action against ABC and Jimmy Kimmel. And I responded, and this is in the middle of our big debate about other stuff. I responded, yeah, that's pretty grim from a First Amendment perspective, right? Because I agreed with him. And that's the attempt to say, oh, look, there's room here to have a reasonable conversation. His response was to quote tweet me and say, that's why you voted for Trump 3 times. Even though in every conversation with him, I've told him I've never voted for Trump, and he knows this. And the point I'm making is, that's how these purity test conversations go. The ask is, will you support my political projects? And I won't, because at this point, I have absolutely no faith in the Democratic Party to have any power at all. The problem that I'm seeing is, in my metaphor, it would be, you have 2 choices. Choice 1 is somebody who would like to build you a house. They're going to do it very badly. You do not trust their judgment. There's going to be tons of problems, but they're going to try to build the house. The other team wants to abandon house building and put up an apartment complex. They're going to do it really well, but I don't want an apartment complex. So the fact that they do it really well isn't a great ringing endorsement for giving them power. And
True. Yes. Literally, we're talking about things that I agree with this guy. It's an opinion. You think that your side is doing good thing, and that's great. I'm not interested in that apartment complex, though. I'm not interested in that apartment complex.
The problem right now is that
I would rather have the shitty house. Actually, I would rather have the shitty house than the shitty cheap house versus the expensive, overexpensive, really nice apartment complex. I would rather that, actually, like, legitimately.
No indication on the left that they're willing to actually make any concessions to somebody like me who has these concerns. So if that's the question, then what we should do, and I don't think we need to be on the same team. I don't think we are on the same team. I think what we could agree on is, how do we advance?
Yeah, and she keeps trying to, like, she's kind of like trying to make him be on, see her side of the situation, where he kind of sees her side of the situation. He just disagrees, and she can't accept that.
Discussion about people who are willing to criticize Trump, people who are willing to criticize excess, and how do we develop that on the right? I think that's a wonderful conversation. But if it's always going to come down to, isn't Trump so bad? Why aren't you willing to agree with me on this? That's the join my team conversation. And I've had the conversation. If anything, it's convinced me that I'm better off on the right. That's my takeaway from 20 hours of this conversation. So I think it's the wrong question. But if we want to keep debating it, I'm delighted to, because it's interesting.
For sure, but I guess my question to you would be, like, it feels like you're framing this like, I want somebody who's building like kind of a crap.
True. You need to believe, if you're not on my side, then you're on the high side. Yeah, it is a women thing. It is, like, it's a little bit. She tries to suppress it because she's aware of it, but it is a little bit of a woman thing, you know.
Crappy house versus an apartment building because I want a house. What I'm saying to you is, isn't it better to live in an apartment building than to live in a negative equity house, or one that will collapse on top of you?
No, because the house I care about is the foundational American constitutional set of values and the values set out in our Declaration of Independence. But
you have a president who doesn't stand by those things.
I have a president who makes a lot of missteps and does a lot of things I disagree with, but is aimed, in my opinion, in the direction of restoring, for example, reverence for natural rights, for the American proposition. These are things.
Yeah, okay. So, hold up. When she said that the house analogy, let's just say the house analogy. she said, "Oh, it's a house that's just going to collapse eventually." No, I don't think the house is going to collapse and disappear eventually. No, the house is just it's just a crappy house. She thinks the house is going to this is why she's on the other side. She thinks that with the house now, she thinks that the house is actually going to collapse eventually. It hasn't broken down yet, but if we keep going this route, it will eventually collapse. And I'm like, "No. This is why we got 4 terms. I mean, this is why you only get 2 terms and you only get 8 years maximum." And we're basically almost done with his last 8 years, his last 4 years. So, like, we only got 4 more years. We're not going to collapse within 4 years. Like, chill. Calm down. It's not that bad. Oh my god, he didn't bring home Abrego Garcia fast enough. I guess the house is going to get destroyed. Yeah, true. Like, bro, like, my goodness.
Is that I think are valued on the right. On the left, most people I talk to can't tell me what the American proposition is. I'll give you a pass because you're Canadian, so it's not bad.
Well, sometimes longer.
That's not your fault. But they can't tell me what the American proposition is, and they are actively opposed to it. Like, the ideas on the left that I get the most are that America is uniquely evil, that America has original sin, that America is a fundamentally bad place and needs to be torn down and rebuilt. That's the messaging from the left in terms of their values, that the Constitution is an obstacle that should get in the way, and that it's a bummer, and maybe we can rewrite the Constitution if we only get enough judges in who are willing to do it. That's not my value system. So yeah, it's a pretty big deal that they want to put up an apartment building. I'd much rather live in a house that was built by someone I disagreed with than the apartment building. It's not like I've not weighed to.
Sure. So I guess this is what the block that I'm running into, right? Is that you're basically saying he's going to sell me a house and it's worth less than you actually bought it for. And he actually sold half of it a week ago to an oligarch in the backroom deal, but you're actually going to foot the entire bill, and the oligarch can kind of come in and do whatever the fuck he wants with your house half of the year, right? In this world, this is how people on the left feel when they're hearing this. They often feel probably the way I feel, where they feel like I'm undermining how serious of a threat Trump is to the American project, right? And so to me, you're saying, I prefer...
No, you're over-exaggerating the threat. That's what's going on here. You're over-exaggerating the threat. That's the problem here. But you feel like you're under-exaggerating, and that's why you're stuck in this. That's why you're on the left. We just have a fundamental, basic disagreement on how severe the situation is, which it's not that bad. Chill out. That's what I'm saying. But you're on Destiny's side saying, like, no, everything is really bad. We this is crazy. Like, we're gonna lose democracy. I'm like, okay, yeah. Like, like, democracy is literally the reason why Hamas came into power. Democracy was the reason. That is, yeah, democracy helped Hamas become the thing that got voted in, and then they decided to stay. But I guess and then if she wants to make that equivalence and be like, oh, let's see, we voted in Trump and now we're gonna get that. See, that works with my argument, with her argument. But then I would say, oh, okay, so where's the mass deleting of people that disagree with him? Where's that? Where's that going on? What's happening with that? Oh, there isn't any mass deleting of people? Oh, okay. All right. Good one.
For the house where I buy it for more than it's worth. Half of it was
that's what Hamas did. When Hamas got into power, then deleted a bunch of people that was against them, and that's why they stayed in power.
Backhand deal sold to an oligarch who can fuck with it half the year, but it's better than an apartment building. And I'm like, no, it's not. At that point, like I don't know if we're injecting meth right now. Like, there's no world where the apartment building isn't just better. It's definitely not what you want. And I would prefer a world where we move towards what you want and everyone gets a house. But there isn't a world where the house that is half owned by the oligarch is better.
Well, I mean, if we want to just play the game of making each one worse, I can throw a bunch of adjectives to make the apartment worse if you want.
True. Because
it's kind of silly. At a certain point, the metaphor just becomes silly. But if it's helpful, I can make the apartment seem really terrible. It's filled with snakes.
No, that's not.
Actually, yes, it's filled with snakes, which it is. Like, yeah, look, it's really nice on the outside, but when you actually get into it, there's a lot of snakes in there. You don't really see it, but like, actually, look. Bro, I love this guy. She just went on a tangent, and then he just deleted her entire argument. Nice.
No, it is the point. because
No, it's not the point.
The issue
It
that
is
we're
the
having,
point.
and this is what I was trying to get at.
You just refuse to see that as the point.
Can I pause you? Because I feel like you missed my
point. I didn't.
I actually.
I didn't miss it.
I'm telling you that you did.
Okay, then tell me what I missed, and then I'll say the thing I was going to say.
What I'm trying to outline here is that I think principles are important, but if the outcome of a principle is in diametric opposition to the actual outcome that you want, having a house, then that principle should be abandoned or at least paused.
Okay, no, because America is a propositional nation. We're not a nation that's founded on an ethnicity. We are founded on a moral proposition. That proposition includes limited governments. It includes the idea that we should be moving in the direction of a society that allows people the liberty to pursue their interests in different ways, in different places to the extent we can, and we should minimize government intrusion. So in your metaphor, yes, there is a house that I will concede has all sorts of problems. I might not concede to your adjectives, but I'll concede it has all sorts of problems. But when I say it's an apartment building, what I'm saying is on the left, they do not seem to share that value. What they would like to do is have an apartment building with maximally intrusive rules where everyone decides how you get to live, where there's an HOA, where there's a bureaucracy that controls how you do, what you live, where you can go, what you can eat, how you can think. That seems to be the left to me. And that split in...
Yeah, but she thinks that's a good thing. She likes when the government has all of these different powers to tell her what to do because it makes everything safer. And women tend to want things a little bit safer than just being free and roam and kind of be free and do whatever you want and maximum freedom. But there's a lot of risk to that because then people might be able to poop in your water. And you're like, we don't really want that. But guess what? Like, it's the difference between opinion. She'd rather have a safer place, but more controlled, and you have less freedoms and stuff like that. He would rather a much more free society where people aren't dictating these things, and like maybe there's a little bit more risk to that. Like that's the difference of opinion here. That's why they have a disconnect and why they keep looping. But I guess these two people are just not smart enough to. I mean, I think he sees it, and that's why he keeps trying to jump back to a different conversation. But she's just not smart enough to see that and see the disconnect. She's just so bogged down and like trying to say like, but the way that I see things is obviously better. And she's trying to convince herself and her audience that actually what we think is better. It's actually, we're the good guys here. We can't just boil this down to just, it's just a difference of opinion. Like she doesn't want to do that because it discredits her side.
Values is what the culture
wars. Like he's okay with doing that because he doesn't care if he discredits his own side. He thinks that he's an enigma, like just on his own. He doesn't really care about that. He doesn't have that type of pride and stuff, or that type of, he's so like ideologically stuck in one location where he needs to make his side seem like it's the best thing ever. Like he's literally saying this is just a difference of opinion, and she doesn't want to accept that.
Is actually a proxy for. The left has run so far and so fast from core American values that they don't see what they've done, and they've removed themselves from this. And if I'm going to be honest with you, they've done it while parroting rhetoric from academia that tears down our common American heritage, that tears down statues of Thomas Jefferson, that renames schools that used to be named after Abraham Lincoln because these figures aren't good enough anymore. And what that does is it means there is no common ground anymore, because as Americans, we don't have things like an ethnicity or religion to fall back on. Our common ground is the American proposition, and the left is so far from it that they just don't. Then they look at the right and they say, God, what happened to you guys? And we're saying, no, we actually care about the same thing we always cared about. That's what we want to do, but it doesn't seem like the left is even interested. So in that world, I will accept the shitty carpenter. Of course I'll accept the shitty carpenter. I'd rather it was a better carpenter.
But the issue is, like, this is where the analogy is falling flat. It's not a bad carpenter. It's a carpenter who's lying to you, and he was not a carpenter at all. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but Trump isn't lying to you. He literally says it as it is. If Trump was trying to lie, this guy seems far too normal to be on the internet. True. Yeah. I mean, he kind of he finally just started coming into the internet, so that is a correct statement. But yeah.
Okay. Right.
I agree.
He's espousing these principles and values, right? Because I imagine part of the American project that you value, the American proposition, is democracy, right?
Yes, it's not the whole thing, and I think the left's understanding of democracy is deeply deep.
Actually, hold up. I just got a really, really cool idea. Hold up. We're gonna just pause a little bit. I'm gonna toggle this thing off. And now, if I play this,
but yes,
it'll stay exactly where it is, right? Good. We're gonna pause this for a second. Actually, no. We'll keep playing this.
Would you say hierarchically democracy matters like a lot in the American project?
I think it's secondary to securing natural rights, but yeah, it matters a lot.
Okay, sure.
That is the order of preference given to them in the Declaration of Independence.
Sure. And then after that, would you say is small government, or where does small government fall in that?
Small government is how you secure natural rights.
Gotcha. Okay. So you basically are willing to toss away democracy potentially for your version of natural rights.
I'm not willing to toss it away. I'm not willing to.
That's
toss
what my
it
analogy
away.
is highlighting towards, right?
I'm saying that there are multiple priorities, and they are going to be in a hierarchy like any priorities are, right? And the idea that natural rights are more important than like one person, one vote should not be controversial. Like if we had a democracy and the democracy voted tomorrow to institute slavery, I would rebel against the outcome of that democracy because the natural rights are more important than honoring one person, one vote. Obviously, this isn't like a controversial take. This is core American thought. Like you can have an unjust democracy. You can have the tyranny of the majority. The whole reason our government is so unwieldy, unlike Canada, where you have like a parliamentary system, but the whole reason our system is so impossible to work is that the founders were so concerned about the government cramming down on the minority and having faction capture that they made a system that is the hardest democracy in the world to operate, and they did it on purpose, right? So yeah, I mean, I think that there's lots of things in our system that are undemocratic, and I think they're undemocratic for very good reasons.
Gotcha. I guess to me, it feels as though you're saying I would prefer a monarchy who at least respects my natural rights than a democracy, and I'm saying,
no. I'm not. It's not like I'm saying that. I'm saying I am saying that. Like
he is literally saying that. Nice.
Because it is possible to have a just.
Yes, actually, yes, and I'm saying that too. What's better, voting in Hamas and then getting deleted? Because but democracy good though, right? Democracy good though, right? Or having a just monarch. Like obviously, one of those two things are much better. Like democracy automatically means good in her mind, when obviously democracy can lead to really bad things. But I guess she just can't square that opinion.
It is not possible to have a just government that denies natural rights. This is the point I made with the Kano boy before he exited the scene. I made the argument that socialism is morally evil, not because of its outcomes, but because it abolishes the right to self-ownership and it abolishes the right to public property. So even if it was arrived at by a democracy, it would still be a moral evil, because the American project is to secure natural rights. And again, this could be a point of contention between us, but it's also a great point of agreement. Because if you want to then call me out later and be like, holy shit, are you going to get on Trump's case about the FCC stuff? Are you going to get on Trump's case about,
I'm not concerned about you
universities? I'm absolutely going to do it, and I could be an ally in that way.
Just to grant you the olive branch, I am in no way, the conversation has convinced me that I'm in no way concerned that you won't be upset when Trump oversteps natural rights.
Good, that's
I'm not
helpful.
concerned about that. Okay. So just to be clear, I in no way think that you're okay with Trump overstepping. You've been very consistent with that. You have an issue with the Comey stuff. So that's not my issue. I guess to me, it feels like the principle you value is being wielded by Trump and is leading to consequences super far afield from than your desires, right? That would be produced by a person who does not share your principle, right? It feels like you're saying, like, I like this guy because he's at least directly towards like natural rights. And it's like, yeah, except he doesn't care about natural rights. All he wants is the kingship. That's all he cares about.
Well, no.
Right? He wants the smaller government, but he wants it because that gives him more power. It's not because he cares about your rights.
Wait, he's
he
a
doesn't care about
traitor?
workers. He doesn't care about any
why
of
do
these
you
things
say
other than
he's a
securing
traitor?
power. And
Hold up, let me go back a little bit. Why do you say that?
It feels like the principle you value is being wielded by Trump and is leading to consequences super far afield from than your desires, right? That would be produced by a person who does not share your principle, right? It feels like you're saying, like, I like this guy because he's at least directly towards like natural rights. And it's like, yeah, except he doesn't care about natural rights. All he wants is the kingship. That's all he cares about.
Well, no.
Right? He wants the smaller government, but he wants it because that gives him more power. It's not because he cares about your rights. He doesn't care about workers. He doesn't care about any of these things other than securing power and directing income.
Wait, hold up. I wasn't listening to her. I actually have something to say about that. Wait, give me 2 seconds. I want to do this thing. this is what I would normally do before I'm streaming, but because I just thought of a really cool idea. Really cool idea. Copy transformation. Go to this, right? Right? I guess paste? Yes. Paste that. We don't want that there though. What we want is this to be here. Yes. Right? Yes. And then when we move to here, all of the text just moves with it. But that looks too weird. That looks way too weird. Let's do a thing where we just let's do something like that. It's gonna be there, right? And then we move this here. Yes. And then it just goes down. That's cool. So that will be there. We'll have to do something about that. All right. Boom, there we go. Nice. So if we go here, we don't get that weird looking thing. And then if we go here, we do get the box. And then the box disappears. Look at that. Look at that. All right, yeah, I'm back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back. Cause like, I want to be able, people to be able to see the text.
I like this guy because he's at least directly towards like natural rights. And it's like, yeah, except he doesn't care about natural rights. All he wants is the kingship. That's all he cares about.
Well, no.
Right? He wants the small.
He wants the king stuff. The king stuff. Yeah, true. Because, like, you know exactly what Trump is feeling. True. 100% based. Yeah. You know exactly how he feels, and that's why you're saying that. Okay.
Well, our government.
But so who's like, she's literally grasping at straws. She's trying to psychoanalyze Trump and then trying to say, oh, but this is what he actually means. He doesn't actually do this because he cares about it. He's doing it because it gives him more power. And that's why I'm like, but the outcomes are the same. He's making the government smaller because he wants more power. Like, I just don't care at that point. I don't care for his intentions. He's only going to be there for the next 3 years. Like, the only thing that's going to concern me is if he decides to actually, like, I don't know, mostly. I do bad jokes. Where's that fat dragon guy? Yeah. Yeah, where is that dude? I don't know what is he doing? What is he doing? I'm Fat Dragon. I don't know. He despawned. He despawned. Anyways.
He wants it because that gives him more power. It's not because he cares about your rights. He doesn't care about workers. He doesn't care about any of these things other than securing power and directing income increasingly towards him and his oligarchs.
I think we might have a disconnect about what a natural right is. Like, what do you mean he doesn't care about workers, and how would that have to do with natural rights?
Life, liberty, property, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so like liberty would be like connected to workers, right? The ability to like flourish and have jobs and have access to good jobs and these sorts of things.
Yes, but like, if you're a pure natural rights theorist, and I'm not like you'd end up you'd be an ANCAP. Like if you were incredibly serious about this and you had no room for any shades of gray or whatever, you'd end up like Fabian Liberty, who is like an anarcho-objectivist because he takes natural rights completely seriously and has no room for any infringement of natural rights. So like being for the worker, okay, well, what does that mean? Like if you're like a minimum wage law, for example, is not good from a natural rights perspective. It's great from like a workers' rights perspective, but we're not using this. Those are different words. They mean different things.
Sure, I'm not talking about minimum wage. When I'm saying like the worker, I guess what I really mean to say is the common man. That's what I'm meaning. Life, liberty, and property, right?
Okay, but I think that
So the common man should have an ability to have access, probably able to get out.
I'm losing you. Are you having a connection issue?
It's me. Just give me a second. Am I back yet? Hello, hello.
You're there. You're a little slow, but I can hear you.
Okay. Yeah. So I guess how to describe? Do you read Aristotle? Are you a fan of Aristotle at all?
Yeah. I mean, I wouldn't say it's my favorite philosopher, but I've read him.
I wouldn't say he's your favorite philosopher. Is that what you're saying?
I wouldn't say he's my favorite philosopher, but I have read him.
Gotcha. Okay. He's my favorite philosopher. I'm sure you're not surprised to necessarily hear. So I think one of the best things that Aristotle did was basically say, in regards to deontology, right? Deontological principle, which I would say to some degree, the natural rights are the way you're something is deontological, right? Anything you value that inherently in some way. You profess that deontology, it must be with respect to the consequences you believe that deontology produces, right? So if I say
no,
okay, that's crazy. So if I say
just to be clear, I'm actually a deist. The
amount of times where she's like, well, that's just crazy. She says a thing, and then he's like, it's like she's trying to explain a thing that he believes, and she's like, well, this is what you're supposed to believe, right? Because you said that you said that these words are the things that you believe, right? So you should believe that these words are also true about your belief, right? And he's saying no, and she's like, that's crazy. I don't know how that works. like, okay, that's great. You can have an opinion, but it ultimately means that you have no idea what he thinks.
When I read the Declaration of Independence and it says we are endowed by our Creator with natural rights, I actually believe that. Like, it's not a question of whether or not I think it leads to good outcomes. I think it's a moral obligation, not because it leads to a good outcome.
Sure. I think you're slightly misunderstanding me then.
Okay.
What I'm saying here isn't just that it leads to a good outcome. It should lead to the outcome of the principle you're professing. So if your principle, say my principle is, say I'm a free speech absolutist, okay? That's my deontological principle. I think it's inerrant that you should always have it, right? I should side with things that are oriented towards free speech, kind of regardless of anything else, because that is my deontological principle. Do you get me?
Mm-hmm.
Does that kind of make sense?
Sure.
Gotcha. So the thing that's not, the square that's not circling for me with you is it feels like natural rights are like principally important to you. And then you're opting for a situation that none of these things are being protected. All you're getting is a small government. You're not getting any of the actual life, liberty, and property.
Well, the way that you get liberty is by having a small government. That's who you need liberty from. So directionally, that's, I think, a core problem. I think, in fact, I'm gun to my head, I'd say I'm sure, that if the left were given political power, what they would want to do is build a larger and ever larger federal government that was staffed by more and more experts who would have increasing autonomy to make decisions based on their expertise. I think that's what the left wants to do. I just don't want them to be able to do that. I think that is a bad thing from a liberty perspective. I think it is better to have a limited government. It is better to have decision-making pushed down to the...
Yes, despite whether you think the person that's making the limited government is crazy or has alternate motives or is like, he doesn't care about that. He cares that he's actually making the government smaller. That's all he cares about. He doesn't care about the intentions of why the government's getting smaller. He just cares that the government's getting smaller, which is why she has such a big issue with this.
The states, it is better to have decision-making pushed down to local government to the extent possible and practical. So in that sense, yes, the right is much better directionally than the left is.
So just to be clear, you just did the thing which you said you disagreed with Aristotle, and then you just did the Aristotle argument.
I didn't say I disagree with him. I said he wasn't my favorite philosopher.
Yes. Yes. Oh my goodness. Bro, what are you doing? You keep putting words in his mouth and he just cooks you like that. Like, come on, man. She's obviously getting frustrated within this debate and completely getting it's come on, Erudite. Where's the good? I mean, I don't know. Maybe she's like cashed out. I think she's giving up, basically. I think she's giving up because that was just, bro. We literally have. How many hours is this? 2. And it ends at around hour 4. Oh my god.
No,
About
no, no.
an hour
I
and a
outlined
half.
to you the deontology principle, that the deontology must be followed in respect to the consequence that you believe the deontology produces. And you said, I disagree with that. It's not about consequences. But you just said small government is how you get liberty, liberty being the principle. So you're saying that you're following the deontology of liberty, of small government, because it produces your consequence, which is an Aristotelian perspective.
Perhaps I misunderstood you. I understood you as saying, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that you derive the principle from the consequences. And that's what I disagreed with. The principle comes first. Okay.
That's not deontology.
Okay,
That can't be deontology, right? That would be consequentialism.
Which is why I disagreed with you. So if I don't think we have a serious disagreement here.
Okay, so that's okay. I just wanted to. I was confused. So you do agree that basically liberty is the consequence. It's the thing that you want. It's both. It's the principle, the deontological principle, but also it's the principle because that's the outcome that you want, right? You value liberty inherently. It's kind of like almost
it's the word because that's tripping me up. But yeah, you value you value liberty inherently, and because you value liberty inherently, you favor political decisions that enhance liberty.
Yeah, you believe that small government is the process by which you get liberty.
Yes.
Right. So the thing that I'm trying to figure out is Trump isn't increasing liberty. All he's doing is shrinking the government, in your view.
No, I think he is increasing liberty, but because that's the consequence of shrinking the government. I wish he would do it better. I mean, and then beyond the actual, there's multiple ways to have this conversation. You can talk about legal rights. I don't think my legal rights have necessarily increased under Trump. I do think, in the cultural space, I would not have had this conversation in 2022. I can tell you for certain I would have had this conversation in 2022 because I would have felt like it was an undue risk for me personally and professionally to talk politics publicly. So, in terms of the cultural zeitgeist, I think that there has been liberty enhancement. In terms of my own day-to-day life.
Just to check though, I just want to check in. The reason that you wouldn't have talked about it publicly is because of the cultural zeitgeist, not because of Biden policy. Biden himself wouldn't have come after you. He wouldn't have directed anyone at a governmental
level. That's why people like Trump. There's so much stuff I don't like about Trump. So, and we've talked about it a lot. But what do I really like about Trump? He found a way to break the paralyzing cultural overreach that we were experiencing in 2020 to 2024. I would have loved for there to be a different soldier on the right who had the capacity to do that. And I would have voted for almost any of them. But he's the one who did. And he's the one who could. And if he had lost that election, I think the culture would be in a very different place right now. And one of the things that would have been very different is that I probably would not be willing to have this conversation. I think that things were trending in a very grim, censorious, and hive-mindy direction. So culturally, I think he was heading in the right direction.
Okay. The issue is that if we're going to get into the culture that Trump is also building is a dogmatic, zealous dedication to him and no level of questioning, which is why he's firing his own.
True. Yeah. That's why when Trump says that he loves the vaccines because of the warp speed thing, all of the MAGA people just accept that and says, yeah, it's just a cult. True. Everyone in the MAGA group just agrees with that. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, that's not bullshit at all. Okay. Good one. Good memes, man. Good memes. Yeah, it's just a cult, man. See, he's also festering a cult that everyone is thinking, and it's bad. And that's why they believe in they believe in Trump and the warp speed and the vaccines. Yeah, true. 100%. Yeah. Good one. Good memes.
Appointees, if just a reality disagrees with him, which he doesn't like, or they just don't do what he wants despite it being an overstep, such as his pressure of Jerome Powell, right? Which is not his job to tell Jerome Powell what to do with the Federal Reserve.
We'll find out, but it might be. I suspect that they're going to have a case about whether Humphrey's executive is good law soon, but right now it's not.
Yeah, a lot of lefties thought that the immunity ruling wasn't going to go in favor of Trump, and then when it did, it broke all the lefties' minds. Like, how could they even give this? How could they rule this way? It's bad that they rule this way. All it did is help Trump. And then actually it helped every single president in existence, but Trump is just one of them, and they only focus on Trump because they thought, well, now we can't even prosecute Trump because some of the things that he could have done was actually a legitimate thing that he could have done. And they're so mad at that. I love them squirming around with that. I remember when Destiny was like, "There's no way the Supreme Court could rule in favor of Trump for the immunity rule. That's impossible. It's impossible. There's no way. You could never see the argument." And then he gets proven wrong, and now he's like, he basically became a Hassan by being anti-government because Trump's in the government now. and now he's like believing, oh, there's all these corruption things and believing all these conspiracy theories about the government and stuff like that. Now it's funny. It's funny how it flips on his head when the government starts doing something that one side doesn't like, and they start going through the conspiracy theories of like, well, actually, this is what happens now after he makes fun of a bunch of people on the right being a conspiracy theorist, and like, oh, all they believe is conspiracy theories, and it's just rich coming out of his mouth, and just watching that go. I don't know if she's done that same thing, so maybe this doesn't really reflect on her, but it's just funny. It's just funny.
Gotcha. So this is the issue. Donald has shown that he will throw anyone and anything under the bus to get what he wants. J6, the firing of staff, shouting hang Mike Pence, lying and smearing Ruby Freeman because she existed and she was a handy scapegoat, right? He has proven a complete disregard for all these things, these core principles you say that you value, right? Life, liberty. She's not taking away property yet, which is great. Okay, that's where Putin's at, where he's now nationalizing his oligarch buddies, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's not opposed to that.
Yeah, Trump is going to be the next Putin. Like, look at the not the frame, well, kind of the frame, but look at the analogy here. Like, the first thing that comes up into her mind, like Putin, see, like she didn't do that, but like, hey, Putin did this thing, man. I'm like, why is the first comparison that comes to your mind is Putin? Oh yeah, it's because she actually believes the whole Russia investigation thing. It's like, oh, even though they came out with saying actually there was no evidence that there was anything to do with Russia, but I guess. Did Trump say that about Mike Pence? Wait, let me see. What did she say?
Pence lying and smearing.
Lawsuit, but right now it's not.
Gotcha. So this is the issue. Donald has shown that he will throw anyone and anything under the bus to get what he wants. J6, the firing of staff, shouting hang Mike Pence, lying and smearing.
No, Trump didn't say that. Trump didn't say hang Mike Pence. Trump never said anything up to the sort. There was Trump supporters that were saying that at the rally, but she's not gonna obviously clarify that because I guess she had a brain injury, so I guess she just didn't use the right words that time. It's not like she deliberately said one thing and then said another thing without clarifying what she meant by that with the other thing. Like, it's because she had a brain injury, man. She had a brain injury, and it sucks. Sometimes she says the wrong thing. I'm kind of going back and forth on that. Like, she did say it. I am legitimately saying it, but I'm also saying it in like tongue in cheek, as in like this is kind of an excuse, but it's a valid excuse. It's still an excuse, but a valid excuse.
Smearing Ruby Freeman because she existed and she was a handy scapegoat, right? He has proven a complete disregard for all these things, these core principles you say that you value, right? Life, liberty. She's not taking away property yet, which is great. Okay, that's where Putin's at, where he's now nationalizing his oligarch buddy.
Lots of lefties with the horse issues. Erudite kicked Vosh. Oh yeah.
He's but
I was
wouldn't be
wondering where
surprised if
that
he's
was
not opposed
going.
to that in the future, right? A good government is small because it affords people liberty. That's why you like small government. You don't like small government.
What did he do that denied liberty in your mind? Like, what were I didn't follow the examples. What were the examples you were
I would say free speech. I would say an invasion of free speech or violating due process are two areas of violating liberty.
Yes, I think I agree with you. I also think that there is a distinction in the citizen non-citizen context there, which is meaningful. But we don't need to dwell on it. We already talked about it. Like, I think there is a difference there. But sure, okay, continue.
Sure. So, what I'm trying to say is, you think that a government is good when it is small because it produces liberty. It produces this value. Correct?
I mean, that is the best way to ensure liberty. Yes.
Sure. And I imagine if I asked, are there other ways to get liberty? You'd probably say, yes, there are other ways, but this is the best way.
None that I know of, but yes.
Okay.
In theory, I'm sure.
You're right.
Yeah.
Sure. Right? So one issue is that obviously a king is a very small government, but can limit all liberty, right?
He's not a small government in the sense that I described small earlier.
He's certainly a government, and he's certainly small.
If you go back to the way that I was talking about what I mean when I say small government, when an originalist or an executive theorist talks about a small government, what we want is an executive branch where the president has full control, but only is in charge of truly national things: defense, trade, immigration. So these are things I want, enforcing federal law. These are things I want him to be powerful in. But I want him to be less powerful about things like regulating the economy, about regulating the affairs of the states, about healthcare decisions. These are things I would like him to be less powerful. A king is small in the sense of there's one person, but their powers are completely broad. There are no limits on kingly power. There's no sphere of kingly power. It's everything. That's what a king is.
Yes. Oh, yes. Bro, I was actually seeing her point for a second there. I'm like, well, yeah. I mean, yeah, you can have a really small... My voice is dying. You can have a really small government, but also, like, it's just like one king is actually just one small government. It's just one guy. That is a really small government. And she's making it seem like, well, you actually just want a king, but a really small king, basically, a really small government. But he's starting to break that down. I was like, oh, okay, fine. I can kind of see where she's going at. But now he's literally adding the context, like, yes, we want a small government, but it doesn't need to be a king. A king doesn't have checks and balances on like whether they can do like financing and stuff. Like the king has rule for all those other things, but they don't. Like she's forgetting about the other branches of government. Like he's not saying we need to destroy the judicial and congressional branch, like the other two branches. Like he's not saying that. He's never said that. He just wants to limit the extra bureaucracy surrounding every other branch, like all the extra things that came up, like the U.S. aid thing. Like what branch is the U.S. aid thing controlled by? Probably Congress. Yeah. But like that's not Congress within itself. Congress made it. Which Congress just keeps making more and more of these things that just don't want to disappear. And now Trump is coming in and axing them. And now she's like, but look, she's the king. He's deleting the other branches. I'm like, no, he's not deleting the core of the branch. He's deleting all the extra bloat that came in. But she sees it as like, oh, but see, he's a king for doing that. And I'm like, no. All presidents had executive orders to delete whatever they want to delete. They've always had that power. It's not something new.
Kings.
So you think separation of power and government checks and balances can also be small government, even though it's necessarily expanding the number of bodies and the scope of the balance?
Your powers are completely broad. There are no limits on kingly power. There's no sphere of kingly power. It's everything. That's what a king is.
So you think separation of power and government checks and balances can also be small government, even though it's necessarily expanding the number of bodies and the scope of the government?
Yeah, of course. That's the structure of our system is to separate power. And in every instance, except the executive, diffuse it amongst multiple people. And they wanted to concentrate power in the executive, they being founders, specifically because they needed somebody to respond nimbly to emergencies and things like that. And then, if you go back to the founding, almost nothing the federal government does today was something it could even legally have done. Like regulating the states, regulating the economy, this was all unthinkable. It didn't have the power. It only developed that power because one of those terrible decisions that came out of FDR's pressuring of the Supreme Court ruled that the Commerce Clause had essentially no boundaries. And based on that, the New Deal was passed. And based on that, we ended up with a government that can regulate essentially anything. But even that isn't something that was part of the original blueprint. So like these are errors in my mind. And what I would prefer is a government that is actually limited. That doesn't necessarily mean in bodies, but it means limited in power. And each branch is operating within its sphere.
Gotcha. So if I take that, Donald Trump has no interest in limiting his power to national things, and he's made that abundantly clear.
What would be your examples of that be? We might agree.
What would be my examples of him not wanting to stick to just national things and wanting
him acting? Like for example, like one of the reasons why the student loan stuff with Biden and the OSHA stuff with Biden bothered me so much is that it was a massive expansion of executive authority in an area where I don't think the executive should have any authority, right? Whereas if Trump, for example, uses his executive authority to redo border policy and immigration.
Sure, my example would be...
He's exercising authority, but that's an area where I think he should have authority.
Sure, sending the National Guard to a state that is rejecting to have it there and says that our police are sufficient, we don't want the National
Guard. So this is a great example, and actually this is the one I was talking about on stream last night. So like this is one, like if you were going to find the thing that was going to get me to like be as sharply critical of Trump as is possible, it would be this one if he is deploying National Guard to do something like local police work, which is what has been alleged that he did. On the flip side, like in the Ninth Circuit, when they litigated the LA case, they ultimately ruled that he was using the National Guard to protect federal interests and to allow ICE to do their jobs. Now, there's a posse comitatus case that came after. That's going to be appealed. We'll see how that turns out. DC, very different. There's no state interest there. That's federal territory. Now, right now, there's talk about Chicago and Portland. These would be great areas of agreement for us. If it turns out that we're going to have National Guard deployed there to do purely local police work, then you and I can join hands and rage against Trump together. If it turns out he's there, it's being there to protect ICE facilities and to make sure ICE can do their work, then I'm not going to have a problem with it, because that is the kind of thing that he is allowed to do. And
I think
these distinctions,
overriding state COVID policies. He overrode state COVID policies. He threatened to cut federal aid to exclusively blue states, right? He suggested withholding federal funds to, I think it was like California, New York, a couple other over immigration and forest management as well. Trump using federal purse strings as leverage to coerce state behavior, right? Having courts rule in past cases. I feel like he's done multiple things that show that he has basically no interest in shrinking his power.
What do you think my response to this is going to be based on this conversation so far?
I think you're going to say, for the things that are overreaches, it's bad. And I have already criticized these things. The issue that I'm pointing out to you is that you are missing my points, I suppose, which is that you have the value of liberty.
And her point is that, but Democrats isn't as bad as you keep saying they are, right? Is that what she's going to say? I don't know.
And you think small government is one of the things power.
What do you think my response to this is going to be based on this conversation so far?
I think you're going to say, for the things that are overreaches, it's bad. And I have already criticized these things. The issue that I am pointing out to you is that you are missing my points, I suppose, which is that you have the value of liberty. And you think small government is one of the best ways to do it. And you're pointing to Trump saying, he's directly what I want. But actually, at first I thought you meant literally small government, but you actually mean proper separation of power and not overreach in certain private areas, like can't take private property, for example, or statehood affairs, right? But Trump is not even that. We can also think of examples where that small government does infringe on liberty, and Trump has infringed on liberty multiple times, and you're saying, well, he's good because he's going in the direction of small government, except he's doing multiple governmental overreaches. Seems like he has no interest in small government whatsoever. He is saying that he has your principles. He's robbing you of your principles and LARPing as though he cares about them, while not actually enacting them meaningfully. And you're saying, yeah, I prefer that house.
I prefer that.
Well, actually, he does feel like he's enacting them meaningfully, because he literally says that he feels like this is like he's going in the right direction. So he is doing it meaningfully, just not meaningfully enough for her, which that's fine to have a difference in opinion. But I guess she's still on this whole struggle session of basically saying, like, my opinion is better. Why can't you just be on my side? Like, come on now.
That to the alternative of the total abandonment of the principles. Yes. Like, I prefer that somebody is aiming in the direction and fucking it up.
Bro, yeah, I literally just said that. I understand his point so easily. And she's like, but you're missing my point, though.
I would prefer somebody who aimed in the direction and got it right than someone who is going in the opposite direction.
Like, true, which Kamala would be going in the opposite direction.
He's not aimed in the direction you want. He's lying.
You might.
Oh, yeah, he's lying. See, he's lying to you. He's lying to you. He's lying, and I'm not. True.
Think he is lying, but if he aimed in the direction and got it right, then someone who is going in the opposite direction.
Like, I'm saying he's not aimed in the direction you want. He's lying.
You might think he is lying, but if you look at
he wins.
That he's lying.
I mean, okay, you think he's lying because what? He's using the powers that exist within the federal government?
I would say he is overstepping state rights in multiple examples that I have given you, all while declaring to be a defender of states' rights.
Well, the answer that I thought you were going to give, you didn't give it, but I thought you were going to give, is that the principled conservative answer in all those examples you gave is that power should not exist, right? Like when the thing with the FCC came out, I was sharply critical of the overreach. And the next thing I said was, why the fuck do we have an FCC that has the power to regulate content based on a state of technological affairs from the 1960s, 50s, 70s that is no longer true? Like, the federal government took this power and they never gave it back, right? So what I would like, if I could pick my ideal candidate, is I would like somebody who would give that power back. But that's not your side. Now, if we're concerned about this overreach, and I am, by the way, so if we're concerned about this overreach, what you and I should do is talk about how do we identify reasonable candidates, left or right, who are the type of people who are serious about limiting power. Now, that would be a meaningful concession from you. And if you wanted me to vote for a Democrat, if you were like, hey, we got a Democrat in your district who is very serious about paring down government, like that's what they want to do, then we could talk about that. But I don't
That's a large
think that Democrat exists. I've never met one.
Abundance is largely about paring down a whole bunch of governmental regulations, right?
That would be fantastic. And if they can show me,
abundance is
if they can show
Newsom.
me a candidate who, no, okay, Newsom is an odious toad who has run California into the fucking ground. Like,
she's like, yeah, there's so many people that are like that, like Newsom, and then you look at California and the wildfires and all the issues that it has and the homelessness, and then it's like, bro, are you serious right now? Are you serious right now? Good one.
Like, this is
You're comparing this to an odious toad.
We need to pick a different example. Like, Newsom is like my absolute least favorite politician who exists.
This is what's frustrating for us. There's no world that we're pretending like Newsom is as much of a deplorable toad as Trump. You're acting like...
You could have said Josh.
Hold on, I'm not done. Okay, sorry, I hit your trigger word. Okay. What I am saying is that you're saying that Trump is fucking this up. You know, he's in the right direction. He's just fucking it up. And what I'm saying is, hasn't he already displayed that he's a liar? Hasn't he... Like, why are we giving him the charity and sweeping for his bumbles when so many of them reek in malice?
So Trump lies about having... like the best toilets ever in existence. So I guess he must be lying about everything, right? True. Hasn't he demonstrated that he lied about his toilets? And the worth of like his well, actually he didn't technically lie about that, but yeah, he lied about his toilets and having the best toilets in the world. Yeah. So he must be a liar about everything. True. Trump's better than you. Yeah, Trump is better than Newsom, obviously. Like, where's the homeless skyrocketing? Where's the rates of homelessness skyrocketing because Trump is in office? Versus California, literally right now and forever has been. Where's the increase in fire, like just fires being destroyed, like destroying and just randomly outbursting in all over the United States because of his authority in ruling? Like, it's just. That comparison is just stupid. Like, I don't get that comparison at all.
Why are we assuming incompetence when I'm pretty sure even Trump would say it's not incompetence? I think Trump has explicitly said this is what he wants to do. He looks at the journalist asking about hate speech. I'm not done. Hold on. I've been letting you talk. Right? I have been interrupting and I've tried to stop. Okay. He would look at a journalist asking about Pam Bondi's statement about hate speech. And he says, well, I don't know about hate speech. But maybe.
So this is the only thing I'll agree with her. The Pam Bondi thing with hate speech thing, but what she said about the hate speech thing, I'm like, no. Why is she doing this? Trump, you need to remove this person. But then I remembered, wait a second. Trump wanted Matt Gaetz, not Pam Bondi. Pam Bondi she was literally the DEI vote because they didn't want Matt Gaetz. They wanted a compromise. So that she is the compromised thing. So I'm like, a little bit of why Pam Bondi is saying this is kind of because of your side. If your side wasn't so adamant in not having Matt Gaetz, then we probably would have had Matt Gaetz not saying this bullshit versus Pam Bondi saying this bullshit, because Pam Bondi is the thing that you guys wanted to negotiate with instead of Matt Gaetz. So I threw it back onto your face.
Maybe it's you. Might be you that needs to get locked away because you're saying things about me. You guys haven't been very nice to me. I hate my enemies, right? And so this is what's frustrating, right? Ezra Klein, you don't want to hear the buzzword.
Yeah, all you're saying is rhetoric. Like, yeah, he says bad thing. Oh, okay, good, nice. Move on. Yeah, you don't like the words that he says. Nice.
Newsom. So we'll just talk about Ezra Klein because that's where Newsom's taking these ideas from. Just to be clear, most politicians are fucking odious toads. That's just politicians. Ezra Klein is literally right now, other than the Libertarian Party itself, fighting for the breaking down of government, of deregulating, of taking away environmental veto power, and trying to make it so that we can build housing and build public sectors like trains, right? This is like the main thing that he talks about, right? He's a liberal, right? He's not coming out of the Republicans. The Republicans are not birthing out these people who actually want to see a hacking of government, except for basically the crypto fascists who want an ANCAP like utopia, which is not what you're advocating for.
Well, I mean, the thing is, Trump has actually put in a policy that says that for every new regulation, you have to rescind 10, right? And the genesis of that policy was something, I mean, there was a better version of this, but it was something that Ramaswamy came up with, which was that in a world without Chevron deference, and for those of you who don't do law, Chevron deference was an old case that said that agencies had, basically the agencies won every case about what the law that governed that agency was, because agency had discretion and the courts had to bow to the agencies when it came to questions of law, unless it was like wildly outside the boundaries. So post-Chevron, Ramaswamy's idea, which is what Trump has more or less been doing, though there's a better way of doing it, is that he has asked that you have to undo 10 regulations to pass one. What that does is it's very hard to then pass the regulations again in the next administration, because without Chevron, regulations are not easy to pass in the way they used to be. So in terms of which president is more deregulatory, it's not a particularly close call. Trump is much more deregulatory than Biden.
Again, what we're talking about is like the entire zeitgeist, right? First of all, I would have major issues. It feels like such an arbitrary number to select just 10 deregulate. That's fucking absurd to me, right? Again, it feels like a hack job.
Not an argument. Like, you keep saying how you feel about things, and I don't give a shit of what you feel about it. That's great. You're a lefty. Yes, yeah, that's great. It's like a serial deleter, saying that, oh, I hate how bad these murder laws are. Like, it's just throwing me in jail for something that I like to do. And I'm like, yeah, I don't care. That's great. That's good for you, man. Like, true. Like, you fundamentally believe things that I don't believe, and you're saying you don't like them. Nice. Good one. You're showing your frustration. Nice. I guess you win the argument that way. Like, what do you, like, okay, good, great. Like, she's expressed her opinions so many times, and I'm kind of just being like, oh, yeah, cool, that's great. Yeah, that's great that you feel that way. Kind of just writing it off, which is it's kind of bad faithy, but she is being bad faith at this point. Like, she's being bad faith. Like, she keeps going back to the same thing, and he keeps saying, well, let's, like, he keeps, every time when she speaks, he just gets like massive like dunks. It's just wild. So good. I'm glad I'm watching this entire thing.
And something that will not stick around for long at all, because it's likely just going to hamper, because then you have to find 10 regulations to get rid of them, which is going to become a problem over time, particularly in an environment of increasing technological developments, where certain technological developments will need to be corrected, right? What we have on the left, a thought leader on the left emerging, is Ezra Klein. And what you have as a thought leader emerging on the right is Peter Thiel and Moldbug, a techno-fascist.
Now what?
So the argument is that
I don't even know who these people that she's talking about. Ezra Klein, I'm kind of familiar with, but that's only because I watched Destiny. But that other person that she said, that's like on the right, I've never heard of them.
It's courting Christian nationalists.
I have no issue with Ezra Klein. But, you know, if Ezra Klein, if that's the kind of Democrat that ends up coming out of the scrum, we can have that conversation. But I kind of thought that's who Biden was, and he was the opposite. He did the exact opposite. So I've been burned on this before. But the thing that I find the most interesting about this conversation, and this
are you not burned by Trump? Wait, how are you not burned by Trump?
Nope. I ain't burned by Trump. Nope. I've heard of Moldbug. Can't spell it. Yeah, I can't spell it either. I don't. Yeah. I guess I could figure it out, but I don't feel like doing that right now. This factory must grow, so that'll be something I'll do next time.
No, and also, he's overstepped on free speech more than any other president in the last 20 years. This is the issue, is the standard.
No, just let me finish the fucking point. I've offered 6 or 7 times now to try to have a conversation about what reasonable agreement across the party lines.
Yes, bro. The amount of times he's said this. It's wild.
To be. And you've said, no, this isn't a struggle session. No, I'm not trying to get you onto my political project. But the thing is, at no point in this conversation have you offered any concessions about what could be done. What you've done over and over again is just say, can't you tell me that Trump is so bad that you'll join my team? That's the conversation.
That's not true.
And it's a ridiculous and unhelpful conversation. And I'm going to be honest with you. This is why I was so fucking critical of Destiny, is that this sort of thing, even if I was still on your side, is the thing that makes the right win. This is absolutely the vibe that is the meat and bread for the right. So, yes. I mean, if there's if the answer is
yep. True. Actually true.
No way to have a conversation with you about where we could go politically that isn't focused on Donald Trump, then that's the answer. But it does seem like it's impossible, because I keep asking and you keep getting into this thing where it's like, well, mustn't you agree that Donald Trump is evil before we can have that conversation? And if that's your ask, we're never going to get anywhere.
What an incredibly dishonest reframing of this conversation that frankly is so frustrating.
Oh, it's dishonest. It's dishonest. She's not saying this is bro. This is a projection. I'm gonna point this out right now. She's specifically saying dishonest and not using lying. She didn't say that he lied about her position, which would be incorrect because he didn't lie about her perspective. He is just framing it in the way that he sees it, which is true. But she's like saying, oh, it's dishonest. Oh, it's so dishonest. Like, which means like he did like literally summarize what you were doing, what this whole entire conversation was, like in an actual legitimate way. She's reframing. Yes, she's reframing. But the thing is though that it's projection. She's gonna say that he's reframing the thing in a negative way towards her when literally that's kind of like that's just how it looks. Like that's just how it looks.
Frustrating.
Let's go back a little bit.
If the answer is there's no way to have a conversation with you about where we could go politically that isn't focused on Donald Trump, then that's the answer. But it does seem like it's impossible because I keep asking and you keep getting into this thing where it's like, well, mustn't you agree that Donald Trump is evil before we can have that conversation? And if that's your ask, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, that's literally what happened. That is literally what the last 3 hours was. Like, that was literally what the last 3 hours was. Like, he literally said multiple times, can we go to the new thing? Can we go to the next thing? Can we go to the next thing? And she keeps bringing it back. I'm like, I can't understand why you think Trump is like better, or I can't believe you think that the Democrats are just worse than Trump. Like, I just can't think. I can't understand that. And I'm like, can we just like not talk about Trump? Is that a thing we can do? Is that a thing we can do? Yeah, okay. Well, then let's get some anti-Trump Republicans. Let's talk about that. And he was like, yeah, well, let's talk about that. But then she brings it right back to the anti-Trump stuff. And I'm like, okay, all right, good one. But let's see, let's see her cope response to that.
Incredibly dishonest reframing of this conversation that frankly is so frustrating. I've granted you multiple things. You even said, actually, I really appreciate that you just granted me that when we were talking about the oversteps of Biden and the cancel culture of 2022. So I actually don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Maybe we had a different conversation.
What is it that you're willing? What is it?
I haven't been getting policy because I've spent the whole time trying to understand you. So God forbid I do that. I'm trying to understand in the way that I do around your deontology of liberty, because it doesn't make a lot of sense. Because it seems to me that you're saying liberty is what matters to me.
That's
and then
not
you're
what
saying,
you're trying to do.
which is what? If you want to lie and just get butt mad, you can. But this entire conversation, I've been mean to you at times, I've been rude sometimes, and I've interrupted you sometimes, and I've tried to stop and regulate it. I have absolutely granted you olive branches, and I have also not granted you certain things. No, I haven't moved on to policy because I'm not interested in talking about the policy yet, other than offering you like Ezra Klein is maybe a good option of like policy stuff, and we should go through and audit the government, just not the way that any of this is. Alejandro was saying that I have asked him to say that Trump is bad. I'm not even asking you to say that Trump is bad. What I'm trying to understand.
Oh yeah, that you were definitely not doing that the entire time whenever Trump came up. Like yeah, like when Biden came, it was like, but isn't Trump worse than Biden? Like that yeah, you definitely did not say that verbatim during this conversation at least twice or 3 times actually. It's true, yeah, 100%. That's just not what's going on.
And here specifically, you've already
like
said
she's literally doing the Destiny thing, like the gaslighting thing. Like she's trying to gaslight him into him accurately framing the conversation for what it actually is, and she's like, no, I've been trying to be good faith and understand you the entire time, but also saying that Trump is worse, obviously, right? Good one.
That Trump is bad. What I'm trying to understand here is if you're I go through and audit the government, just not the way that any of this is. Alejandro was saying that I have asked him to say that Trump is bad. I'm not even asking you to say that Trump is bad. What I'm trying to understand here specifically, you've already said that Trump is bad. What I'm trying to understand here is if your principle is of liberty, it feels as though what you're telling to me is I got burned in the mouth because I thought that Biden would stand for reduction in government control, and he wasn't. He was the opposite of these things. And what I'm saying to you is, it seems as though we're looking at a president who is even more in violation of the principle of liberty, and you're just willing to overlook it because you're like, yeah, but like he's hacking regulations, man. And it's like, what are we talking about? Is your principle liberty or is it not?
Hacking regulations enhances liberty.
Violating free speech.
That's why people who want to hack regulations want to hack regulations.
Wait, I agree that getting rid of regulations is liberty.
So then your example of the example of the thing that I pointed out, I think you agree, is liberty enhancing, and that is my
you are
exact.
literally giving me less charity than Trump. You're unironically giving me less charity than Trump. Fucking insane.
You don't seem to have.
Wait, what? Oh, okay. I know what's going on now. She's upset. She's upset. Oh, it hurt. Okay. I feel bad now. She's upset because I think in her mind, she really did feel like she was being good faith this entire time. She really does believe that she was being good faith this entire time. And now she kind of just made a little bit of a mistake and he kind of grilled her on it. And now she's like, you're giving more charity to Trump than me. That is the sign of a female upset. And I feel bad. I feel, gentlemen, take the red pill now. And I feel bad now. I don't know if I want to continue watching this because I didn't realize it. I was gonna be hard on her on that, but then when she said that, I'm like, wait a second. I'm getting the vibe that she actually believes what she just said. I was like, and she's acting a little bit irrational. That's why I said she's upset. She's acting a little bit irrational, and then he just had this instantaneous dunk on her, and now she's like, yeah, he broke her back. Yep. Oh yes, that is true. He broke her bad. Yep. Let's go back just a little bit.
Regulations.
Okay, so then your example of the example,
like, and what I'm saying to you is,
yeah. So like she's crashing out a little bit, but she's ranting a little bit, but and you know what? She's upset. So let's listen to this again, but with the upset factor and being a little bit more sympathetic towards her.
What I'm trying to understand here specifically, you've already said that Trump is bad. What I'm trying to understand here is if your principle is of liberty, it feels as though what you're telling to me is, I got burned in the mouth because I thought that Biden would stand for reduction in government control, and he wasn't. He was the opposite of these things. And what I'm saying to you is, it seems as though we're looking at a president who is...
Yes, and that's very, very, very bad, but she seems to think that that's not that bad. She seems to think that, actually, but what Trump did is way worse than that. And I'm like, no. Telling the government, telling companies that you're going to get fined into bankruptcy because you're not going to let, you have to have everyone in your department vaccinated, even if they're not in any type of, even if they're like people that are just, what do you call it? That scared the crap out of me. Even if they're just, freaking, even if they're like remote, they still will get fined out of existence if they don't follow Biden's executive order, like forcing I forget what department was, to basically regulate all those kind. Like that's obviously less bad than Trump having Pan Bondi being like, oh, hate speech is probably going to be a thing now, guys. Which honestly, it's stupid, but like, one is way worse than the other. One is much more of an overstep of bounds than the other. Like, that's just true. But I guess she just doesn't see it that way. She's giving so much more charitability towards what Biden was trying to do versus what Trump was trying to do. And she just that's the difference in opinion here. But I guess then that's why she doesn't understand. That's why she keeps talking about, oh, I can't understand this. I've been trying to understand this entire time. And I'm like, you're not trying to understand anything. You're trying to push the way that you like every time when he gives an example, you're like, well, but this is how I feel about this. That's not you trying to understand him. That's you giving your what you feel to him and trying to make him understand you. Like, you keep saying that you're trying to understand him when you're obviously trying to push what you feel onto him and making him convincing him to believe what you think. Like that's what the majority of this conversation is. So it's not really fair to really like. I laugh with that. She broke her, but like she's actually legitimately upset because she genuinely feels like she was actually trying to communicate in good faith with him this entire time, when the perception of her doing that just isn't it. It just wasn't it in this entire conversation. Just wasn't it.
Even more in violation of the principle of liberty, and you're just willing to overlook it because you're like, yeah, but like he's hacking regulations, man. It's like, what are we talking about? Is your principle liberty or is it not?
Hacking regulations enhances liberty.
Yes. See, she literally just made a mistake there. She made a mistake there. She's about to get roasted again, but oh man, it hurts. Like this is the face of someone that knew that she screwed up.
Violating free speech.
That's why people who want to hack.
See, look, now she was about to pivot to another thing because he literally just owned her on that. Now she wants to pivot to the free speech thing. Maybe she meant the free speech thing and didn't want to like say the. Maybe she got those words mixed up. I'll be good faith. Maybe she mixed those two words up, and because she was frustrated, and she mixed those two words because she was getting heated. I'll grant her that, I guess. But the next thing's gonna hurt.
Regulations want.
I agree. Wait, I agree that getting rid of regulations.
Okay,
is
so then your example of the example of the thing that I pointed out, I think you agree, is liberty enhancing, and that is my
you are
exact.
literally giving me less charity than Trump. You're unironically giving me less.
What? So what she should have done is that she should have said that she misspoke, and I didn't mean that. I'm sorry, I misspeak. I didn't mean that. That's what she should have said, but she didn't say that. A shark can sense blood in the water from miles away. Go, my brother shark. What? But in the way that he feels, I sympathize with him way more than I sympathize with her. I do feel kind of bad now, a little bit, but she should have said that she misspoke. I know that she's frustrated, and maybe she just forgot to say it, and maybe that brain injury is the reason why she might have like gotten a little. I don't think the brain injury really did anything about that. I think she just misspoke because she's like heated in this debate. Like she's frustrated. This is the point where she was like, "Nah, I'm done." Like, but it really did perceptively. It seemed like what she was doing this entire time is like giving. Like it's so weird. She's at the end of it. She's gonna be like, "Well, you never tried to understand me, and that means I was the better person here." And I'm like, we started with him. And you kept grilling on him. When was he ever going to have a time to really understand you? Like, you never really gave him that chance. He was kind of like on the defense, like 95% of the time here. Like, well, I'm just gonna let her say it.
Charity than Trump. Fucking insane.
You don't seem to have a good theory of mind for my positions. And the thing about it, that I think the reason you don't, is that to be honest,
even after trying to understand him for so long, you don't seem to have an actual good theory of mind of what he feels and how he understands things. And she's been saying that, but I've been trying to understand you this entire time. Oh, I've been trying to understand you all the time. I'm like, bro, obviously you weren't trying to do that because you would have figured it out within like the last at least 3 hours of this entire conversation. So good one, I guess.
Honest with you, it seems your main goal in this conversation,
which is a little bit of a gaslighting tactic. Not gonna lie, it's a gaslighting tactic.
To identify all the bad things about Trump and to create content about how bad Trump is, and then look, we can all agree on that. That seems to be your primary focus in this conversation. You've expressed other views, but that seems to be your primary focus. What I've offered,
yeah, it does seem like that because that's what 95% of this thing was looping on. Like, there was a little bit of points where you kind of kind of went past it a little bit, but then you went right back into it. But like it's just like he explains his point of view, and then you're like, I have no idea, I can't even understand that, and then gives like all these reasons of why Trump is actually worse. That's kind of like how it keeps going, right? And then he says, well, now we're going back into you talking about how, like, well, Trump is worse and all these things. That's la-di-la-di-da. Can we just move on to a different conversation? And then she's like, well, yeah, but I don't know how you, I just want to try to understand how you get to that thing. And then he says, all right, then this is how I see it. And this is where we're going. This is the way I see it. And then she's like, but like, you can't say that Biden is worse than that. That's impossible. And I'm like, okay. Yeah, we're just gonna loop right. That was literally the loop. They did the loop.
Times to do is to try to talk about what it would look like post-Trump. But if we are going to get into partisan games, I think your side should lose. So if we're going to talk about that, I'm going to push back on you, and I'm going to talk about the fact that I think that if the Democrats were in power, I would have substantially less liberty today than I do now. At the end of the day, that's what I believe, because it looked like they were on the verge of creating a bureaucratic state that had control. It looked like they had a bureaucratic president for a year, maybe year and a half. It looks like they skipped the primary process to pick a person who polled at 1% in the previous primary and advocated for views that are the polar opposite of mine, and then said, Trump is so bad, you've got to pick them. These are the same people who said that Trump is so bad, we're going to give money to Trump's candidates in the midterms. It looks like a political game, and what it looks like is that behind the scenes, there is the same game that's always been played, which is we are going to install the bureaucratic regulatory state, and our experts are going to reach the one true conclusion, and they will be able to do it because of their wisdom and education, and as a result, everything will get better and better and better. And I don't believe that is true, and I do believe that is what the Democrats represent. Now, if they want to change that, Ezra Klein's a great start, but I would need to see a candidate who was running on that, won, and then did it, because I feel very burned in this area.
I think it's totally fine that you feel burned. I'm going to say a few things. Number one, hacking regulations is not necessarily liberty. This is obviously true. Antitrust laws are regulations that defend liberty as well.
It doesn't matter if it's necessarily, like, oh, that's gonna hurt. Yeah. Yep.
Trying to get you onto my political project. There isn't a struggle session here, which is why I have at multiple...
No, it definitely feels like there was a struggle session here because you kept going back to, well, but Trump is bad, right? But Trump is bad, right? But Trump is bad. Trump is worse. Trump is worse. Like, that's literally what a struggle session is. If she doesn't think that that's what it means, then... like, that's kind of like on her at this... Oh, shoot, no.
Points gone. Is this correct? Is this what you're saying? You might notice in this conversation, by the way, you've never done the same for me. In fact, at no point have you. And when multiple times I've outlined to you that you're not understanding me, you've insisted that you are, tried to bull those past me until I said, no, I'm being serious right now. You're not understanding me. I corrected it, and then you had a different type of response because you weren't understanding me. Which, to be clear, you're allowed to not understand people in conversations. It's just a little frustrating to hear about all this struggle session. It sounds like you've got lots of negative experiences with other people, and that's tough, and I'm sorry, but I'm not those people. Have I been mean at times? Yes. Have I interrupted you at times? Yes. Have I maybe not conceded areas where I should have? Probably. That's probably true. The issue is that I have been able to outline your position to a degree that you say...
No, you haven't. You've never did it. You've never outlined his position, like, perfectly at all. You just haven't. Every time when you would make something of that, he would literally correct you on it. And then you would be like, well, actually, I don't see that. That's crazy. Oh, that's crazy that you think that way. And then move on from it. I'm like, bro, like, what do you say? What are you saying?
Yes, that is what I am saying. You have not done it once for me, not even once. So don't go off about some whining stuff, but I'm trying to get you on your political project. It isn't a struggle section.
Okay.
I think
so then
what's
what
going
are your,
on here?
what are
I'm not
your
done. I'm
five
not done. I'm not
favorite
done. I'm
things
not
about
done. I'm not done. I'm not done. I think you're making an epistemological error in your assessment of Trump.
The fuck that word's supposed to mean?
I'm engaging you in more philosophy than politics, and the reason.
Rust, whatever. I'm just gonna call you Rusty. What's up?
The reason I keep coming up with examples of Trump being bad is because you keep asking me to substantiate why Trump is anti-liberty, anti-constitution, and a liar. So don't get mad at me that I'm going into philosophy to understand your philosophy, by the way, because you haven't asked about mine. You're certainly not interested in my philosophical system.
Well, obviously you have a really difficult time of understanding his philosophy. If we had, what, how long has it been? 3 hours? You've been trying to understand his philosophy for 3 hours and you still haven't gotten it right? Like, good one. Good one. Good one. That's great.
In fact, you've mostly been fighting ghosts when you talk to me. Do you know what my philosophical system is in any way, shape, or form, and how it shapes my political beliefs? I actually don't think that you do, because you haven't bothered to fucking ask. But I have. And when I've given you
Okay, so I'm being mean, but she legitimately feels like she's been hurt by this. So she's kind of just let her say what she's venting at this point. So I'm not gonna bash her on her venting, because she feels like she's been trying to be good faith, and he hasn't asked him at all, which I can understand why she feels that way, but I kind of care, but I don't care enough to really say anything more than that.
examples as to why I think that what you're advocating for violates liberty. The issue that I'm running into is it doesn't seem substantive. And then you
Yeah, I turned it off because I turned off TTS because it's doubling, and if I were to turn on TTS, it would just say the same thing twice, and I was about to do that. I need to fix my chat system. So it was either, oh, I'll bash her venting. True. But yeah, I'm going to fix it next time I stream. It was like, should I fix it and not stream because I get too far into the weeds of doing the back end stuff of how my streaming thing works? Or like to have this thing automatically
ask me for examples of why Trump is anti-liberty, and then I give them.
Back
and now you just keep on.
Every time when I talk, and then when I start talking, it goes to here. Like that was there's a whole automated back end system that is so esoteric that I'm not even going to try to describe and how it works, because I would have to go way too deep into letting you understand. But it took a lot of time to make, and I was like, do I stream or do I spend the rest of the day trying to figure out this chat system? And I'm like, you know what? I'm just gonna stream. I'm just gonna stream and let TTS be off for a little bit. But yeah.
On saying all I'm asking for you is to say Trump is bad. No, I'm not.
So what are your 5 favorite things about Trump?
What kind of fucking question is that to respond?
Well, you said it's not. You said it's not a struggle session. Since it's not a struggle session,
what the fuck is that entire thing where I outlined that you don't understand me at all, and you give me a litmus test?
Well,
crazy.
Sorry, I'm giving you a litmus test.
Yeah, bro. If you don't, bro, you're saying that you're complaining that he's giving you a litmus test when this entire conversation was like, but Trump is worse though. How could you not think Trump is worse though? How could you not think Trump is worse though? Yeah, okay. Good one.
We've spent
where's my litmus?
2 hours in this conversation. The only thing we've talked about is why you think Trump is bad and why I
No! You stupid motherfucker! We have talked.
Do you stream daily? No, I don't stream daily. I want to stream daily, but that won't come until maybe I don't even want to give a timeline. Because it's going to be for a long while. Fletchley Man wins. Oh, wait. It's fine that people don't have on for non-super chats. Yeah, it's fine, but for the, like, if I get big to where the point where I get chats like constantly, I'll turn it off. And then there's another system that I can turn on that I just haven't turned on because I didn't feel like making it, because there's no need for me to make it right now, where I can just click on it and then it'll play the things that I highlight, which would be nice, which I would do, but I just haven't set that up yet. So yeah.
Talked about Trump being bad.
Like that's gonna be. I'm gonna go back like 10 seconds just so we're not in the middle of her screaming. But yeah, that'll be really nice. Like I saw that's something I could do. You better make me a mod. Honestly, I might. I might. But like, yeah.
That I have been able to outline your position to a degree that you say, yes, that is what I am saying, and you have not done it once for me, not even once. So don't.
I mean, he's too busy defending himself, but good one.
Don't go off about some whining stuff, but I'm trying to get you on your political project. It isn't a struggle section.
Okay.
I think
so then
what's
what
going on here. I'm not done. I'm not done. I think you're making an epistemological. Sorry.
All right, let me continue.
Constitute. your philosophy, by the way, because you haven't asked about mine. You're certainly not interested in my philosophical system. In fact, you've mostly been fighting ghosts when you talk to me. Do you know what my philosophical system is in any way, shape, or form, and how it shapes my political beliefs? I actually don't think that you do, because you haven't bothered to fucking ask, but I have. And when I've given you examples as to why I think that what you're advocating for violates...
By the way, the way that she's treating him right now is the reason why people don't like being on the left, because it's this condescending attitude. Like, it's just so grating. Like, I mean, good for you, man. Good for you. Must make you feel so good that you can talk down to him like this. Like, look at this. I've been so good faith to you, and you haven't done any of this to me. And you haven't been good faith to me at all. Like, this is hard to watch. She's all over the place. Yeah, she is. But she's venting at this point. Like, she's obviously lost the debate. So this is her just screaming in the wind.
It's liberty. The issue that I'm running into is it doesn't seem substantive. And then you ask me for examples of why Trump is anti...
Substantive to you. To you. Just accept that this is substantive to him. And move on. And talk about something else. But you're like, this needs to be substantive to you. And he's not making an argument towards you on why you should believe what he believes. He's making an argument why he believes this, and that's it. But you keep saying, oh, it's not substantive enough. It's not good enough for me. We're not talking about you. We're talking about him. You're literally asking about him and how he feels and how he thinks about this. And you're like, it's not substantive enough for you. For you. Obviously, it's for him. But you just couldn't back away from that and move on to a different topic. So that's literally on her.
Liberty, and then I give them. And now you just keep on saying, all I'm asking for you is to say Trump is bad. No, I'm not.
So what are your 5 favorite things about Trump?
What kind of fucking question is that to respond to?
You said it's not. You said it's not a struggle session. Since it's not a struggle session,
what the fuck is that entire thing where I outlined that you don't understand me at all, and you give me a litmus test?
Well, sorry, I'm giving you a litmus test. We've spent
where's my litmus?
2 hours in this conversation. The only thing we've talked about is why you think Trump is bad and why I.
No, you stupid motherfucker. We have talked about.
By the way, that is correct, but I digress.
Trump being bad because you say he's for liberty, I say he's not, and you ask me for examples for it. What are we talking about?
Give me 3 things about Donald Trump you like. What are 3 things about you like?
I think that warp speed was awesome. I think it was super great. I think that the child tax credit in the BBB is really good, and I want as much child tax credit as we could possibly fucking get. And I think him blocking and slowing down immigration at the border was a good thing.
Okay,
do I pass my litmus test, Ryan?
With Biden,
wait. Do I pass my litmus test? I just need to know. Okay. Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Unbelievable behavior from me, by the way.
Unbelievable. No.
Try to summarize my position. Try to understand my position. Go ahead, summarize my position, because I've done it.
You know, the reason he brought that up is because you were going to do that, and then he was going to talk about all the good things that he thinks Biden did, because he did a lot of like negative Biden coverage. So now he's going to start talking about that. But now she's like just so obsessed with the litmus test that isn't even that big of a deal. But now she's making it a super big deal. And like, come on now, like, are you going to let him talk give the reason why he brought that up in the first place, or are you just gonna like take control of the conversation and not let him speak?
For you multiple times to the degree that you agreed that I understood what you were saying. Your turn. Give it a fucking try. Go. Summarize my position.
Your position is that I should deny support to the Republican Party because Donald Trump is so bad that it must contradict my ideals, despite the fact that I disagree.
Yep. That's exactly what he said. That's exactly what was going on. But she's gonna say no here because she's mad that he actually does understand what's going on here, and she just doesn't want to grant him that because she's pissed off right now. And I actually have do I have a clip of her saying, because she did admit to that. She admit to that. Oh wait, hold up. Before I even do that, let me find the part where she actually admits to that. It was on Wick TV's show. What happened? Where is it? Let's see. Was it this? I don't. Oh, this is when I was on. I went on this thing there. That's fun. That's funny. We're not watching that. Nope, we're never gonna watch that. But yeah. No, No, it wasn't this one. Okay, so it was before this. Let's see. Wait, how long ago was the video that we were watching, right? 3 weeks ago. Okay. So I need to find something in between 3 weeks and now. Okay, so everything that's a month ago is obviously not it. So 2 weeks ago. Oh, it was this, wasn't it? And I'm obviously not going to watch the entire thing, so we are going to do some shenanigans. Transcript. Give me the transcript. And then we got a Control F. Yes. And then what do we got to do? We got to find Erudite. Should I put in Erudite? I should put in Erudite. Or Kyla. Boom. Oh.
Protections. So I think that in a conversation with Erudite, it might be, as annoying as it is, just understand what she means by small government and then act accordingly.
Okay, so let's see.
Protections. So I think that in a conversation with Erudite, it might.
YouTube project, so natural law with Ryan Mullally is now a thing. People can watch. Now is growing. Good.
Well, just get into it. We'll get to the J stuff in a minute, and I do want to talk about that. But I think you learn something that I think most content creators learn at some point. And one of the lessons that you learn very early as a content creator, that what garners the most attention are going to be the conversations that break down. I think that the conversations that go off the rails, the conversations that do not go well, tend to get far more attention than the conversations that do. And I think with
it was not actually supposed to be any of what it was. It wasn't supposed to be an interrogation of B section. I'll just leave it at that and let people draw their own conclusions.
How long was it? It was like.
I'm not throwing any shade.
Yeah.
I will let the audience draw their own conclusion, and we'll note that.
Just curious. There's different ways people go when they find this out.
I don't think it really changes my approach at all, to be honest with you. It's interesting you didn't watch the first 45 minutes. You should.
The reason why he didn't see the first 45 minutes is because Kyla only dropped like the last bit where she was like, where you have zero context of what was going on within the entire beginning of how we got to that situation, and then all you see is him just being kind of like her being unhinged, but she's only looks unhinged if she only looks unhinged if you see the first beginning of the entire conversation. She doesn't look unhinged if you just start where she's like cooking and basically or seemingly cooking the other guy. Like that's basically what happened. So
unfortunately, yeah, I should. You were correct. Unfortunately, this weekend was very busy with real life stuff.
Not throwing any shade.
Yeah.
I will let the audience draw their own conclusion, and we'll note that I felt it useful to post the entire conversation, and she felt it useful to post 45-minute clips of the conversation.
Yeah, 45 minutes clips of basically the very end. True. Because he ends up leaving the conversation because you just keep looping and looping and looping, and it's just a waste of a lawyer's time to do that.
So I'll just leave it at that and let people draw their own conclusions.
How long was it? It was like 4 hours or something.
It was long. It felt like an eternity, but it was long. I think what I approach conversations on the internet almost always the same way, which is that I want to show grace. I want to have a civil conversation. I want to try to have a good conversation. And I'm an attorney. I
asked Erudite when I went on her show, like, what was this pitched as? Is because the conversation that was being had didn't seem to have an agreement on what you were talking about. So can you tell me, like Erudite told me her version, right? But can you tell me what you pitched it as? Like, what was the conversation supposed to be about?
Yeah, no, I mean, I reached out to her because I had obviously had that big X feud with Destiny about his insane posts, and now he's blocked me and has taken the position that no one should speak to me again. So I was curious if I could speak to somebody else, and I reached out.
I've watched her have a good faith debate, right? And she's had some bad faith ones with other people like Jan Dreyer and Andrew Wilson and things like that, but that's not you, okay? She generally tends to work with people to kind of understand what's going on. That's why I was so surprised at how she was acting in the conversation with you, because it felt like she wasn't listening to you. I'll give you this first. I'll give you the stuff that I think Erudite did wrong first. How's that? And then we'll talk about you, right, a little bit. I do think that there were several points in the conversation where she obviously was not listening to what you were actually saying. You were giving a point. You would explain your point. You would explain why you felt that way, and then she would. I don't know if she was angry or tired or whatever. She would just miss it.
She would just blue screen and go back to, and then restart her engine and just start talking about why Trump was bad. True.
There's a couple times that happened. However, and this is the other side of the coin, there were times when I think that you were not hearing what she was trying to do. I think that the idea that this was a struggle session, I just don't agree with that. I don't think it was. I don't think that's what Erudite at least intended to do, and I don't think that's what Erudite actually ended up doing. She did want to understand what you were trying, where you were coming from. As this relates to the original topic at hand, again, I'd have to look to see exactly where it went off the rails, right? Like what point, what question, was it just an out of the blue thing where she brought this up?
Why are we interrogating my belief in originalism, or why are we interrogating my belief in natural law at all? Like, how does that relate to either topic?
Well, if I am going
because she started there. I was trying to segue to other topics, and in the beginning of the conversation, to be totally frank, I was attempting to be gracious about things, and that led to me, for example, like not correcting some big errors that she made when talking about philosophy, because I was trying not to be a dick. And then in the second half of the conversation, I'm not going to correct them, because if your goal is to prove a logical contradiction, I'm no longer in like helpful mode where I'm trying to give you a solid base in philosophy to question you with. Like, so, the conversation went off the rails, at least in my mind, because we agreed to two topics of conversation. She pursued neither. She would not accept a segue to either. And what the conversation she wanted to have was...
Just to remind me, the two topics you agreed to initially were Destiny's tweets.
And culture war as a proxy for a moral value drift.
I think that second one is what she was trying to get to. When we talk about moral value drift, if I'm going to talk to anyone about a moral system, one of the things that helps is to know your moral system and to understand your moral system, because I want to speak your language, so to speak, right? I want to be able.
And Trump is bad, so like obviously he's immoral, so this is obviously a good thing to talk about, right?
To
True.
Make persuasive arguments or to understand what you're actually saying. To you and good faith to Erudite. She was probably trying to understand you, at least initially, and. Yeah.
Can I give you a really fun example about that?
No, go ahead.
One of the things she kept telling me is that we were having a disagreement about epistemology, right? And I kept telling her, no, we're not. And what I mean by that is, if we're having like a serious philosophical conversation about my beliefs, we would start with ontology. We'd say, oh, natural law exists. It is real, it exists, it is objective, it is a moral truth, right? Not subjective, not a cultural construct. That would be the ontological claim. Then the epistemological claim would be, well, how do you know what natural law is? How can you know what natural law is? How do you know what life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness are natural rights? How can you know what the definition of liberty is within that context? That's epistemology. What she did is she asked, do you like originalism? I was like, yeah. Like, do you like liberty? And I was like, yeah. She's like, well, aren't those fundamentally incompatible with having insufficient disdain for Donald Trump? It's like, whoa, okay. Well, now we've skipped the serious philosophical.
If someone calls me an MF in the disrespectful way, my brother, why brother to talk to him? Why bother to talk to them? God, I can't read. This is why I have the text-to-speech thing on. I said brother when there's no R in the beginning of that word. Oh, terrible. Yeah, there really is no point.
Inquiry into the epistemology, though she thinks that we're having that conversation because she kept using the word incorrectly, but she kept using it. And now what we're doing is we're talking about a struggle session. There's no other word for that.
I just disagree that that's what her goal was and what she was trying to do. I think she was trying to understand, but she legitimately could not understand, because it got worse as it went. And there came a point where she was being very stubborn. I will admit this, right?
Yeah, she was rude at the end, but I say she was rude at the end because she felt like the conversation that she wanted to have didn't end up coming to be. Like, she wanted to I mean, she felt like she was being good faith the entire time when obviously it perceptively just did not look like she was being good faith the entire time. Like it just turned into like, why don't you disavow Trump? Like Trump is bad. And he's like, I didn't come in here to talk about why Trump is bad. I came in here to talk about these other things. And she keeps going back to it. But in her mind, that's a good faith thing to do. So she got very frustrated by all the good faith things that she was trying to do to understand his position, but couldn't fundamentally understand it because he just thinks Trump is just not that bad. And she's like, no, but Trump is an existential crisis. And I'm like, no, she's the one that's delusional. But it's hard for someone in mid debate to be like, well, maybe my position is kind of delusional. Maybe Trump really isn't that bad. She just never wants to admit that. So, yeah.
Wanted some answers to the questions that she was giving you, and she felt that you were not like. It's like, let me think of a good analogy here. If I said to everyone, like, my favorite color is purple. I love purple. Purple is my favorite color. And then turns out that every time I chose something to wear, or chose what to paint my house, or chose what kind of colored car to buy, I'd buy a green car. I'd wear green clothes. I'd paint my room green. And then someone might ask, well, you say your favorite color is this, but your actions and how you behave look like this. Can you explain the difference? And I think that's where it got stuck. And I think that's the point Erudite was trying to get at or to understand was like, hey, you say you believe in freedom. You say you believe in all these values. I don't understand. And I do believe her, and I don't think she's being bad faith. I think she legitimately does not understand how you can not see Trump as the greater evil between the choices available when it comes to freedom. That's how I see it.
So a few things. One, is Trump the greater evil is not the topic of conversation we agreed to. Just to make that totally clear.
No, I get that, but
no, that actually does matter because, as you know, because you've seen me with Josiah.
You know what? We will watch this a little bit because it is pretty good, and they don't go that long. Like they go like in between this amount of time and over here. They will end up saying the thing that I was trying to bring up within the other video. And once we get to that point, I'll go back to the other video because she literally lied in that. And I want to point it out because she lied. She lied. Just because you're frustrated within a debate doesn't mean you can just lie within it. Like, he perfectly understood what was going on within the situation, and you just lied. Like, just assume that I know that she lied because, like, Wick literally was talking to her after the conversation, and she admitted to Wick that she lied. Like she was just frustrated, and she said no. But like, listen to this, I guess.
Pass my litmus test. I just need to know.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I fucking thought. Unbelievable behavior from you, by the way.
Unbelievable. No.
Try to summarize my position. Try to understand my position. Go ahead, summarize my position, because I've done it for you multiple times to the degree that you agreed that I understood what you were saying. Your turn. Give it a fucking try. Go. Summarize.
Obviously, that's not true because you didn't agree. Like he kept correcting you, so that's obviously not true.
My position.
Your position is that I should deny support to the Republican Party because Donald Trump is so bad that it must contradict my ideals, despite the fact that I disagree.
Yep. That's exactly what it is. But she's going to say nope.
Not quite.
Okay.
Not quite. Yo, not quite. Which is a weasel tactic of saying, oh, that's why. See, I can't say she lied there. Because he did essentially get it. But she doesn't want to grant it to him. So she's going to be like, not quite. It's close. It was actually pretty good. Actually, it was basically on the ball, but not exactly. So not quite. Good one.
Okay, how is that wrong?
I think that you should do multiple things, not just side with me, but do anything to federally give him less power, which can include abstaining from vote.
Oh. See, he wasn't wrong. She just wanted to add on top of what he said. So what he said was correct, but actually there's more to it. It's more to it than that. So you're correct, but there's more to it. The weaselness. She's smart. She is smart. I can't call her a liar for that. She's very smart.
Voting, right? Or voting for Republicans, who I wouldn't want to vote for. I don't want you to vote for Republicans. That would not be part of my political project. Voting for Republicans included that are anti-Trump. All those things would be fine with me. And I am trying to understand how you can say that you are for that Trump is.
Bro, you've been trying to understand for like the entire 3 hours. Bro, how do you say that you were that you had a good understanding of what he was saying, but still in the next sentence you're like, but I'm still trying to understand these things that you believe. I'm like, how could you say that twice? Like that's kind of wild to me.
In the direction of liberty, when we have outlined multiple examples of how he is not in line for liberty.
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to.
He's not good. He's just better than the alternative. And he's bad enough, by the way, that I didn't vote for him because of the concerns I had. But the issue,
bro, the amount of times this guy said the same thing, like I'm looping what I'm saying because they keep looping at what they're saying. Like, yes, you said this so many times, and she just like doesn't fundamentally just disagrees. Like, she can't just disagree and move on. Like,
that where we have the real disconnect is that I'm not sure, and maybe it's because I don't know you that well. Maybe you have many conversations about this, and I just am unaware of them. But I don't think that you're giving credence to how bad the Biden administration was for those of us who thought that he was going to govern like a centrist and were willing to go out on a limb and say, I'm going to vote for Biden because I think that he's going to do something that's going to be in a centrist direction and it's going to make the country be sane and heal. The fact that he was the absolute opposite of that is a very serious problem now when we're trying to find ways to
exactly. Yeah, he wants to heal, but then Biden's DOJ starts indicting Trump. Like, oh yeah, we want to be a centrist and not be bipartisan, just heal the country, move on from this. But we also have tons of different people that used to be in the DOJ just becoming personal and then just randomly giving an indictment. like obviously, like, they used to be there. They're not there anymore, so it's not political, right? Yeah, like all those indictments against Trump. Yeah, true. Oh, man, that's just...
find common ground. The reason I asked you about nice things about Trump isn't because I'm trying to litmus test you. It's because I've been desperately trying to find some way to talk about what the future of the country looks like post-Trump with you, but it's not a conversation you have had interest in having. So if the conversation has to be about Donald Trump, then it has to be about why I think the Biden administration was worse than him as a choice. And we can have that conversation. We've been having it for hours. But if that is what the conversation has to be, that's what it is. I was hoping that we could reach some other issues, but this is the one that you've returned to time and time again. That's why I asked the question.
Yeah, I've returned to it time and time again because I'm trying to understand your epistemics of how you think about this, because your epistemic...
No. That's a lie. You're only going back to it because you disagree that Biden is worse than Trump. That's why you keep coming back to it. You disagree with that. That's basically what's going on here. So I guess that's just a fancy way of saying that. Actually, maybe that's not a lie. Maybe that's just a fancy way of saying that because I don't know what epistemics or whatever the frick she's saying. But yeah,
as a deontologist, especially, doesn't belie the outcomes.
Okay.
And you haven't really squared that circle.
So
if you want to talk about policy, if you want to just abandon that now, you already said very tired of this circling, so we can just move on.
No,
talk about the policy.
I'm delighted to. The Biden administration and by extension the Harris administration would have instantiated racism into law, would have appointed living constitutionalist judges that eroded the Constitution, would have continued having absolutely no border policy in a way that eroded the rights and freedoms of the citizens.
Damn. He's cooking. He's cooking.
Of the country would have.
The thing is, though, he said this already.
Continue to build a bureaucracy.
That's the thing that's wild to me. Like, he said this in the beginning. He said this multiple times throughout this entire thing, and yet she still doesn't understand him.
That would have been invisibly restriction our rights as we continued. Would have
one of the most bipartisan immunity bills ever, right?
Continued to support things like de facto quotas for race, for gender, for orientation in NASDAQ, in public companies. Would have continued to use Title IX and other regulations to stifle speech on college campuses. Would have continued to invisibly use social media to reduce our liberty and censor us. So yeah, directionally, I think all that's pretty fucking bad. So when you say, is Trump doing what I want him to do? My answer is no, he's not. But I still think he's better than the alternative.
Don't do a chat, but I'm glad that this doesn't exist. Like, it popped up, but guess what? Text to speech not on, so get wrecked, boy.
And that's what voting is. So the alternative, if you want me to be like looking for a Democrat or looking for a non-vote, needs to get better. It just needs to get better. And if Ezra Klein is the wave of the future, that's better. If Josh Shapiro is the wave of the future, that's better. These things are better. But that's not the take I've gotten from Democrats I've talked to recently. If anything, it seems the opposite. It seems more.
Oh, look at that! Look at that! He names Democrats that Democrats that he likes. Is she gonna obviously leave this Trump bad bandwagon and go towards? Oh, look, he's mentioning Democrats that he likes. Let's talk about that now. Let's talk about that. Are we gonna do that, or are we gonna go back to being like, well, but Trump is bad, though. Like, why don't you think Trump is bad? I know you think those Democrats are good, but you should at least think that Trump is bad, though, right? Like, she's not going to do that, right?
Andami is the future. It seems like I talked to Pisco, and he's gonna argue with me about Trump, and then co-host his show with a communist. So I get the sense that actually it's going the other direction. But I would be delighted to be wrong.
True. No, well, not base, but true. Good one, Pisco.
I would be delighted to be wrong.
Ezra Klein is the liberalism that I'm fighting for. And that's the future, I think, of the country. I have been openly, vehemently opposed to the inclusion of communists. I think it's insane that we ever pretended that they were one of us. They're not one of us at all. And I agree. I don't think Pisco should do the show with Straighterade, but that's all mostly personal. Fuck that girl. I hate her. Ezra Klein.
I don't know her, but when I saw the clip of her being an avowed communist, I was like, because just to be clear, Pisco he calls me a frenemy. We move in the same circles. We know each other. We're lawyers in the same legal community.
Pisco's a great person.
So
He's genuinely really good.
The left, well, let me read it from here. Actually, no, that's impossible. The left, well, Erudite, for one, said on a panel I watched, the worst Democrat is better than the best Republican. Yeah, true. You can't reason with them. Yeah. I mean, I think you can with her. She's pretty intelligent. I think I could be able to reason with her because I kind of understand how she works and how she ticks. He doesn't, and he would have been interested in figuring her out if he didn't felt like he was getting struggle sessioned. So, I mean, I understand why he didn't try and figure that out, because it to him it felt like it was a bad faith conversation from the start. Like, he literally said this is going to be a struggle session, like from after the first 5 minutes of the entire interview. It was like, yep, we're just gonna do a struggle session thing, just like with Destiny, just like with Pisco, just like with I was gonna say Jesticle, the other dude. I think she's just lies, depending on who she's talking to. Pick me. I don't think she's a liar. I think she's being a little petty right now, and she's weaseling her words because she's frustrated, but I don't think she's a liar. I took too many red pills. Don't take too many pills. Pills are bad.
I rag on him a lot, but I'm not an enemy of Pisco's, really. But I would say that I have the same moral revulsion for communists that I do for actual Nazis. So
I took too many white pills. That's what I took.
Hosting a show with a communist is oh shit, you might be hiding your power level. We might have a deeper moral divergence than I thought, because it wouldn't occur to me to do that. Not because she's a bad person, but just because the beliefs she espouses are actually evil. So that's tough.
So what I would basically say to you is, my belief is that Ezra Klein is a better representation of the silent majority of the left, and much as how you have been silenced and held hostage by the super woke cringe shit and that whole zeitgeist. I think the liberals also were very much held hostage to it. The problem is that we also invited it in, right? We we made a deal with the devil in that way.
This is productive. We did all those hours of going through unproductive nonsense and looping. Now we're actually moving on to people that we like, and good. We're getting to the agreement part, but somehow this devolves into something bad. But actually, I'm about to call it quits for the stream. Oh man, the stream has been doing so well. I've had 0 dropped frames. 0 dropped frames. I've had missed frames due to rendering. 4 frames. 4 frames out of... Wait. Okay, so that's 100. Out of a billion frames, I've only had 4 dropped frames. That's wild. That's pretty wild. We're doing good. The stream is doing good.
Right? it's tough because I think Nazis and communists are both bad. Nazis are worse than communists, especially like broadband communists. Like
No.
Stalinists are as bad as Nazis. Yes.
No, I view it as Nazis are like
communists are
like. What button was it? I need that button with me. 45 MPS network. It was literally called in the networking place in OBS. It says network optimization. I just clicked on optimize the network or network optimization, and then there was another button underneath that I also clicked to help with it. No, it was dynamic bitrate and then network optimizations, which having both of them worked by themselves. It's just that if I clicked on both of them, there would just be no drawback in having both of them. There was a third button that I could have clicked that was like, it was a weird acronym, something packet loss or whatever, but like that would I wouldn't need that because it would further delay my stream for no reason, and it was working with just the other two buttons clicked, and I came from 0 buttons being clicked because I guess my upload speed is a bit slow, and then OBS likes to do spikes, and then those spikes are like really bad. But yeah,
like fascists. No, Nazis are like Leninists.
I would say Nazis are like somebody who stabs you in the alley and takes your money. Like they're overtly in your face evil, and you see it instantly. Communists are like Bernie Madoff. Like you have a government full of white collar criminals. Suddenly you can't afford bread, and everyone's killing each other, and you don't know why. Right? I don't think they're better. I think that they're better at hiding what they do.
Yeah. Yep. That's a good analogy.
Yeah, I just think communists are pretty equatable to fascists, and I think that Nazis are pretty equatable to like Stalinists.
I mean, I think communists could be fascist. I think that the essential problem with communism is that its goal is the elimination of natural rights. That is the goal of communism. So, like,
but Nazis believe in magic blood that creates like evil lineages.
So Nazis are also like evil, but like I'm not trying to whitewash Nazis. I'm saying Nazis are incredibly evil, and I put communists on the same level. Not that I'm reducing Nazis and their evilness. I'm saying that they, like, in terms of body count, communists win. In terms of suffering and misery induced, historically, they win. They just have done more mass atrocities than the Nazis did, though the Nazis were horrible. And the problem with communism is that it's attractive. And what we have right now is...
Yeah, Nazism isn't attractive. Like, communism is literally, like, socialism is like soft communism. And, bro, you have, like, socialists of the Democratic Party. Like, it's literally a party within our legal system, a soft version of communism. Where is the soft version of Nazism in the Republican Party? Like, where is it? where is it? She probably could, like, where is it? Like, they're openly talking about this. Where are they openly talking about a soft power version of Nazism in the Republican Party? Where is it? Or fascism in the party? The fascists, like, where's that group in the Republican Party? Like, there isn't none. There isn't a... And if there is one, they're so microscopic and minute in keeping it, like, under wraps because they know that it's just not a good thing to talk about, that it just doesn't exist. It might as well just not exist. Like, this is crazy. Like, this is... like, the normalization of... bro, okay, all right. Good one, Erudite.
In academia, it's popular. Like, it is actually a popular viewpoint to deconstruct the society, to try to get to this kind of like utopian vision where everything will be swimming and will be classless. This is actually a thing. Well, I mean,
no one is praising Nazism. Like, come on now. Like, that's just true. Like, where is that? Or maybe, I guess the soft version of Nazism is fascism? Who's praising that? Or would she say that nationalism is a soft version of Nazism or fascism? Nationalism. Is that the issue here? Is that what you would say? Maybe she might say that. I don't know.
How many open Nazis are there in academia versus how many open Marxists are there? It's not.
No, actually, yeah, I would agree with academia. The issue is that now we have this like tech crypto fascist rise up where people believe in like magic blood, and Peter Thiel like unironically thinks that like Greta Thunberg is the Antichrist, and that like
who is this Peter Thiel guy? Peter Thiel. So the guy that made PayPal. German-American entrepreneur and venture capitalist. So he believes in conspiracy theories. Some non-political guy that co-founded PayPal. Are we real? Is this really the comparison versus like literally AOC or the squad and like and all the people that are in the Democratic Socialists of America, whatever? I forget the full acronym or what they said about that, but this is the comparison. Some guy that made PayPal. Yeah, he's definitely Republican. I guess PayPal is synonymous to Republican Party. True. Like, okay.
You magically hold certain traits within your blood, and evilness is one of these things in your blood, right? And that's somebody, by the way, that Trump is cozying up to. And not just Trump, a large swath of the conservative punditry and Republican punditry are cozying up to this, right? And so I like the problem is that like Mamdani is
that really true? Is that really true?
Peter Andreas Thiel is a German and American entrepreneur, venture capitalist, and political activist. A co-founder of PayPal, Polanta Technologies, and Founders Fund, he was the first outside investor in Facebook.
Okay. So he's a political activist. Okay. All right. So there's something political about it. So we're talking about a political activist that probably has his primary focus on freaking, like he probably has a primary focus on literally his companies and isn't really super political, but like he's a little bit of political. He's an activist. He's an activist, right? Versus actual people in the government having a whole different party trying to support this one thing. I think there's a disproportionality error going on here, but I don't know. Maybe I'm just crazy.
having a very successful campaign, in large part because he's appealing to populism in a time when wealth disparity is at its greatest, right? It's a huge problem that makes sense why populism is popular. But Mamdani is certainly not the norm. Ezra Klein is much closer to the normie, right? There's a lot more just like standard libs than there are Mamdanis. I agree that he's popular because of the populist stuff, but even within like the DNC, there was this huge issue where people were super angry at most liberal Democrats because they don't like Mamdani's policies, like at all. They're vehemently opposed.
They should be opposed to them, and I'm glad that they are. I'm glad that they are. But
do you hear what my issue is here? Like the point that I'm getting at? Because maybe I didn't articulate it.
I think the point that you're getting at is that there are Democrats on the left who are closer to something that I would find palatable, and hopefully they win the power struggle on the left, is what it sounds like. I don't know that they will, but hopefully they do.
I would basically say that I think there's a larger portion that is the Ezra Klein pilled. Like the abundance movement has multiple chapters already across the country. There's multiple abundance projects. It's like a whole wave popping off. The issue is that most of the people that get involved in these types of spaces aren't political staffers, right? They aren't like going on and doing punditry. But that when you look at the Democratic Party, you've got mostly like Dems, right? We can't really treat Bernie like in any way like he's a threat that like Peter Thiel is.
But when I talk to someone like Josiah, who, he and I have a lot of fun conversations, I hope to have more of them. But when I talk to someone like Josiah, what he's going to tell me is vote blue no matter who, right? Like the goal is to win, vote blue no matter who. And, like I respect the game, but I don't think it's clear to me that which side of the Civil War wins on the left. I don't think it's obvious. Now, I have a preference, and I agree with you on your preference, but it's not clear to me who's going to win. And I thought that that's the team I was voting for when I voted for Biden. And that is not who I felt like I got. And, my friends like Josiah and Peace Corps are delighted to tell me that he was the most progressive modern president. So I think we all agree that that's not who I got. So this is the problem.
Yeah, that is the problem. And with that, actually, no, I'll let him finish. And then I'm not going to let Kyla finish because I want to end with this guy talking because I sympathize with this guy way more than I sympathize with her in this specific conversation, obviously. When she's talking about Destiny, I will obviously sympathize with her more because I think she is fair. That's why I try to be a little bit more nice when she's frustrated. I try to be charitable with that. And she misspoke. I would try to be charitable with that because she is trying, like, trying to be good faith. She is attempting to, even if she did a really poor job in this conversation too. But it looks like they're kind of moving on from that, which is good. They moved on from that. But I think they go right back into it later on, and I don't feel like looping into it. So
problem, right? Like I think that there's been a rift amongst people who are on the center of their respective parties, and it's very, very hard to find common ground right now because there's not a lot of trust. Which is why I asked the questions earlier about Trump. I think that it's very hard to build trust across this divide right now. I don't really know how to do it, but I'd like to try.
Yeah, and with that, honestly, she obviously agrees with that. Like, look at that smile, right?
Yeah. So first of all,
yeah. So she said yeah. So she agrees. Okay. That's all we're gonna get to. She does agree. She said yeah. Maybe might be out of context, but I don't care at this point. But yeah, we're done. We're done, boys. We are done. I'm done. Someone said hi on Twitch. Cool. Did you just end or crash? No, I just ended. I'm ending because I need to go eat food because I haven't eaten food all day yet. So yeah, we're leaving. We're done with the stream. We're not doing anymore. Be like the shark. Haha. I know it didn't land, but I laughed. Okay. Yeah, we're ending. We're ending. Or, oh shoot. Uh-oh. Cheers. Have a good one. Actually, I'm looking at my data, and it looks like the stream kind of did just crash. Holy. Oh man, that's not good. I mean, perfect timing. Your Twitch stream has issues, probably a high bit rate. Yeah, I think. No, the bits that are coming from my computer is just not leaving past my router. There's a problem with OBS, but it gives the network error. Twitch supports 6K bitrate only. Yeah. Yep. There we go. All right. It looks like it came back. It looks like it came back a little bit, but yeah, stream is done. And you are correct. We did hit some issues with it. But you know what? It's the perfect time to hit issues because I'm done. I hear crackling. How about now? Do you still hear crackling? But honestly, I'm done. So regardless if you hear crackling now or not, we're good. We're done. It's probably the game. Like if I were to just do that, the game audio probably muted now, right? Yes. All right. But yeah, thanks for watching. Do what's on screen. Thank you very much. Do what's on screen. Yeah. And I will have a grand old time editing this nice 5-hour stream VOD. And it's obviously not going to take forever. But thanks for watching. Goodbye. Takes a second.